Well. Thought I'd give you a little surprise there, everybody. How are you all doing? Running a little bit late today. That's why I knew I was going to be a little bit late, so I pushed it back an hour, but I got home a little earlier than expected. So let's crack on. Let's get started. Let's see who we have in. We have, wow, there's a few people in already. I can catch up. Juliana, Antony, Nimrod, Debbie, Mia, how are you doing? Blue Feather. How's my mic sounding as well? Can you hear me? Who else do we have in? CR, nice to see you in. Sandy, how are you doing? We also have PhD Tony. I responded to your email as well, by the way. Just so you know. Signistiup, how are you doing? Mike is very muted. Right, okay. Let me adjust that right now. How is that? How is that? Is that better? Please let me know. Yeah, it's it's very muffled. I wonder if it's the right microphone. Right, okay, so let me try something different. Settings. Audio. That's why. How's that? How are we sounding? How's that? Is it good? Let me know. Yeah, it seems that there we go. Yeah, the source got flipped for some reason inside of StreamYard. I'm not sure why. But, yeah, so it would be through the webcam. That's what you were hearing originally. So yeah, much better through the decent mic, I have to say. So this is going to be the last day before we have 11-day break. That's going to be good, isn't it? Means we can be able to get on with our real lives then, and do things during the day instead of listening to the trial. But then you'll miss all the gossip if you don't listen. So it's kind of like that, you know. But at least we get a break. We can recharge our batteries and get stuck in. So what have we learned recently? Well, James Franco, he's not appearing anymore. Yes, we are getting a week off. Yeah. Because what are we on now? We're on Thursday. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then we should be starting on Monday, but we're not because they have that entire week off. So all the way through till Sunday, then it's the following Monday. So we've got a good break. We have a great break. Yeah, James Franco is not testifying on behalf of Amber Heard. Now, he was on the witness list, as was Elon Musk. But at the last moment, I wonder why they've decided not to show and testify on her behalf. And well, it's understandable, right? And very interesting developments because she was hoping that they would come and be able to shed some light on her supposed bruises that she supposedly had. Somehow they don't want to testify now to back her up on that. So things are going from bad to worse for Ms. Amber Heard there. Alman, nice to see you in. How are you doing? Johnny Depp, Amber, crapped the bed. Indeed she did. Indeed she did. Debbie says, not surprised with the issues he's had in the past. Yeah, he had to pay an out-of-court settlement, didn't he, to shut some of his students up that he'd apparently been having a little bit of fun with. So, you know, just turning up at Johnny Depp's the day after the alleged incident in the penthouse where the police officers testified yesterday to say that nothing happened, essentially. And, well, you know, why would she be bringing him up to that in the middle of the night with an overnight bag? Yeah, he was a dirty dick, let's be honest. That's what he was. Can one refuse to testify? Yes, well, yeah, I mean, it was on the witness list, but the thing was, I don't believe they'd done a deposition. I think if you've done a deposition, you have to testify, I think. But because they hadn't even done a deposition, so tough luck for them. Is Sleeping Warrior on Amber's legal team? I think if he was, he would probably do a better job than, even though he's like 12 cases in and 0 wins. I still believe he would probably do a better job than the team that she has on at the moment. So that shows how well I think that their team is doing. Right. Yeah, so as many times as Rocket Man's name dropped yesterday, I'm surprised he isn't testifying. Indeed. Yes. Who else do we have? Alman, well, I thought I would drop in to show support before I head off for the beer festival. First time in 3 years. Wow, I've never been to a beer festival, ever. I should go, because I do like beers, but beers can be expensive, and you got to get there. Staying over, traveling, all that kind of stuff. I don't have the time to do it. It's a full-time job doing this. Yes. Liam, how are you doing? And what's impossible? I have no. Oh, for Sleeping Warrior, right? Yes. What, that he could do a better job than them? I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Their team seems to be failing at every point. Hello, Hunter. How are you doing? Trina, nice to see you in. And we've only got an hour to wait now, which is pretty cool. I was bored to death yesterday, I have to say, towards the back end of those depositions, because it was just a whole day of depositions. It was. I mean, I didn't even pay much attention to the last witness, I have to say. So I haven't caught up on that. I will do. I'll do that over the weekend. I'll recap and catch up. Oh, we're joined by a Claire. Hello, Claire.
Hey, Claire. Okay, good morning. Listen, yeah, that's the. I'm sorry. I thought 9:30. So
It was my mistake. I told you the right time, but I went early because I got home early. So I just wanted to get things started.
I know it's been a while, but so when you're out there dating, just remember, if you tell a lady 9:30, don't show up at 10 to 9. just in case. Okay, that wouldn't work too well. Yeah,
I'll remember that.
Yeah,
I'll remember that.
I just thought I could. Yeah, I've done my research.
Go on. You what? Sorry, you done what?
I've done my research from yesterday. We were both like, we were knackered at the end of the day. Neither one of us could figure out what the hell Laura Wasser was talking about. But I got it all straight now, I think.
Well, and let's just clarify what happened, though, because listen, if you and I, who've been following this trial from the very start, we've been streaming it all the way through. We've stayed laser focused the whole way through. It wasn't that our brains couldn't cope yesterday. It was just that we got so turned off by the fact it was just depositions all day, and it was like
it was, and it can happen. It's a long day, and I'll admit my brain was pudding at the end of the day. It was. I just had to go right back. I went right to bed. I was that tired. But what happened?
Imagine what the jury did. That's what I was getting to. If you and I, who were laser focused, ready for this at the time, so invested because it's what we're interested in. If we were bored and we weren't taking it in, what were the jury doing?
Exactly.
And that was Elaine's. The last hour or so was all Elaine. So it's whatever was said.
Listen, I blame Elaine. I'm always going to blame Elaine. Oh, Elaine. Elaine did it. I mean, she knackered me. Like, my brain was gone. But anyway, when we left, when I actually checked out mentally, was first of all, Romero. That was funny. He tried to drive away on Elaine. I mean, I don't blame him. But and the judge thought that was pretty funny too. She was like, "Well, that never happens. Your witness just drives away on you." Like, that was pretty good. But that part was humorous. But then they bring on the divorce attorney. Now, this was Johnny's divorce attorney. Wasa is Johnny's divorce attorney. Okay. The other person they're talking about when they're doing the questioning is Amber's divorce attorney. Okay, so the conversations that they're talking about happened mostly between the two attorneys. What they presented was the letter that Amber's attorney sent to Wasser, which contains some rather unveiled or veiled threat of we're negotiating and this is what we want, or we're going to get a TRO on domestic abuse. Yes,
this is
in black and white. In black and white. Yes, it's right there in black and white. Amber asked for the Range Rover that she was currently driving, all 3 penthouses with all expenses paid, 1, 3, and 5. Not just the one she was living in, but give me Rocky's and give me my sister's too. Like, I want everything. She wanted it all. She wanted it all paid for. He was to continue paying for everything, plus give her $100,000 for her attorney so she could pay for the divorce, and $25,000 for some kind of forensic accounting expenses to prove how much more money he had that she could get. Okay, so they put the screws to him. Okay. Point taken, the last comment that was made, which was not, there were 2 comments that were made. Elaine asked questions and it didn't really go the way she wanted. At least I don't feel it did. It actually put out the information for Johnny's side. She said to the attorney, "Did you ever pay an amount to Amber Heard for her not to say anything about the domestic abuse?" And they said, "No, we never specified any special amount for that, but there was a settlement of $7 million. Okay. So they got to say that. They got to say, we didn't give her money because of domestic abuse. We gave her the money. There was a settlement and it was $7 million. And then she also said, well, then what happened about the TRO? Well, clearly in the letter, it says, if you don't do this by 1 week, they gave them till May 27th, right? Till closing business on May 27th. Give us the money, the $100,000 to my attorney's office for the fees, and agree to this by Friday, end of business. Well, it just so happens that Amber and her press release team were on the stairs of the courthouse getting that TRO in the morning of the 27th. The morning of the 27th, with no advance notice to the attorney or Johnny. And that was the statement that was made. That's what happened that we didn't really hear or understand yesterday before we left.
Well, the good thing about that is anything that Elaine asked will have just we won't have taken it in. But the good thing is that it will be Johnny Depp's turn this morning. Whoever's doing the cross. So that will be done this morning. So that'll be fresh. Yes. So he'll be just going to the good points. This, just as you've explained there. So that'll be good for JD.
And I have more news for you too. I found out who the next witness is after that.
Who's next?
Doherty, Terrence Doherty from the ACLU.
The 7 million.
Did you see people how happy I just made Randy? Did you see his eyes light up? Oh my God, that was lit. That's good. Would you like to know the rest of who they think the witnesses will be today? Let me all right, hold on. Go to my secret Discord. Hold on. They're thinking it may be Edward White, which is Johnny's financial manager, Jack Wiggum, who I'm not so sure, another bodyguard of Johnny's by the name of Malcolm. John,
they won't get all these on today, will they? They're not going to get all
these.
I
don't think so, but this is the list, like the order they were going on. They've got a couple of more of Johnny's bodyguards. And Amber's nurse, Erin Boren, is like number 9. So that might be like after break, like next week, not the week we're on break, but the week after. So yeah, we got some stuff, but it does say witnesses for the possible witnesses for April 28th. And there's also Starling Jenkins and Jennifer Howell, who happens to be the former boss of Amber's sister. Remember, she was the one that Whitney lived with, and there's supposed to be statements in the deposition about you complained about Amber beating on you and how horrible it was, and this is why I let you stay here. That testimony, that should be pretty interesting, because it directly conflicts with what Whitney is trying to tell the court. Okay. Yeah.
Well, do you know that James Franco isn't now testifying, nor is
Yes.
Elon Musk? Yeah.
That's right. I did read articles on that, and I would like to thank Beaver personally, right here on YouTube, for finding that link for the witness lists. Like, we've got little bit of help behind the scenes there. She's the one who came and got that right from a source on the witness list that was out there somewhere on Instagram. And hey, thanks for all the chocolate references. I think chocolate will help keep us awake if Elaine does do anything today, because chocolate has caffeine in it too. It'll go good with my coffee. So thanks, everyone. I'd always do good with a little bit of chocolate. Who wouldn't? Nah, chocolate.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know Vince Jolivet as well?
Do
you know who Vince Jolivet is?
No, who is that? Wait, let me just see. Oh, you're looking at the same thing? Are you looking at the list? Okay, Vince.
No. This is for Johnny Depp. I assume this will be a declaration from Vince Jolivet. But what happened was he was a business partner of James Franco, and then what happened is, at some point, I think in around about 2017 or so, he started dating Whitney. Right?
Oh, so I don't. He is not on today's list, but what is the last name again? I will go look at the actual witness list.
It's Vince Jolivet. But let me just say, this is his declaration, right? So, so obviously he had a lot of insider information. He's dating Whitney in 2017, etc., etc. And obviously Whitney was talking to him, about things that have happened in the past, including the stair incident. At the top of the stairs where...
Yes,
Amber said that she only ever hit Johnny once. She punched him in the face when he was trying to throw Whitney down a flight of stairs. That's what she said. But as Johnny Depp has said, no, she was coming for me. Whitney jumped in front, and then she socked him still, even though Whitney was trying to stop her, right? Now, guess what? This is the testimony from Vince Jolivet, who dated Whitney, and he's reciting what Whitney told him. Listen to this. During a conversation we had in spring of 2016, I asked Whitney why she had moved in with Jennifer Howell, the founder of the Art of Elysium, who lived 2 floors above my office. She relayed to me a story about having to stop her sister, Amber Heard, from attacking Johnny Depp, and in the process, how Amber Heard almost knocked her down a flight of stairs.
Right. And then changed the testimony to the court to say that Johnny almost knocked her. See, this is what I don't get. Like, people get caught. Like, don't lie, people, because the truth always comes out, even if it's just a little bit late. Don't do it, because they're going to look so bad with all this contrary,
Well, don't forget the time that she socked him at the top of the stairs. He had his hand in that cast.
Yes, he did. And
And she said, oh, he'd grabbed me by the hair and he was punching me, and then he was fighting with my sister, and then I socked him. But he couldn't have done it physically because of his hand. That's why they're getting the dates there. They have the deposition from Jolivet that's basically saying, when I dated Whitney, she told me the same story that Johnny Depp told me, that she got in front of a sister to try and stop her from attacking Johnny Depp. Right. So all of that story about trying to push him down the stairs was just completely made up. So we've got all that to come out as well. So
yes. Oh my gosh. No.
Is it any wonder that James Franco has decided not to testify on her behalf?
And Elon Musk too. I mean, he's got better things to do, like, go by Twitter and stuff, than defend her. It's like, who wants
That's
to?
Right.
Yeah. Who I wouldn't want to get involved. I mean, look at how hard Warner Brothers fought to keep out of it, even though they are, very big part of it. But I thought it would, that would be interesting. What I did give you, though, in the private chat, I gave you links to both of the witness lists that were filed with the court, the plaintiff and the defendants, if to amuse yourself.
I honestly have no idea what Beaver's Love Dam is trying to say here.
I don't know. I can't. What are you talking about, Beef? Let me see.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That makes no sense to me.
What? Oh, Beaver, that's not even. You know what? All right. You know what? That's the problem. You can't mod mods. Like I can't even go and like get like Beaver, behave, please. It's too early in the morning for that. Well,
Oh, I don't know. It's never too early for that. It's it's
wait a minute. You said you didn't understand what she said. That's okay. You just
I don't know. I don't know. It's not. It's never a wrong time to do anything, I suppose.
See, this is it. This is what I'm telling you, people. Don't try to mislead the public. You see what happens? You see what happens? Yeah, don't. The truth always comes out.
So the
There you
ACL.
go.
Oh my goodness, that's going to stay in the mind. That is a hard
Mhm.
hitting thing for
Mhm.
Johnny Depp to bring out today, because that is going to stay in the mind of the jury for the next week and a half. The fact that that's $7 million.
Exactly. Mhm.
Holy! I mean, if that that's going to be one hell of a hammer nail. Especially think of all the newspaper reports that are going to come out over the next week and a
Mhm.
half with that story, running that story. It's going to be everywhere, and people aren't going to like it because it was a children's hospital that she was stealing from.
Oh gosh. Yeah, because they're gonna have to admit under oath that they didn't get all the money sent, that the only payment that they have received came directly from Johnny Depp as part of the settlement of the $7 million, that a portion was sent directly to them. The first payment in the payment plan of $100,000 was sent over there. I don't think Amber's been making the payments because no one will come up with the receipts.
I wonder what face she's going to pull today when all this comes out. I mean,
Oh, you'll probably.
Is it going to be that? Is it going to be the old winky wink? You think you're going
Oh
to get a
God.
wink out of her, or are we going to get more of this?
I so I just want to see like loss. I want to see what she looks like when she knows she lost.
When she lost, oh, that's this face. When she knows she's lost,
Mm-hmm.
that's that face. But
No.
yeah, it's
Yeah, that was kind of yep. Mm-hmm.
This will be the face on the stand when she gets up there,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's going to turn a bit more into something like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good
Yeah.
morning to everyone in the chat that said good morning. I can't type to you all individually. It makes too much noise in Ranty's ears and yours too because of my mic. But yeah. Good morning, Erin and Trina. I saw them all chatting before too. Before we got here, everybody talking about the case, getting everything ready. I'm curious, what are you looking forward to today? Did I send it to? No, I should. Yeah, let me do that. I'm gonna go get it now, Colin. Oh.
Alco, good morning to you as well. How are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Clickety clackety. Who's the clickety clackety? Is that you, Claire? Are you clickety clacketing?
It might be. I'm grabbing you a video link. Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. There was a debunker. This was shared. I'm sorry about that. All right. You know what? I'll mute while I grab the link and then I'll explain it to you. I'll be right back. How's that?
Okay.
Yes, I don't want to. I don't want to annoy your ears or the.
Well, we'll have to stop that clickety clacking. I keep catching her when she's got the microphone still on, tapping away. It is quite annoying. So today we're going to get the ACLU on. Oh my goodness, that's going to be a good one. That is going to be a good one. Do you know why? Because they were the ones that helped. Well, they actually penned the op-ed for Amber Heard. So can you tell us why you penned this? Why you got a ghostwriter to write Amber Heard's op-ed, and then you had all this name changing, trying to keep Johnny Depp's name out of it, etc. This is going to be such a good one if it is the ACLU. I mean, who's told you that?
It's on a list that came from Instagram that was passed around. Well, who knows? It could have been Eve Barlow. I mean, then it would be accurate, right? No, I joke. Actually, the source is coming from somewhere. Oh, I know where I got it, but I don't know if I can actually say what this. It
Oh,
looks like it's coming through Laura Branigan's Twitter, like eventually from there, and then went over to Instagram. And she's at the courthouse, so I kind of like when she posts her information, I haven't really found anything that she's put out that's incorrect. They're the ones who did the Monster podcast that I told you about. Those two, Jax and Laura, they've been following this case just even longer than me probably, and they're very accurate. They're actually at the courthouse every day, getting as much information as they can. So
here we go.
mhm.
Amber Heard, the Remove Amber Heard for Aquaman 2 has just passed 2 million signatures.
Yes, they're passing that around on that feed too. I just gave you the link to a YouTube video. There is a debunker called Crow XE who may have been inspired by your thread here. He's doing a debunk on the bruising. If you know, he's talking about fake
Who's doing it?
bruising of Amber.
Who's doing a debunk on that?
Crow XE.
Oh, Crow. He's around, is
Crow.
he? Oh, he's doing a
Yes, yes.
debunk on the right. Okay.
Yes,
I'll
it's
have a
like
look.
8 minutes. Yeah, you should have a look. It was shared. Colin sent it over to me last night after stream. It was quite interesting. I watched it. It was good. It was very good.
I'd like to play this. I'd like to play this though. Just one sec. It's only a 40-second video. Where are we?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Have a listen to this.
My recollection is that is in almost all of our cases, certainly those with high profile clients, we would have liked to take it out of the system. Ms. Spector was not willing to do that with this case. All I recall is that without any notice to us at 8:30 in the morning on the 27th, Samantha Spector and her client went into court and obtained a no notice ex parte restraining order.
You had any communications with Samantha Spector prior?
My recollection is that is in almost all of our cases, certainly those with high profile clients, we would have liked to take it out of the system. Ms. Spector was not willing to do that with this case.
I've seen that bit.
Isn't it? You see what I mean? Like they went in the morning. They chose, even though they laid out the agreements on what they would do, and they're in negotiations, they have until close of business that day. They went and violated whatever agreements they said. It was the attorney that decided, we want it all out there. It's not, I don't know why Amber got a bee in her bonnet, but she decided to take everything out into the public. Everything, even though they had complete privacy with the attorneys, they were all working it out together. She was going to get everything she wanted anyway. Why she did it, I do not know. Maybe she wanted more. No, I don't know.
Have a look at this as well. So that petition has reached. Look at this. It's shooting up. Holy. 2,089,000 already. So it didn't just pass 2 million, but it went to 2,089,000. And look at it going up. It's going up faster than 1 a second. You know, it's
I heard Jason Momoa is speaking out too, right? Yeah.
Is he? What's he saying?
I heard he said he would prefer she wasn't on the film.
Oh, well, of course. If he gets a bonus for how much it makes, you know, then he knows that all that work he's done on it, he's going to be losing hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of pounds, you know, for keeping her on. So that's impressive that's shot up so quickly. When I looked at it last, it was at 1.7 million, and that was about day 4 of the trial, something like that. So in a week and a half, it's put on close to 400,000 signatures. So let's share it around, people. Let's share it around. Let's put it on Twitter. All of you, all of you with a Twitter account, you know, go and share the link.
Yeah, share the link. It's posted on Laura's Twitter. I'll go and grab it and try to share it. Oh, you've got it already. There it is. There you go.
Indeed.
He's ready. He's a man with a link. There you go.
Let's get it. Let's get it removed.
Nimrod, I just saw your last question, and I'll just give you a very polite no, I do not. No, I do not. That's it. Mm.
Well, if you're right, wow, look at that. That was Johnny Depp
Mhm.
at some point. Look at that. Let me share this image.
Mhm.
This is from Stevie J. Raw, actually, who
Mm.
shows this.
Is it the artwork? Let me see. Oh yeah, I knew it. I knew you were going to find this. That's why I didn't send it to you. I said that's too stunning. I know he has it. Yes, this is why we have men too, and gender has no abuse has no gender, violence has no gender.
And
That's it.
this was his face when he wore
Mhm.
those black glasses to cover everything up. But that's what his
Mhm.
face looked like at that time. We haven't
Mhm.
really seen full photographs of that. I mean, I
Mhm.
imagine they may come out at some point, but that's essentially
Mhm.
what he looked like, right?
Well, yes, we have seen quite a few photos of him with imagery with bruising, with black and sullen eyes, scratches. There's quite a few more pictures of him out there in the public, taken by outside sources, like just for
Real,
walking to,
real
real
ones.
real outside sources, not individually him taking it for evidence and whatever. But just going to dinner with Amber or whatever. Um,
What
yeah.
was wrong with Amber Heard, or what's wrong with her doing this, right? So I'm going to try and do an impression of her, right? So don't laugh, everyone. But this is what I've seen her doing. It's like,
It would. What I don't. Yeah. Was that her version of
she's like,
incredulous or something? I don't know.
I have no idea. You watch her head; it's like rocking from side to side, like that. There's nobody home.
Mhm.
There's somebody behind the eyes, but there's nobody there.
Mhm.
It is quite it's quite scary to watch, actually, just seeing somebody behave like that. You just don't
Mhm.
expect it, right?
I just I, I can't even begin to try to explain her behavior. She's beyond me. Beyond me. I can't make any sense of it at all. Especially after the testimony of Dr. Curry. By the way, there's two other doctors listed on the witness list. I don't know from where they come. I'm researching the names.
So
But
on Johnny's list is the nurse that treated Amber Heard for the longest, that was under the care of
yes, Erin Bourne is on there. Yes, she's on Johnny's list. Yes, she is. So is her makeup artist. Yes, she is. Yes.
So her makeup artist, the
Mhm.
other makeup artist as well
Mhm.
from
Yeah. They're all on the witness list. We have 9 listed. We have 9 possibles for today, and the last one listed is the nurse. There's 9 possible names for today.
It
But the
looks like
top.
it's going to be a juicy day today.
Mhm.
It's going to be a juicy day.
Mhm. Yeah, well, I'm glad that Johnny's team gets to start coming out, because then dealing with the attorney will get some clear information. But those clips pretty much reinforce what I just told you that I heard in the testimony, because that is pretty much the nuggets that were important. Besides the one about the money being paid for domestic abuse, which Elaine's just fascinated with this. She's trying to make it like everybody's in the mob or something. I don't know. Like, I don't know. She is. She's like everybody organized against the whole world, organized against Amber in some big conspiracy to do this. It couldn't possibly be that she's not telling the truth.
Right,
I hate.
let's catch up on Amber Heard stories. So this is what we see in the UK. So if I type in Amber Heard,
Mhm.
and we're going to the top stories, we'll see what the Daily Mail and stuff are punting out. We've got Dorman vapes whilst testifying, which was quite
Mhm.
funny.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Amber Heard's co-counsel objects to his own question during the Johnny Depp trial. That was hilarious. Cops
Mm-hmm.
called out to final row just before Johnny Depp and Amber. I assume that's going to go into the details back in Johnny.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Another Dorman vapes. Amber Heard dated Elon Musk while trying to something or other, whilst trying to reconcile with Johnny Depp. So it's definitely turned.
Mm-hmm.
The headlines have definitely turned.
They have. I watched that in the Independent, and the Guardian ran an article that was not pro Amber. I think it was yesterday for the first time, or maybe it been the day before, and that has not happened. Rupert is a big Amber fan, so. You know, it kind of does influence you. You don't want to think it does, but it does. It influences everything.
Mm-hmm. And well, I guess that shows that, you know, things are moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you go back 3 weeks and type the same messages in,
Exactly.
you know, Amber Heard, it would just be.
In Intrigued Feline, they get the same amount of time, but the time is divided as they're going. So as long as Elaine takes time to question a witness, that comes off their time. So they're running about the same. It's running pretty close, but it does appear that Amber Heard's team is using more time up than Johnny Depp's at this point. On her witness list, she has some of the same witnesses, so it could be considered that they've already addressed those witnesses. So the full witness list that she presented is not going to be coming up. It's just going to be the different ones because they have the same people on there. And also, I agree with you. It's going to take, if she doesn't find a way not to get on the witness stand, she will probably be up there for days like Johnny was.
So yesterday we checked Johnny Depp's Instagram followers. He had 13.8 million.
Mm-hmm.
Today he currently has 14.2 million. He's put on 400,000 followers in just 24 hours. If this isn't showcasing just how popular Johnny Depp is right now, I don't know what is.
Intrigued Feline. Oh, I see. You mean the counterclaim? You mean for her coming back in? Well, that is a separate suit, yeah. So doesn't that have to be scheduled separately with a different time amount that will be set by the court? And I will research that I'll see what I can find out about that. I know you like the details, so I don't want to speak out of turn without having an absolute fact for you.
What do you think this is going to be? Let's say at the start of the next day when we go live, so another 11 days. What do you think then?
15. I say 21.8.
Oh, that's a bit more. 21 point? No, he's not going to get that many.
Have you seen the man? I say 21.8.
No, he's not going to get that many. I'm going to say 16.4. 16.4, yeah. Halco, 400,000 in 24 hours exactly. This time yesterday when we checked that was 13.8.
Yeah.
So that's a huge upturn in fortunes for JD. And before this trial started, I think he was at about 12, was he? Or was it 11.6 or something? I think it was something like that.
Yep. I mean, why couldn't he go? I don't know why you don't think he could go to 21. I mean, it's all because he's popular all over the world.
I think maybe when the trial finishes, he'll be at 21. But yeah, I think.
Intrigue, I'm going to have to look because it didn't go through as a motion. It went through as a countersuit. And so I have to see if they're going to set a separate thing or if it's going to be addressed. It's a very good question. And I don't have an exact answer on it at all. Well, I'm going to have to look because there's two ways to put it through. I don't believe it went through as a motion. I think it went through as a countersuit, which would mean a whole nother filing somewhere else. So I'm going to double check. If there's a different case number on it, then it's going for a separate trial. That I can just try to find out for you. But I'm not going to clackety-clack right now. I'll wait for the break.
Yeah, you don't want to clackety-clack. No,
I'm not going to clackety-clack. It's not good. It's too loud. I get you. Good morning, Birdman.
Yeah, Jason Momoa as well. It'll be interesting to see what his stance is here, because I still feel that he's doing the bidding of Warner Brothers, in all of this. By openly following Johnny Depp midway through the trial, he's essentially thrown his weight and support behind it and also distancing himself from her. So I think that was just a very open way of setting the rotting, sort of like getting first digs in so that it then allows Warner Brothers to fire her. That's what I feel anyway. Sandy, thank you for the $10 super chat, who says, let's fund Ranty's 11-day court vacation. Maybe he'll get that chair cushion and a pint or two. You've made this whole process tolerable with Claire as your co-host. Thank you so much. Yeah, so if anybody does want to fund the 11-day court vacation, I won't say no to a super chat or two. So thank you very much for doing that. And channel members as well, if you want to. Cheers for that, Sandy. Thank you. Do appreciate it.
Oh, and thank you for the eclair, Sandy. And the link. And the link in the document on the counterclaim calls it a claim, which makes it a motion, which makes it not a suit, which makes it should be addressed during this trial. And there's two ways that can be addressed. I think that you're already familiar with intrigue, and that could be that it could be just based on the information that's already presented, and it would be by the judge. The judge themselves would actually weigh on it like any other motion. They have already weighed forth that it could go forward and be addressed. So we'll see. I guess we're going to have to see. I'm going to do a little more digging, but you're correct. It should be addressed during these 6 weeks also.
There's a lot to get through. And, I mean, I know that the judge said that they were going to be careful on time and make sure that they got a fair crack of the whip. But I don't know. My indication originally thinking, is it 50-50? Because if it was 50-50, then we're kind of running out of time. So maybe because he filed first as the main case and she's got the counter, it isn't going to be 50-50. It might be something like 60-40. So I just don't know how this time is supposed to be divided up. If anybody knows in the chat, can you let me know what the, what the time, how much time each side has?
That's a very good question for like a lawyer, like how they do it, because like from what I'm hearing is like as they go, from the minute they go on, all of that time is calculated for both sides, whether the defense is presenting or the plaintiff. So it's really curious, like how, and then what happens if they run out of time? Does the judge get to say, I mean, wouldn't it be kind of rude or like an automatic mistrial if the judge just said, you're out of time, you don't get to tell us what you were going to tell us? Wouldn't that be open for appeal or at least mistrial to say, hey, like they didn't get us say what we wanted? Oh yeah, it would be objection. Rottenborn would be up there going, I object to the judge cutting me off, like saying I am out of time. Like that's just wrong. And Elaine would argue with her. I mean, we've seen her argue with her about everything. It would just be a mess. Like there's a whole parody skit in that. I could see it. Like I got to get with a parody writer. Like, yeah.
Hey, I had some sex. 20 of them from Nimrod. Thanks for the sex, Nimrod. Objection. I refuse to super chat you unless I'm a mod.
Oh, I have news on that front. It came through. I finally got official. I'm official.
You're official.
Yeah,
you
but
are official.
I am official, but I have to go through all my videos because apparently I'm a bit naughty. Like almost everything's yellow. They don't like the way I speak about true crime. I'm a little too graphic, I guess. Like I have to go in and look at some things. They say I can go individually. They said most of it, like I think I appealed 12 of them last night and 11 of them went green. Like they were just, it's the bot. The bot just doesn't like the way I say certain words, I guess, or something. I don't know. Or my titles. I don't know. I have to look at it. Yeah,
it's a language thing. Holy crap, that's just jumped up even more. You know that petition? It was at 2 million. Was it an 89? 2,089,000. Now it's at 2,094,000. So it's put on 5,000 signatures in the past 20 minutes? 15,
yeah, that's a
minutes?
lot. Yeah,
that's going some.
Well, that's an odd, like just a different kind of question. Childhood movies. What was your favorite childhood movie? I don't recall like a childhood movie that would be fair. As a teenager, I could tell you I was a huge Monty Python fan. And I liked everything. I would stay up late and watch all that and love the movies that came out. Well, I do like Princess Bride. I mean, that's like a classic that I'm very fond of. Do you remember that? Montego, You Killed My Father. This movie. It's one of my favorites.
So, when it comes to a court case, this is something that's out of the norm, right? This is more a case of it's an absolute total character assassination by Johnny Depp on her, right? I mean, he's literally... He's not holding back now. He's bringing out every gun blazing.
Well,
he did. Know.
Yep, he did. Intrigued. That's just rude. I'm not that old. My God. Do I sound that old? Oh my God. Oh yeah. Anyway. now. Oh boy. Yes, it's character, but he did say he would fight with everything he had to his last breath. He would do it to the end to get his reputation back. And he's a man of his word. He's doing what he has to do.
Most certainly. Nimrod's objecting to becoming a mod, so he's giving me some sex for it. He says, take 20 sex off me because he's objecting to be a mod. That's fine. I can always remove the moderator status if you so wish. You don't have to. You don't have to be a mod.
Liam, you're objecting which word? That I use the word objection? You don't want me to say objection? We're going to hear it a lot. I thought you'd rather hear it from me than Elaine or Rottenborn. I'll get you used to it. I'll break you in slow. Yeah.
Don't forget, share that around, guys. Share that link around. We want to get rid of Amber from Aclu. If I tell you what, even though Warner Brothers have been a bitch towards Johnny Depp, right? If they actually very publicly, openly fired her and brought in a new actress and made some announcement regarding Johnny Depp, etc., then I would actually go and watch Aquaman 2.
Yeah, but you know what? Here we go. I mean, I don't think they actually have the stones to do it, to tell you the truth. The backlash of blaming a victim would be astronomical because that's just the world we live in right now. We're not strong enough in the men too. In abuse has no gender. What she did was wrong, but then it's going to look retaliatory on their side. I don't think they have the stones to do it. It would be the right thing to do. Let me be clear about that, Warner Brothers. It's the right thing to do, but I don't think you got the stones to do it. I don't think you could stand in the heat of what you did, because then you have to admit what you did to Johnny was wrong. So, like, I don't think they can do it.
I think they will.
I hope they do. I hope you're right and I'm wrong. I would happily be wrong on this, but it's just unfortunately not the way I look at it. But I'd be very happy to be wrong about that.
Well, this is bumping up rather quickly. I keep whenever I refresh it, there's a whole bunch more just come on. So I think by the end of I think they'll reach 3 million, probably by Monday.
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be good. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Aaron, for the information. I didn't know that. Now I don't feel so bad. If that happens to everybody. That's good. Okay. I just know I have a lot of work. I have to go over everyone. That's a lot of work.
Oh, I think Nimrod likes you. Where are we?
Really? Where does he say? What?
There you go. Nimrod, Clairview, you sound like a young, hot lady.
I'll admit to the heart, I can't actually claim young anymore.
She's not a lady either.
And let's be clear, he has absolutely no personal reference to make that statement. Let's just be clear. That's really a kind of an assumption for a debunker like yourself. Really, Randy, I'm shocked.
Wow, that's just put 1,000. We've just put 1,000 on.
There, look at that.
Since I last refreshed it, it's certainly going higher. The more we share that link around, guys, the more you spread it on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, wherever the hell you want to post it. I don't care. Put it on a YouTube video somewhere. You know, go and share that around. Let's get signing people.
Now you started a whole thing in the chat. Thank you very much. You're all making me feel very good. I'll tell you that. I am quite happy I'm an avatar right now. I'd be blushing like you would not believe for all your kindness. Thank you, James. Thank you, Blue Feather. Oh my God.
There we go. There's Claire. That's what she wants us to believe she looks like.
Not exactly, but it's very close. I mean, this pretty much that is the color of my hair. I do like to wear cat ears occasionally. I think they're cute. I do wear glasses to read sometimes. My sunglasses are very much like that. My eyes are big and brown, you know. I don't have many wrinkles or anything like that, so it's pretty much. But the body, no, I am like 5 foot tall, so the body maybe not. And my
What's wrong
head
with
is
five?
not so
Hold on,
astronomically
hold on.
large to my body like that. You know?
5 feet tall. There's nothing wrong with 5 feet tall. I'd rather have a
No,
5 foot
no.
tall woman than a 6 foot woman.
Well, I'm small in height. I'm small in height. Anything. As you wish.
How much did that just jump up then?
What?
2,095,000. I'm
Look
sure
at
that's
that.
just. How did that just jump up? Then I'm confused. Someone just go back around about 2 minutes to what it showed last
Mhm.
before I last refreshed it, because it says 2,095,000 now. I'm sure it wasn't. I'm sure
I'm
it was
sure it wasn't. Yeah.
nowhere near that. Someone just have a
Mhm.
quick look from around about a minute ago before I refresh that.
All right. Robski, I'll work on that for you. I'll come when we come back from break. I'll have a blushing avatar for you. I'll put some blush on the cheeks. I probably do have one, from my other shows. But anyway.
Well, the one thing about today is, in today's live stream, is we're going to get live witnesses, and that's going to be so much better than yesterday. Yesterday was
I know it's
you
gonna.
know.
We're gonna do better. Maybe we should do better to like cheer each other up in the chat and with each other, Ranty, so we don't make our heads hit the table. Oh, thanks for the flowers, James. That's sweet. Hey, it's a sweet chat you got there, Ranty.
Yeah, but the chat people here, they're really cool. We
They are
keep getting
very
the
cool.
regulars coming back, which is great.
That's right, Chris. My head is not that large compared to my body. I'm not one of the like big puppy people. No, I don't look. No, that part is an exaggeration for sure.
Yeah, so just so you know, guys, I mean, the video depositions, that one that we heard last night, it will carry on today, but that's only likely to be for no more than 30 minutes, I would say, because we're going to get the Johnny Depp side, who's going to get his opportunity with her, then the final redirect from that hound of a woman, Elaine, and then we get into the live people. So it will probably, I don't know, it might go up to the first break. What do you think? Or we probably get some on. Might even get some of the live on. Yeah.
I hope that the lawyer part doesn't take, talking to the divorce lawyer doesn't take. I want to see the ACLU come forward, because that's the op-ed and that's the money. Like, I want to know which one they're going to address. I want them to address it all, but I want that quicker. Don't you? I mean, I would like that to go quick. We could read the letter. We got the inference already on the testimony, even though we were half asleep. And when we went back and looked at it again, we got what she was saying, the lawyer. So hopefully Johnny's team will be real quick about it, because they are usually, zip, zip, zip. They know, like, if the points are out there, they just redirect them and boom, done.
So I wonder how Elaine's going to script it with the ACLU, because don't forget, the ACLU have been not really on Johnny Depp's side. Let's be honest, they've been totally pro Amber. So even though Johnny Depp's calling them for his witness, you can imagine that the cross exam, they will have already scripted what they're going to say on the cross exam, right?
Exactly.
So
they seem to be on point. They know what they want out there, so they know exactly what they're going to ask. I think Emily Clark would be great for Aquaman too, don't you? I actually saw pictures where somebody actually put her face in the outfit and everything. I think she'd be stunning.
Well, I think I don't know about who did you say? Emily Clark. I think Amelia Clark might be better.
Yeah. Okay, I said the name wrong. You got me. You got me. It's good. Oh, it's going to be one of those days. We're going to play verbal ping pong. Okay. All right. I got my paddle. I'll get ready. I was like, oh.
Weather Red said, "What did you say about my wife, Ranty? LOL. She's 5'10". I said she was an absolute beautiful, stunning supermodel of a lady.
Yes,
that's what I said. Yeah.
Yep.
But if she was 6'10", I might have a problem with that.
I mean,
What's this say? Keep in mind that the ACLU isn't what it used to be even 5 years ago. They've gone way downhill. Depends who they're bringing in. It depends what people are going to testify on behalf of the ACLU, right?
this is true. This is true. Well, Doherty is the one that's coming forward, but we'll see. Yeah. I do agree it's not the same as what it was, but they have different fractions and everything. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Some parts are still strong and other parts are pretty weak. You know. Let's just hope they get refreshed on it and do the right thing and give honest testimony about everything, and we'll see what's going through. Because those emails back and forth from Amber's team and the lawyers on the ACLU are pretty, you know, they're public now. And everybody knows about them. They need to address it. That they knew it was about Johnny. They can't be hiding that they didn't.
So there you go. So this was sent just what 2:42 p.m. What are we at now? 2:46. It was 95,216. Now it's 96,630. That's 1,400 extra signatures in around about 6 minutes or so. That's pretty impressive. Because this had stalled. This remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2 had reached its pinnacle, or so I thought. And this trial has reignited it again. You know, people are flocking over there to get rid of. And this has got to concern Warner Brothers, because they're seeing that 400,000 extra people in the last few days have flocked over there to sign this signature. That's a lot of revenue they're losing if all of those don't go and watch that film and their family members, etc. You know, that's a 10 million hit there, right?
At least, I mean, it's got to be rough for them, and because they decided to stick with her, like they didn't have to go into the second movie with her. You know, with all of this going on, they didn't need to.
I don't feel bad for her anymore. I did for a time when I found out the conditions that she had, but then I thought, well, those conditions don't make her do what she did. You know, they might have explained her behavior in the relationship, but what she did after that, you know, how she went about destroying somebody's life, that's something else. Those conditions do not explain that to me. So unless they can diagnose her with something else, then you know, it could be that she has a whole host of different bloody conditions, right?
It could, you know, it could, but remember that they're looking at her selectively. The doctor that did the analysis is not her doctor, which it shouldn't be, because it should be an outside person that does that kind of an analysis instead of someone working with her daily. And she does see someone regularly, so hopefully she is getting, you know, some kind of counseling and treatment for all of these things. I just know her behaviors would say that she's kind of not when put in a stressful situation.
What have we got now? We've got just 12 minutes to go, guys. 12 minutes to go. I think this is going to be a much happier ending for today, because yesterday was it was good for Johnny Depp. There was a lot of great stuff that was said. The police officer's testimony that said that they didn't see anything well, we got 3 of the 4 police officers, didn't we? Let's be honest.
Right. Well, we don't need the 4th. It's going to be the same, because the actual police footage tells the story. There was no damage. The actual police statements, everyone says they saw no reason, even the second set of officers, to file a report, because there was no physicality that they could see on Amber Heard. She gave no statement. She refused to talk to them, and there didn't seem to be any damage anywhere in the apartment, and they did walk around. Elaine's trying to make it if they didn't do a fine-tooth comb like an expert investigation, when they are looking for a reason to investigate, and they see no reason to investigate. So how are they going to do like all the, you know, put it all full force out there when they already have decided there's not a reason to investigate? She's not coming forward. They see no visible injury to her. They see no damage. Even the people they did talk to are saying everything's fine here. Okay, what are they supposed to go? What did Elaine want them to do? Read minds? Did they want them to put words in their mouths like she does and try to like infer what they mean when they should know when they mean? I don't know. It's insane where she was going with it. It's like they really tried to make an issue of it too, like they weren't doing their jobs.
Mm. Well, they didn't say much about the body cam footage, did they?
No, then weren't she a little silent about that, huh?
Mm.
You know, like where's all the damage? The I would, what is nice is that they're not pulling up, this is the difference between legal manners. You don't see Johnny's side pulling up Amber's deposition and throwing it under their face like every time a video clip goes that's contrary and said, but didn't Amber say that there was wine on the floor? Could you show me the wine on the floor, please? Could you show me the broken this? Could you see it? Do you see it in the video? Oh no, it's not there. It's not there. Oh, I see. Could that be that Miss Heard lied in her deposition? Could that be it? Io Tillett lied in his deposition. Rocky Penting. Could she be said lied? Josh.
Oh, they're all going to get caught out. They're all going to get caught out on that. Mia Mina says, as one of them said, it isn't illegal to argue with your wife.
Right. And work to cry and have red cheeks. That doesn't mean abuse. You cry, you get red cheeks. That doesn't sound abuse. They literally stated that it looked like she was crying, but that's not the reason. And with her looking like she was crying, should she had went forward and asked for a report, she would have got one, because it did look like she was crying. It did look like they had an argument of some types. She was given the opportunity to tell her story. She chose not to. And so they're going to go with that. They're going to, they can't force her.
True. I took that. I took your big image off. You were covering up Amber, literally.
Well, I was doing a service. That was a service to the YouTube.
What it looked like remove Claire from Aquaman 2. That's what it looked like.
It looks like Amber's looking at my butt. You better take me off of there. That gives me the creeps. Like, don't look at me, Amber. don't be looking at me, Amber.
She's looking at your ass. That's what
I
she's
know.
doing.
Well, I can't blame her, but no, Amber, no. Anyway.
I think we're going to get to 2,100,000 before we go live for sure. Sure.
Yeah,
yes.
you're only
100%.
Yeah, you're like 17 away. Like, yep, maybe.
So
DNA and chemical analysis shows the wine spill is really dog wee. Are you serious?
No, they haven't DNA'd it.
No.
They haven't DNA'd
that would be
it.
funny. That would be funny.
There's no way in a million years that's dog piss.
That's a lot, because they had little dogs. That's a lot of, like, that's it. That would take weeks.
That's a lot of piss.
I know that's got to be a joke, because you know that they dumped that bottle of wine that they said Johnny did. They did it. So
yeah, and they sprayed it up the wall. We're going to get the photographs of that at some point. The drips coming down the wall.
Yeah. Now you're talking, Kyle. I wouldn't mind that at all. It's like that would be a better visual. I don't recall.
Yeah, she was funny.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm really looking forward to today. I can't believe they have 9 people down as possible witnesses. I don't think we've had a day that's that productive. I don't think it's possible, actually, to get 9 through.
How many people are going to tune in over all the different people that are streaming this when Amber Heard finally gets to take the stand? How many people are going to tune in for that?
Everyone. Everyone's very invested in this. It's a very, very popular trial. I have never seen anything like it. The amount of people that are covering it, the amount of play it's getting in the media, it's all over Twitter, it's all over Instagram, it's everywhere. It's even in Clubhouse, and all of those kind of apps. It's everywhere. And large, not just like mentions. I mean, trending everywhere. And she's, I don't know. Like, what do you think that testimony is going to be like? Do you think she's going to be all teary and go for sympathy? Or do you think she's going to be like an angry, factual Amber and try to fight back?
By all accounts, her personality, well, you've seen how she was on the deposition, but her personality would suggest that she's going to be all over the place. 1 minute she's going to be upset and low, and then the next she's going to be aggressive and angry. You know, this is what we saw when she was talking about Whitney at the top of the stairs. She
Well,
put that on. She put that on. It was her that did it. that's
Well,
the thing.
I know. Listen, I have a very important question about that, though. Like, this is serious. Will there be Oreos offered for testimony? I mean, maybe she won't even testify. There's no Oreos.
I think somebody will have to take her to one side after this thrashing that Johnny Depp's give her and say, look, you cannot testify. You know, you just can't do it.
Yeah, but she's on both witness lists. They can call her. She has to have a reason if Johnny decides to call her. Although, let's in my humble opinion, I don't think he will, because everything, even now, with everything that she has done to him, he still leans towards protecting her from very uncomfortable positions. He didn't want to make fun of her acting. He didn't want to say certain things that would damage her very much. He is letting the truth be told. Don't get me wrong, but I do see him hesitating on a personal level. He seems to me the kind of person, when he loves, and it doesn't really matter what she does. This is how he felt, and
that's what he was drawing yesterday. What do you think? Who's that person he's drawn?
Could that be her?
Could that be Amber Heard?
He drew that, and he drew these pink people. Like, I think it was yourself maybe even sent me the link to one of the news articles that zeroed in on his sketch pad, and he's got these like dancing weird shaped people, very much like the artwork he does in the Discord that we see, very much like that style. It's good. Well, do you think that's her? Really?
It sure looks like her, or it could be that. It could be Kate.
It could. Well,
I don't know. I can't tell for sure, but my first impression when I saw it was that he'd drawn Amber Heard.
Yeah, we got 3 minutes. Do you think they're coming into the? I wonder what is she going to mimic him again?
What was he wearing yesterday? He's
wearing dark yesterday. He had a gorgeous tie on yesterday. It was grays and reds and very billowy, and I loved it.
Oh, apparently that's
it's
Shannon
Dr. Curry. It's probably Shannon Curry. I agree with you, Robski. If I was going to draw anyone, it would have been Shannon Curry, because that was a home run for Johnny's team. A home run.
Right, I better get this link up ready, hadn't I?
Oh, he was drawing during Shannon's testimony, so it most likely is Dr. Curry. Her hair was up like that, the same as Amber's was the day before, so it could have been. Yeah, Nimrod, that was a great tie. And I agree with you. Dr. Vindaloo is hot. Dr. Vindaloo is hot. Okay. Is that Dr. Curry's new name, Dr. Vindaloo? I don't know. Yeah, that's cute. No, it wasn't King, but he was a good witness too. We've had quite a few. I mean, Isaac, Kate James, for all her weird affect, was an excellent witness as far as the information that got out. When I judge the witnesses, it's based on the information that comes out. It's what points they actually got to prove off the list of what needs to be said. And Kate James had quite a few home runs in there. Don't you agree, Ranty? Yeah?
I do.
One would be that she has seen her many, many times without makeup, full body, not a single scratch on her, never once saw anything happen between the two of them.
So we'll put this on for the time being, and we'll get a better. Well, it's a great feed, but you don't get the subtitles with this, unfortunately.
No, but look at how handsome Johnny looks today. I love him in a lighter suit. Like, he does look nice in all black, but when he wears a little bit lighter, his face just lights up. You get to see him more as him. And he's in a good mood. Look. They're in a good mood.
Well, he knows what's coming today, right? He knows the hammer that's about to drop right now. So I'm not surprised that he's in a good mood.
The attorneys are in a good mood. Okay, we're muted.
All right, good morning. All right, do we have any preliminary matters before we bring the jury out? Okay, good. Okay, that's fine. Which exhibit number is it? 1246? Okay, great. All right, you get the jury. 46. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Depp calls Terrence Dougherty, Dougherty. And for the first part of the deposition, it will be Mr. Depp's counsel asking the questions, and then it will change and we'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you.
So is this the ACLU then? Terrence Dougherty?
Yes, Terrence Dougherty is with the ACLU. So we're not. So I guess the points have been redirected for the lawyer. We don't need to do. That's good. Maybe we
So
do
it's
do 9.
already been deposed.
There you go. So we only have to get through 8. This one will be video though.
Is it a live dep? Is it live?
No,
Or is it a video?
It's listed on the witness list as video.
Okay.
Terrence Dougherty, ACLU representative, is listed as a video deposition.
Well, Johnny looked pretty happy when he walked into court, so he must know what's already on there. He must have already seen the deposition or heard about it.
Well, his lawyers do because they had to do. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But Johnny's he's like, get on with it. I want to see this. They're all like, oh no, we've deleted it. We've deleted it. Oh no.
That is not. No, please. Please, that can't pass. No.
Come on, mate. They can't tech, can they? These people.
Yeah, lawyers aren't known for their tech. He does look so dapper, Mia. I agree with you. He looks quite sharp today. I'm liking this look. The crisp white, the beautiful tie. He's got a vest. Yeah, 3-piece. I like the lighter jacket.
How many objections is Elaine going to do during this? During the, because you always hear them objection, but they still have to answer.
That's Johnny's lawyers making the side bet on how many objections Elaine will have by the end of the day.
360 Riverside Drive.
Good morning, Mr. Dougherty. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Terrence Dougherty.
What is your address?
360 Riverside Drive, New York, New York, 10025. I went to Oberlin College. I got a BA there, and with the majors in history and in English, and I studied viola da gamba performance at the Oberlin Conservatory. I then took 4 years. 4 years after I graduated, I went to Columbia Law School.
In what year did you receive your BA from Oberlin?
1991.
And what did you do in the 4 years between your graduation from Oberlin and going to law school?
I was a kindergarten teacher in the South Bronx at a homeless shelter for a few years. And then I did freelance editing work for an academic press named Routledge, and simultaneously was the writer, research assistant to feminist cultural critic Bell Hooks.
And remind me, sir, where you went to law school?
Columbia.
Did you receive your JD from Columbia?
I did.
In what year was that?
1998.
Having received a JD from Columbia, I take it you know what a statute of limitations is. Is that correct?
Correct.
After receiving your JD from Columbia, what did you do in terms of your professional life?
I worked at Fried, Frank, Harris, Shriver, and Jacobson for about 4 years, 3.5, 4 years. I was in their tax department. And after that, I went to work at Patterson Belknap. And I was also in the tax department there, but worked on primarily with their exempt organization clients. Patterson has a large exempt organization client practice.
Is it fair to say that you worked for Mr. Schwartz's firm, Patterson Belknap, from about 2002 until about 2005?
That's exactly right.
Did there come a time you left Patterson Belknap to work for the ACLU Foundation?
Correct.
At the time you left, was the ACLU a client of Patterson Belknap?
Yes.
And it continues to be a client until the present day, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Was there any time between 2005 and today where Patterson Belknap ceased to be a client of the ACLU?
No. You mean where the ACLU ceased to be a client of Patterson, right?
Yes, thank you for that correction.
Yeah, no, we've been a client the whole time. Not always with active matters, of course, but a client the whole time.
In what capacity did you start at the ACLU Foundation in 2005?
I was the ACLU's first in-house lawyer. My title was Senior Corporate Counsel.
What were your responsibilities generally when you began as Senior Corporate Counsel at the ACLU Foundation?
My role was to serve as the organization's in-house lawyer and to assess what the needs were for an in-house counsel department or practice at the ACLU.
And I take it you have continued to work as a lawyer at the ACLU on an uninterrupted basis from 2005 to the current day?
Correct. My title changed relatively soon after 2005. In either 2006 or early 2007, my title was changed to General Counsel.
Is that still your title today?
It's part of my title. I'm General Counsel and I'm also Chief Operating Officer.
To whom do you report?
I report to Anthony Romero, the Executive Director, Chief Executive Officer.
So that's a direct report. There's no intermediary between the two of you, correct?
Yeah, direct report.
Sitting here today, do you know how much money Ms. Heard has actually donated to the ACLU, actually remitted to the ACLU?
Yes, I do.
How much is that?
So when you say remitted, do you mean direct payments from her personally, or do you mean payments on her behalf, or payments from a donor advised fund that she might have set up, or are you?
We can break it down. Let's first, from how much has Ms. Heard paid directly to the ACLU?
That would be $350,000 paid directly.
How much has been paid indirectly and credited to Ms. Heard?
There was $100,000, which was a check from Johnny Depp. There was a $500,000 payment from a donor-advised fund at Vanguard. And then there was a $350,000 payment that appears to be from a donor-advised fund at Fidelity, making it total $1.2 million.
And when you speak of credited toward Amber Heard, to what are you referring?
And I think I might have done the math wrong. Let me just do the math in my head. It's 700, 800 plus the 5. I think 1.3 is the amount. We received a check from for the $100,000 payment. We received a check from Johnny Depp's representatives, and it was said to be a payment in connection with on behalf of Amber Heard. She confirmed that. The $500,000 payment from Vanguard Charitable, she confirmed was a payment on her behalf, and the $350,000 payment as well.
When you say credited toward her, what does that mean?
Well, she had, when we initially had contact with Amber Heard in 2016, she indicated her desire to pay $3.5 million to the ACLU. And that was, and these were amounts that were in relation to that, her having expressed that that's what she wanted to pay to the ACLU.
So it's fair to say that she has not donated $3.5 million as of today to the ACLU, true?
True.
When you say that Mr. Depp, our client, donated $100,000 to be credited toward Amber Heard, did the ACLU in fact credit that $100,000 toward the $3.5 million Ms. Heard promised to donate to the ACLU?
We do credit it.
Did Ms. Heard direct you to credit it to her account, as it were?
We asked Ms. Heard if we should credit it, and she said that we should.
With what person or entity is Vanguard Charitable associated?
So Vanguard Charitable is a nonprofit that Vanguard, the financial institution, has set up that provides for a wide variety of donor-advised funds for individuals to use for their charitable giving. So there are thousands of Vanguard Charitable donor-advised funds. If you were asking specifically about the one that we received the $500,000 contribution from, we believe that that is a donor-advised fund that was set up by Elon Musk.
Who is Elon Musk?
He's a tech entrepreneur.
Wow.
Is he also a donor to the ACLU Foundation in his own right?
Yes.
But it's your testimony that as to the $500,000 that came from Vanguard Charitable, that was associated with Elon Musk, correct?
We believe so, but it is not conclusive.
Did the ACLU have any communications with Elon Musk about the $500,000 contribution?
Yes.
And please describe those communications.
There is a document that we produced that Elon Musk emails Anthony Romero regarding the $500,000 contribution.
What did Ms. Heard tell Mr. Romero or the ACLU about her donation and how much she was going to contribute?
There were communications back and forth between the ACLU and Ms. Heard, including a thank you acknowledgement letter that was sent under Mr. Romero's name to Ms. Heard, thanking her for the $350,000 contribution, noting that that it was part of her intention to make a $3.5 million contribution to the ACLU, and Mr. Romero attached to that communication a standard ACLU pledge form and so that was the communication. We were aware very early on that her intention to contribute the $3.5 million to us was half of her $7 million divorce proceedings. I don't recall which specific communication with us gave us that knowledge.
What, if any, understanding did the ACLU have prior to the publication of the op-ed about Ms. Heard's plans to dispose of the other half of the $7 million settlement, or the other $3.5 million?
Yes, we understood that the other $3.5 million, the other half, was going to a children's hospital in Los Angeles.
When did the first donation, the $350,000 from Ms. Heard, actually arrive at the ACLU?
It was very soon after the communication between Elon Musk and Anthony, and I believe that it was that communication was in August of 2016, and it was shortly thereafter.
Please describe your conversations with Ms. Weitz.
I asked Ms. Weitz whether it was her decision to ask Ms. Heard to be an ACLU ambassador, and she indicated that it was. I asked Ms. Weitz to describe what are the criteria for, sorry, a calendar thing popped up. What are the criteria for asking for becoming an ACLU ambassador? And what were the reasons why she thought that Ms. Heard would be an appropriate ACLU ambassador?
How did Ms. Weitz respond?
She said that ACLU ambassadors are people who are artists or influencers that are aligned with one or two ACLU policy issues. And the criteria for determining whether somebody can be an ambassador is that they have prior expertise in that policy area, that they can speak in detail about the area, that they are aligned with the ACLU's policy views of the area, and that they have significant following so that their communications to the public that we support reach a wide variety of people.
Of those criteria, which did Ms. Weitz identify as the most important, if any?
I don't think there's any that she did not identify any as the most important.
What, if anything, did Ms. Weitz tell you about Ms. Heard's expertise in women's rights?
Ms. Weitz said that she had arranged a meeting between Ms. Heard and representatives of our Women's Rights Project and our Reproductive Freedom Project. And Ms. Heard spoke with such clarity and expertise on issues of gender-based violence that she decided that she would be an appropriate person to ask to become an ACLU ambassador, and she did so.
What, if anything, did Ms. Whites tell you about Ms. Heard's significant following?
Ms. Heard, Ms. Whites said that she looked at Ms. Heard's social media.
Anything else?
No, not that she said to me.
All right, let's look to topic 6. What, if anything, did you do to prepare to testify about your role, the ACLU's role in the conception, preparation, drafting, or publication of the op-ed?
I reviewed the documents that we produced. I had 3 meetings with our lawyers. I spoke with Ms. Whites and Mr. Romero.
Please describe your discussions with Ms. Whites.
I asked Ms. Whites whether she was involved and what her involvement was with respect to the conception, preparation, drafting, and our publication of the op-ed. And she indicated that because of her role as our Director of Artistic Engagement, she was involved in all aspects of the conception, preparation, drafting, and publication, and that the other members of the communications department who worked on this, even though they didn't necessarily report to her in terms of our hierarchy, they reported to her in terms of this specific task. She was the person who was the director of this project.
Did Ms. Whites tell you that she participated in the drafting of the op-ed?
Yes.
Other than Ms. Whites, were there any other lawyers at the ACLU involved in the drafting of the op-ed?
Ms. Whites is not a lawyer. So were there lawyers involved in the drafting of the op-ed? I believe it was the drafting of the op-ed was all done within the communications department.
What is Ms. Whites' academic background?
I don't know her academic background.
Was any ACLU lawyer, and I mean in-house lawyer, involved in the drafting of the op-ed?
I believe the answer is yes. I believe that there are documents that support back and forth between support for the op-ed, but I don't recall.
Sitting here today, do you know how many ACLU lawyers were involved in the drafting of the op-ed?
No, I don't.
Were there any ACLU lawyers involved in the reviewing of the op-ed before it was submitted to the Washington Post?
Yes, there were.
How many?
I think there were 4.
Were you one of the 4?
No, I was not one of the 4. And to be clear, when what I was referring to were people in our legal department who are experts on women's rights issues. There was nobody from neither I nor anybody on my in-house counsel team was involved in the drafting of the op-ed or the review of the op-ed.
Why not?
We were not involved. We were not brought into the loop. I don't know why.
Is it fair to say that the ACLU didn't think there were any potential legal implications to the ACLU involved in the publication of the op-ed?
I have not spoken with any of the lawyers in the legal department about whether they thought it would be necessary to involve any member of my in-house counsel team in the review of the op-ed.
Who were the 4 attorneys in-house at the ACLU who were involved in reviewing the op-ed before it was submitted to the Washington Post?
Okay, so I was referring to people in the legal department, not the in-house counsel's office, the legal department who do our work, our civil liberties litigation and advising on legal issues relating to civil liberties. And I believe that the op-ed, the 4, was reviewed by Lenora Lapidus, David Cole, I believe Louise Melling was involved. And there may have also been a fellow that was involved in reviewing it. These are all, there are a number of back and forth emails that we produced that will indicate specifically who those people were.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 2, please.
Yes, sir, stand by.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
These are conversations within the ACLU communications department about Ms. Heard donations to the ACLU and the possible engagement of that issue as a communications matter for the ACLU.
Mr. Doherty, if we could start in the email in the middle of the first page of Exhibit 2.
The middle of the first page. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Who is Stacy Sullivan?
Stacy Sullivan was a senior person in our communications department.
Is she still at the ACLU?
No.
When did she leave?
I don't recall the date.
Who is Stephen Smith?
Stephen Smith, at the time, was our Associate Director for Strategic Communications. Now he is the Deputy Communications Director.
And I believe you testified earlier that Mr. Romero first came to learn about this through Elon Musk. Is that right?
Correct.
Tell us exactly who ACLU Media is. You said it's
an email account that is monitored by members of the communication staff so that when media inquiries come in, rather than them going to a specific individual in the communications department who could be working on something else or on leave, it goes to a central email account that is then monitored and emails within it are directed to the appropriate people.
Who's Sandra?
I assume that is Sandra Park, who is a lawyer in our Women's Rights Project.
Was Ms. Park involved in the op-ed in any way, either reviewing or approving?
I believe she was.
And that coverage is good for the ACLU, correct?
Yes.
And the press coverage, among other things, enabled the ACLU to promote its work helping victims of domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Specifically, how does the ACLU record donations?
We record donations in our donor database. It's referred in the trade as a CRM, a constituent record management system. And at this time, our CRM was a company called PIDI. At this point, our CRM is with Salesforce.
Is there anyone at the ACLU who interacts or who interacted with PIDI?
There are many members of our development department that interacted with PIDI with respect to the functioning support of that system and the vendor relationship. And I'm not sure if you're asking this, but then there are a number of people in the development department who can input donor information into this database. I don't see them as having interaction with PIDI, but it's with our database.
What type of information is input?
It's very broad. The names, address, contact information, donations, prior history with donations, issues that they are particularly interested in. It's also differs depending on the nature of the donor. If somebody gives a $50 annual donation, that is recorded. If somebody is a $3 million a year donor to the ACLU, a different level of information is recorded in the system.
If someone makes a donation on behalf of another person or to be credited to another person, how is that recorded by the ACLU?
It is reported as such, as relating to, but there's many different ways that could somebody could give on behalf of somebody else. People can make a gift in honor of somebody else. People can make a gift in order to fulfill someone else's pledge. People can make a gift. A donor may help bring another donor to the ACLU. All of that information is recorded in our systems.
Can a donor earmark his or her donation for a particular purpose?
Absolutely.
After Ms. Heard announced her donation to the ACLU, what specifically did the ACLU do to document that donation?
Well, we sent out a note to Amber thanking her for the donation. That is likely the contribution acknowledgement letter that Mimi is referring to. And that information was kept in our files. And the information regarding Ms. Heard was recorded in our Salesforce, or at the time, PIDI database.
At the time the ACLU sent Ms. Heard the acknowledgement letter, was it the ACLU's expectation that the $3.5 million would be paid by Ms. Heard in all at once in a lump sum?
No, I do not believe it was. I believe that we believed that it would, based on the Elon Musk email, we thought that it might be, that it was intended to be over a 10-year period, although that was never specifically confirmed.
Well, that's interesting. What email are you referring to?
I believe that the first email from Elon Musk to Anthony Romero said that it was over a 10-year period.
Anything else to make the ACLU believe that Ms. Heard was not paying the money right away out of her divorce settlement with Mr. Depp?
Anthony, in his communications with Ms. Heard, referred to the amount as a pledge, and a pledge is generally what a pledge means is that the amount is not necessarily paid all at once. It's pledged to the organization rather than just sending a check. There's some kind of varying levels of commitment made to give amounts over a period of time, which is, excuse me, useful for the charity to know so that it can make future projections as to income.
Mr. Doherty, who, if anyone at the ACLU, was assigned to handle or track Ms. Heard's donation?
That would have been two different people, depending on what you mean by track. There is a person in our leadership gifts department, which is the department that deals with high-level donors. His name is John Moresco, and his role is to, in addition to facilitating, maintaining the relationship with those donors, is to oversee the back and forth with those donors for annual giving. So in this case, that would include Ms. Heard's gifts to the ACLU. And then there's a second group within the development department that is the team that maintains the overall donor database, the then PIDI, now Salesforce database.
Okay, was Exhibit 9 prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
It's not back up on the screen yet. Okay, here it is. Yes, it was.
Is it maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Were these emails, to your knowledge, prepared contemporaneously with people having knowledge of the contents?
Correct.
Okay, if we could please move ahead to Exhibit 11.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Okay, I see it.
Mr. Doherty, you've ever seen this document before?
I have.
Is this one of the documents that you reviewed in preparation for your deposition today?
Yes.
Was this prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared by Mr. Romero contemporaneously on or about September 19th, 2016?
It was prepared by someone in our development department who I believe to be Mimi Clara, but yes, to the rest of your question.
Does Romero have knowledge of the contents of this letter that he signed?
Yes.
So he states to Ms. Heard, thank you for your wonderful gift of $350,000 to the ACLU, the first installment of your very generous pledge of $3.5 million. You see that?
Yes.
So as of September 9th, 2016, Ms. Heard had actually donated only $350,000, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you would please turn to the next page. I believe you referred to this before, but if you could just clear it up for the record. Have you ever seen this page before? And it's called Pledge Form, Page number ACLU 3033.
Yes, I have.
What is it?
This is a document that is used, well, in the generic document is one that is used regularly by the development department. This one in particular is branded in connection with our 100th year anniversary, but that's just a branding thing. What the form is a form for people who are making pledges to the ACLU to document that that promise in a form like this. When a form like this is filled out, we see that as that documents the full amount that they intend to contribute and the time period over which those gifts are going to be made.
And is it your understanding, sir, that this pledge form and the two documents after it, ACLU 3034 and 3035, were in fact attached to the letter Mr. Romero sent Ms. Heard on September 9, 2016?
Yes.
And who prepared this ACLU 3033, the pledge form?
I believe that, well, it was somebody in our development department. I don't know whether it was Mimi Clara or John Moresco or someone else, but it was somebody who was preparing it in connection with the preparation of the tax acknowledgement letter.
There's a reference on top of the pledge form, Amber Heard, care of Pierce O'Donnell, Greenberg, Glusker, and then there's some other names. Do you know what the firm Greenberg, Glusker had to do with Amber Heard?
No.
And you have no idea why it was sent to Ms. Heard, care of Mr. O'Donnell at Greenberg, Glusker?
I expect that it is the case that, well, many of our significant donors have representatives that we work directly with on technical things such as a pledge form.
Okay. And directing your attention to the next page that was attached to Mr. Romero's letter, it also says pledge form, but it has some columns.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that this is a proposed schedule for payment of the remaining $3.5 million donation?
That is what it is.
And do you know that who came up with this proposed schedule?
I don't know who prepared this form and don't know who told the person who prepared this form to do the gift payment schedule in this way.
Did you see at the bottom of that page, ACLU 3034, part of Exhibit 11, that there is a signature line?
Correct. Yes, I do.
Did Ms. Heard ever sign this pledge schedule?
No.
Did anyone at Greenberg, Glusker, or anyone else on behalf of Ms. Heard ever sign this form?
No.
Why not?
I don't know the answer.
Did Ms. Heard ever agree to any schedule for the payment of her $3.5 million donation?
There are documents that we produced that point to Ms. Heard being aware of this as a multi-year commitment, including the Elon Musk email to Anthony and back and forth between Anthony and Amber on an annual basis about her, about this gift.
My question was actually a simple one. Did Ms. Heard ever agree to any schedule for the payment of the remainder of the $3.5 million donation?
I don't recall her having seeing anything where she agreed to a 10-year schedule like this.
Let's go now, please, back to Exhibit 10.
Sir, stand by.
Okay. Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this exhibit, Exhibit 10, before?
I have.
What is it?
This is an email exchange that includes Anthony Romero, our Director of Development, Mark Weir, the Executive Director of our Southern California affiliate, which encompasses LA, and me, regarding the check that we received from Johnny Depp's representatives in the amount of $100,000.
Was Exhibit 10 prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it maintained by the ACLU in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes.
Were these emails prepared contemporaneously by people having knowledge of the content?
Yes.
Okay, let's move please to the second page of the exhibit. The email from Hector Villagra to Anthony Romero dated August 25, 2016 at 12:44 p.m. Do you see that?
12.
At the bottom of this page.
Oh, the bottom of this page?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yep, 12:44. Yes.
Is Anthony Romero?
Yes.
And who is Hector Villagra?
Hector is the executive director of the ACLU of Southern California.
And you see where he informs Mr. Romero, the actual check is for Mr. Depp, care of his CPA, and handwritten on the check, it says donation being made in the name of Amber Heard. So I think you've testified that the ACLU in fact received a $100,000 check from Johnny Depp, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why Mr. Depp asked that it be credited to the name of Amber Heard?
No, I don't.
Mr. Villagra tells Mr. Romero that he has been designated, or that he has been the point person. What does that mean?
Hold on, let me just find that.
It's at the very end of the exhibit on the next page.
Oh, okay. My staff let me know that you have been the point person. Yes, Hector is saying that Anthony was the main person with the relationship with Amber as a donor.
And why was Mr. Romero the point person?
Mr. Romero is one of our most significant fundraisers at the organization, and he has a specific portfolio of donors that he and his team, such as John Moresco, support.
And do you see, going back to the second page of the exhibit, Mr. Romero's response to Mr. Villagra copied to Mark Weir that same day, or strike that on August 25th? Do you see that?
I do.
Now let's move back to the first page. And do you see the email from Mark Weiler to Hector Villagra, copied to Mimi Clara, on or about August 25th at 11:12 a.m.?
Yes.
So he says, just spoke with Anthony, strike that. Just spoke with Anthony, who just got off the phone with Elon Musk. And Anthony refers to Anthony Romero, correct?
Correct.
Why was Mr. Romero discussing the Heard donation with Elon Musk?
My understanding is that Anthony reached out to Elon Musk because he had a prior relationship with Elon Musk, and Elon Musk was the person who first contacted Anthony about the donation, about a donation from Amber.
And wasn't Mr. Romero specifically asking him about Mr. Depp's donation of $100,000?
That's how I read this email, yes.
And if you look down, just below that, the email from Mr. Villagra to Mark Weir, and he says, got it, we will hold the check. That's a reference to the ACLU's holding the check from Johnny Depp, correct?
That's how I read this.
Okay, so now moving back up to that email from Mr. Weiler to Mr. Villagra, copied to Mimi Clara, he says, we're going to draft an email from Anthony to Amber explaining the situation and asking for her advice. What does he mean there?
I take that to mean that we wanted to hear from Amber regarding whether this gift was attributable to the amounts that she wanted to contribute to the ACLU.
Did the ACLU in fact reach out to Ms. Heard about Mr. Depp's $100,000 donation?
Yes, there are documents that we produced that show a back and forth on that point between Anthony and Ms. Heard.
And Mr. Weiler, or Mr. Weir, writes, I'll keep you in the loop, but definitely hold the check until we get clearance from Amber. Why would the ACLU need clearance from Amber Heard before it accepted a $100,000 donation from Johnny Depp?
My understanding of this is that we wanted to know whether this, before we cashed this check, whether it was in relation to the Amber Heard desire to contribute to the ACLU as opposed to a separate desire by Johnny Depp to contribute to us individually. And in fact, the communication from Johnny Depp's representative said that it was in connection with Amber Heard. So we wanted to clarify what was going on.
So moving to the email directly above that from Hector Villagra to Mark Weir. He says, we have more folks than I knew who followed TMZ. Here's their latest report. Amber Heard calls BS on Johnny's charity donation. Now you owe double. What's that a reference to?
I don't really know specifically, other than to say that this is more indication that we were unclear of whether the Johnny Depp gift would count toward the amounts that Amber said she wanted to contribute to the ACLU.
And then directing your attention to the top email in Exhibit 10, Mr. Weir responds, she's calling Johnny out on the $14 million in the press. What does that refer to?
I don't know. I'm not aware of how 14 million plays into any of this.
Okay, let's move ahead to Exhibit 12, please. Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Just making it larger. Yes, I have.
And what is it?
This is Amber confirming that we can cash Mr. Depp's check.
And did Ms. Heard, in fact, send this to Mr. Romero on or about October 17th, 2016?
Yes.
And is this a document that was created in the was maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
And it's true that the ACLU ultimately deposited Mr. Depp's check for $100,000, correct?
Correct.
Did the ACLU credit the $100,000 paid by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledge or donation?
We do credit that $100,000 amount toward the toward Amber Heard's charitable giving to the ACLU.
Where, if at all, is that credit reflected in the ACLU's records?
There are documents that we produced that show the fact that this was considered part of Amber Heard's charitable giving to the ACLU.
After the ACLU received Ms. Heard's initial $350,000 payment, it received press inquiries about the Heard donation, correct?
Correct.
How many?
Oh, I don't know the specific number, sorry.
Was this document, Exhibit 20, maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business contemporaneously by people having knowledge of the contents?
Yes.
On what date was Ms. Heard appointed an ACLU ambassador?
It was in October of 2018.
Okay, let's move ahead, please, to Exhibit 22. Did the ACLU ever issue a press release regarding the Vanguard $500,000 contribution?
I don't believe we ever issued a press release in 2017 regarding Amber Heard's donations to the ACLU.
Why not?
We received an email from Amber that is in the documents that says that we don't need to do this. We shouldn't do this. This press release.
Let's go to 24, please.
Stand by.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document, Exhibit 24, before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is Anthony in his email to the one we just saw said that his comms people were going to be reaching out to Amber's people. And so Steve then starts that process, and Amber then Amber responds and says that she's no longer working with Pierce and introduces Steve to her new lawyer, Eric George. And she indicates that she has a concern about issuing a press statement.
Is this document maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
And was it prepared contemporaneously by people having knowledge of its contents?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to the email at the top of the page. You see the email at the top of the page from Ms. Heard to Jody Gottlieb and others dated July 6, 2017?
I do.
Have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is Amber letting Steve know that she's no longer working with Pierce, but instead working with a new lawyer, and indicating to Steve that she is going to be talking with her PR team about whether, about issuing a press statement about her 2017, issuing a press statement about her 2017 gift.
And directing your attention, she writes, their concern is that the press could potentially spin the fact that this is an installment and not the entire lump sum, as you well know, isn't possible due to the structure of the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement is a reference to the settlement agreement between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard of their divorce, correct?
I read that to reference to the settlement agreement to be the settlement agreement between Heard and Depp, but I don't have any independent knowledge of that.
What was the basis of your belief that she was going to pay you every year?
The original communications and her response to us when we reached out to her, and she indicated, on a number of occasions that this was something that she was going to be looking into.
But she didn't do it, did she?
What we did receive was the $500,000 Vanguard charitable contribution, and then the next year, the $350,000 contribution.
She didn't pay you on an annual basis, did she?
Yes, we didn't receive any amounts in 2019 and on.
Let's move up to the middle email on the page. Mr. Weir to Steve Smith. Thanks, Steve. Her gift is technically unrestricted, but it is weighted towards women's rights issues. What does that mean?
What that means is that there's a particular type of gift that is legally restricted for a specific purpose, and that could be that the restriction could be done in a number of ways. That was not done in this situation, but nonetheless, the intention in making gifts to the ACLU was to support that work. So there's that subtle distinction, and this is not an uncommon one at the ACLU.
After the Vanguard payment of $500,000 in July 2017, what, if any, payments did Ms. Heard make to the ACLU?
There was one more payment of $350,000 that came from Fidelity Charitable. So it looked to be from a donor-advised fund at Fidelity.
And when was that donor-advised Fidelity payment made?
In 2018.
So that.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, we have a document that we produced that shows the contributions that we've received from Fidelity Charitable and the timing for each of those. One of which includes includes the Amber Heard 350.
Okay, if we could please move to Exhibit 39. Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 39. Have you ever seen this document before?
Hold on, can we get the bait stamp number, please?
It is 3037 ACLU.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm directing your attention to the penultimate entry on that page.
Yes,
There appears to be a reference. Well, first of all, have you ever seen this document before?
I have.
And what is it?
This is a document that we created that lists the contributions made to the ACLU on a specific date, December 11, 2018, that came from the online at Fidelity Charitable account.
And is this document maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
The information in this is maintained in the ordinary course of this business. We created this document in response to the discovery requests.
And does it truthfully and accurately reflect the donations made to the ACLU online on or about December 11th, 2018?
I believe that it does. It is a document that I believe our development department pulled information from Salesforce, our current CRM, into an Excel, and that's what this is.
So directing your attention to the penultimate entry on this page said $350,000 designation, donation from Amber Heard.
Mm-hmm.
What does that refer to?
What that refers to is that since the giving account are the names of the Fidelity Charitable Donor Advised Funds, which is the column in the right, this one is designated as anonymous, meaning that the person who set up the donor advised fund, in this case, I believe Amber, wanted it to be an anonymous donor advised fund. So that it would be within her discretion to decide which gifts were that she recommended were her recommendations or not. And so we put into this special purpose category, we marked that this was a donation from Amber Heard, meaning a recommendation from her to make a contribution from her donor advised fund.
So this is an anonymous donation for someone in Amber Heard's name, correct?
It is anonymous to when this donor advised fund was set up, it was determined that that the gifts would presumptively be anonymous unless she were to recommend to state otherwise.
And did she ever state otherwise?
We believed that this was that she indicated that this was her $350,000 gift, and that's why we put into the column that this was a donation recommended by her from her donor advised fund.
But the money did not come from her, correct?
The money went from her to her donor advised fund, and then she recommended that the funds be paid from Fidelity to us. So
What-
the amount that $350 we received did not come from her directly. It came from what we believe to be her donor advised fund at Fidelity that she
What-
set up.
What basis, other than Ms. Heard's telling you, does the ACLU have for the proposition that Ms. Heard paid the money to Fidelity before it came and was given to the ACLU?
What we have is what she told us, which is how donor advised funds that are anonymous work. The only thing that we legally needed to know was that this came from the Fidelity charitable, and that's the kind of reporting that we would do on this. For example, if we were reporting on this gift in our tax filings or anything like that, we then, our donors who have donor advised funds, they then let us know that they made that recommendation, and we then credit it to them as being associated with their giving to us in our CRM.
Well, Mr. Doherty, I didn't ask you what the ACLU was legally required to do. I asked you what, if anything, the ACLU did to investigate whether, in fact, Ms. Heard provided the funds to Fidelity. And your answer is nothing, right?
Go ahead.
I don't believe there was anything else. I don't know what else we would have gotten.
So just so the record is clear, the ACLU relied only on Ms. Heard, that she was the ultimate source of the Fidelity funds, correct?
Yes.
Because you've already testified that Ms. Heard was not the original source of the funds for the $500,000 Vanguard contribution, correct?
We received that $500,000 from Vanguard, their 501c3, not from any other person.
Right, but Vanguard was associated with Mr. Musk, true?
We believe that to be the case, yes.
Okay. So after this December 2018 donation, has Ms. Heard made any donations directly or indirectly to the ACLU?
No, those are the four contributions, the four that we've discussed.
Well, we're almost 3 years since her last contribution. What, if any, efforts has the ACLU made to get Amber Heard to pay?
We reached out to Ms. Heard. We reached out to Ms. Heard starting in 2019 for the next installment of her giving, and we learned that she was having financial difficulties.
Well, let's unpack that. So when in 2019 did the ACLU reach out to Ms. Heard about making her promised contributions?
I don't recall the date, but there is a document that we produced that was an email from Anthony to Amber about this in 2019.
Okay, let's move ahead to Exhibit 67, please. Have you seen these documents, these attachments before?
Yes, I've seen these.
Okay, and we'll just go through them one by one if you don't mind.
Sure.
If you look at Bates number 4673, it says $350,000, December 11th, 2018. What is that?
I believe this tracks with the Excel spreadsheet that we looked at just a few moments ago that talks about online giving through the Fidelity Charitable Fund. And whereas the prior one listed all of the December 11th, 2018 gifts, this one lists the $350,000 gift from the Amber's donor advised fund.
Moving to the next page, it says designation donor from Amber Heard. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does designation mean?
So this was the column in Salesforce that allows us to include additional information about gifts, in particular whether they are restricted in a certain way. And so that's why the term designation is used. And here, I think we filled into that designation field the information that we knew to be the case, which was that this was a recommendation from Amber Heard's donor advised fund.
Okay, now if you move to the next page, 4675, there's just one word on that, and it's anonymous. Do you know what that means?
This corresponds to the column of that same spreadsheet that listed the names of the donor advised funds that individuals set up at Fidelity, and that the name of the Amber one was anonymous.
Now, when Ms. Heard made her direct payment, her first contribution of $350,000, that was not designated as anonymous, wasn't it? Was it?
That was not a gift from a donor advised fund, so there weren't those columns for us to fill out. It was just a gift to the ACLU. And I do believe that in Anthony's acknowledgement letter to that included the pledge form that wasn't signed, he included a question about anonymity and whether we could list her as a donor in our annual report. So that was our first connection with her. So, we weren't sure whether her giving would be anonymous or not.
Well, the first donation wasn't anonymous, correct?
No, because it was not anonymous. But what I'm saying here is that this is the name. I believe this is the name of her donor advised fund at Fidelity. And the first time she gave us a gift, I think it came right out of her own, banking accounts.
Right. And between the time Ms. Heard made her first donation of $350,000 directly, which is attributed directly to her, and the time this anonymous donation comes in, did anybody at the ACLU have any discussion with Ms. Heard as to whether she wanted anonymity?
I don't believe she did.
Okay, if you could move ahead, please, to page number 4678.
Yes.
Have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the document that Vanguard Charitable, so Vanguard's 501c3 nonprofit, uses when someone makes a recommendation from a Vanguard Charitable donor advised fund to give an amount to a charity. And they then send this letter saying that they, Vanguard, are giving this amount to the charity. And it describes whether, this is the document that would describe whether or not the donor wants to be anonymous or even wants to indicate to us who they are.
And this is the Vanguard contribution about which you testified earlier, correct?
Correct.
Let's move ahead, please, to 4679, which is the next page.
Yes.
And have you ever seen this document before?
I have.
And is this one of the documents that you reviewed in the context of preparing for this deposition?
Yes.
And directing your attention to the middle of the page, it says remark from Amber Heard. What does that signify?
I'm sorry, I'm counting the 3 seconds. This is a record of a wire into our accounts at JP Morgan Chase in the amount of $350,000 from Amber Heard's account
And
at
this was
City National Bank.
And this was her first contribution, correct?
Yes, this is the 2016 August contribution.
Okay, and if you could move ahead, please, to the next page, ACLU 4680. Have you ever seen this document before?
I have.
What is it?
This is the original email from Elon to Amber and Anthony describing her plan to donate to the ACLU over the next 10 years and her support for our work, and that she wasn't restricting the gift. She just had a preference about the use of the funds, and that Anthony would forward her the wiring instructions, and then he did so, and then the $350,000 was wired, as we saw in that last JP Morgan Chase ACLU bank account wire record. And so Anthony let Amber know that we received it.
Okay, so let's unpack that a little bit. So the email in the middle of the page was an email sent to Mr. Romero from Elon Musk on or about August 18th, 2016 at 1:14 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And he says, Amber, I described your plan to donate $3.5 million to the ACLU over the next 10 years, as you very much believe in what they are doing. You see that?
Yes.
Why was Ms. Heard, or strike that, why was Mr. Musk representing this on behalf of Ms. Heard?
I don't know the answer to that question, but assume it's because of Elon's prior relationship with Anthony and that he indicated, I will make that introduction for you.
He is representing that Ms. Heard's plan was to donate $3.5 million over the next 10 years. Is that correct?
Correct, that was her plan.
Did Ms. Heard ever say in words or substance that Mr. Musk was not correct and that wasn't her plan?
I do not believe she ever said that.
So she never refuted Mr. Musk's representation that she was going to pay the full $3.5 million, correct?
It isn't the case that she didn't object to that she was going to pay the 3.5. It's just that she didn't object that that was her plan as of August 18th, 2016.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Let's move to the next page, which is 4681.
Yes.
And you see at the top it says Salesforce screenshot. Would you remind us, please, what Salesforce is?
It's our current CRM, our constituent record management system, which is where we store all the information we have about our donors. We call it our donor database.
And I believe that we've seen a version of this in an email from Mr. Moresco, correct?
I do recall that this this is part of documents that we produced.
Okay, well, let's start from the bottom up.
Sure.
If you look at the bottom entry in the column, it had the entry that has a close date 8/19/2016, completed $350,000. What does that mean?
That's a record of her $350,000 contribution to us.
And you see the designation, the giving name pledge payment?
I do.
And what does that refer to?
That this was in connection with her overall plan to make a contribution to us of $3.5 million.
Okay, now let's move up to the entry in the middle of the chart. It says Ms. Amber Heard soft credit 2017, close date June 12, 2017, completed $500,000. What does that mean?
That's the record of the Vanguard charitable contribution in 2017.
Why does it say soft credit instead of pledge payment?
Because it didn't come directly from Amber. It came from the Vanguard Charitable Trust, charitable fund. And we wanted to continue to associate it, though, with Amber in our donor database.
Is it customary for the ACLU to make distinctions between hard donations, that is coming directly from the donor, and donations made by others in the donor's name?
It's extremely important for us to understand whether funds came directly to us from a donor, from a donor's donor advised fund, or from another donor altogether. That's all very helpful information to us as we think through our fundraising program.
So, but my question was, is it common practice? And it sounds like it is common practice because you say it's important, correct?
Yeah, I believe it's a common practice.
Okay, and then let's look at the top entry in the chart.
Yes,
This is for the December 2018 payment, and I believe you testified this is the last payment Ms. Heard has made, correct?
correct.
And it says Ms. Amber Heard donation 2018 payment. What does this signify?
This relates to the 2018 $350,000 gift that we got, which I believe came from Amber's donor advised fund at Fidelity.
Okay, and let's close this out by looking at 4682. Purports to be an email from Liz Fitzgerald to Jonathan Moresco. Who is Liz Fitzgerald?
Liz Fitzgerald's then title was Director of Special Gifts, but her current title is the Director of Development. She's the number 2 in our development department. She reports directly to Mark Weir. And even then, as Director of Special Gifts, she reported directly to Mark Weir.
All right, and with respect to Exhibit 67, the attachments that we've described, were they created in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
The only one that I would not say was in our ordinary course of business is number 4681, in that this was created in connection with a discussion with Amber Heard's attorneys about Amber's donations to the ACLU.
But all of the other documents in this exhibit were created in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct. And even this one came from our donor database, which is something that we keep in the ordinary course of our business.
And it's your testimony sitting here today that the information depicted on ACLU 4681 is accurate and reflects the accounting records kept in the ACLU's ordinary course of business, correct?
It is correct that we received the 350, the 500, and the 350, and that we associated them all in some way with Amber. It does not list the 100,000 Johnny Depp payment. And there's differing terms that are used in that. I'm not sure we would use the term soft credit. We might refer to another way now. After that 2017 gift, that's when we launched the new database system, the Salesforce system, and prior it had been the PIDI system. So we had been doing some changes to definitions about how we record gifts. But the basic, which is that these are all associated with Amber Heard, these 3 gifts, that is absolutely accurate.
Well, you raised a good point. Why isn't the $100,000 donated by Johnny Depp credited to Amber Heard?
I think it should have been recorded in our database because it's information that we would want to have in that database about gifts relating to our relationship with Amber Heard. And we now do consider that gift as part of the constellation of gifts that are attributed to our relationship with Amber Heard.
So that's how you would get from the 1.2 million to the 1.3 million, right?
Yes, 700 plus 8 plus 1 is 800 plus 500 is 1.3, correct.
So the ACLU sitting here today attributes $1.3 million toward Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledge, correct?
Correct.
And of that $1.3 million, $100,000 was paid by Johnny Depp, true?
Correct.
So putting aside 4681, all of the emails prepared by ACLU employees in the course of their ordinary business?
Yeah, I'm just reminding myself. Well, I believe that 4679 was also downloaded from our records in relation to this litigation matter. I don't believe that we created this document and had it in a paper file somewhere, but I think we pulled this information, this wiring information. It may be the same wiring information that was looked at the time that the donation was made.
So Exhibit 67, it's fair to say, is comprised of ACLU business records kept and maintained in the ordinary course, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor, we're going to change topics with Mr. Doherty.
Take our morning break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and take our 15-minute recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody. And don't do any outside research.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh boy. You see, you got the same noise. Oh my. But okay. So
Let's remind people what she actually said. I might have a link on Twitter. Let me just listen to this.
To what she said she was going to donate all of her $7 million, split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital, $3.5 million each.
Take a look at this. Have a listen to this, people. Just listen after what you've heard. Listen to what she says here.
And actually, were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all
Why does it keep stalling? What's going on?
this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to. I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a
Sorry, guys, that was just kept on faffing around then. But did you hear what she said? $7 million was
donated. Past tense. I did it. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. It is not charitable donation when other people are paying for you, in my humble opinion.
Let me try it this way.
whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to. I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights.
For some reason, Twitter doesn't want that playing.
ACLU is.
Yeah.
I don't know why that was, but yeah.
I don't know. It might be the translation part because it does look like it's captioned in a foreign language. So, I don't know. This was confusing. His testimony was confusing at first. We all had some doubts about that $350,000, right? But it did not come directly from Amber. It came from Fidelity. And there is no proof that Amber gave the money to Fidelity. You think if there was proof, wouldn't she be waving it around like a big canceled check in front of everybody's face? But no, there's none. Fidelity has ties to Elon Musk, yes? It may have come from it. They're not saying it did. I can't show that it did, but it does allude to the fact that it could have come from Elon again. Point being, Amber doesn't have any proof that any payment came from her. Not one single canceled check in Amber Heard's name. That we can say.
Well, one thing we can say is that she did pay $350 million. Sorry, $350,000. That's all she paid directly from her bank. That's it. Johnny Depp paid $100,000. Elon Musk paid $500,000, and quite possibly paid another $350,000 because if she's that type of person that wouldn't do it anonymously, right?
Yeah. But they're even saying the Fidelity, it doesn't say Amber Heard on it. She had to tell them it was from her. So, what? I don't know if that's it. Did he say that was her bank account? No? I don't know. I'm confused. About it. That 350 confuses me. Do you remember the letter from the lawyer that testified before he?
Say again, sorry.
Do you remember the letter that was sent from lawyer to lawyer prior to this testimony? from Dr. Wasser's, from the lawyer Wasser. She presented into evidence the letter from Amber's divorce attorney to Johnny's divorce attorney. So Amber is going around and saying, I wanted nothing. I wanted nothing from Johnny Depp. But we've got a letter in writing that says, I want 3 penthouses, you to pay everything. Give me that car. You'll just keep up all my expenses. Or, hey, for somebody who didn't want anything, she's made out pretty well. And that $7 million that she made is not where it needs to be. So she made out pretty well for someone who wants not a dime, just to walk away.
Exactly.
Yeah, Liam Wake. Yeah, Fidelity is not a bank account; it's a charitable giving gateway. So there is an actual veil around who gave that $350,000 to Fidelity to donate, perhaps in Amber's name, just like the $500,000 from Elon. In her name, it's not the same thing as her paying it.
Have a listen to this. Let's see if we can play it again. Here we go.
All kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard
I wanted nothing.
I wanted nothing.
And actually, all kinds of accusations.
I wanted nothing but 3 penthouse apartments and a Range Rover, but that's nothing. And all full expenses paid. Oh, and by the way, $100,000 by next Friday to my lawyer and $25,000 for forensic accounting fees.
And how much did the CHLA get? Zilch. As far as we know, the Children's Hospital of LA, not the ACLU that helped pen her op-ed, but the Children's Hospital with the sick children, the Children's Hospital received nothing of their $3.5 million. Nothing.
Right. And that was the negotiation, nothing. And they said that we get it. And Verillion, you're right. She not only asked for the roof over her head, which is common in a divorce, either party can ask to keep the place. She asked for her friends' abodes too. Free room and board for her sister and her friends. She wanted 3 penthouses. Let's be clear. Not 1. 3 penthouses fully paid. Him to keep up all the expenses, keep paying the mortgage, keep paying all of the fees involved with those penthouses, and a Range Rover, and $100,000 for her attorney. She wanted him to pay for the divorce.
Watch her mouth, what she does when the guy's telling her about this money. Just watch what she does, how she bites him. She's biting on her bottom mouth. You can tell she's lying.
Accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
How can she lie like that so blatantly? Oh my goodness. Well, that's not going to age well when that clip gets played in court, right? I wonder if we're going to see that clip today.
Yes, because she keeps saying that it's already happened. Like she's using past tense when she's speaking of it as if she's done it. Just saying it is one thing. Doing it is another. Yeah.
You see how she says it? She goes, $7
it's
million.
Yes. We know how painful that was for her to give all that money away.
It's still in my bank account. I'm just going to tell everyone that I gave it away. Yeah.
Right.
So
exactly. Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, that isn't the only time she did that. And the judge in the UK used her testimony again in the UK because she said the same thing in the UK that she'd given the money away. She didn't have it anymore. They'd received it, blah, blah, blah. And he relied on that to say that she wasn't a money grabbing bitch.
Yeah, well, best laid plans, right? Well, here's the thing. If Fidelity is a charitable giveaway gateway, right? Why do you have to use a gateway if you're paying your own charitable donation? Like, why do you have to obscure where it's coming from? I'm just going to toss that question out there. Like, why use a veil if you want the credit? Why are you using a veil? It doesn't make any sense to me. Does it make any sense to you?
No. But one other thing I found interesting, I'm sure I saw a document before that showed the supposed installments that Johnny Depp was going to be giving to Amber Heard. And I believe that, from what I read anyway, that it was month by month in the year of 2016 or 2017. So she was going to get it. She was going to get like a million each month, right? So when on that document, she says that she because of the installment issue that she had with Johnny Depp, etc., that's why she didn't have the money to pay them in the year of 2017, right? Because she was saying basically that she hadn't received the money because of the installments that Johnny Depp was doing. But I'm sure I saw a document a couple of days ago that said that she got she would have had all of her payments by that time.
Right. And yet, right, when they ask her again for the money, she says she's having financial issues. Okay, well, granted, she does have to pay for an attorney, but still, I mean, she's well paid. Brilliant's got a good point. If you're the ambassador of the ACLU, why are you hiding behind a veil with your donation? Because the donation is not coming from you. Simple answer. Sometimes the simple answer is the best, right? It's most true. You're hiding because you have something to hide. The fact that it's not coming from you, in my humble opinion, as a bear who does not like Amber Heard, I'll admit it. She gets, I can't find anything. I was hoping today that we would learn something that made look like she made the effort. I don't see it. Do you see any effort, Renti?
Just 1 second.
Oh. Charitable demands and profitable interest. Yes, that's a good way to put it. Is she not only looking for the benefit of all of this and not actually doing any of the work? If someone had said that this was not really necessary, testimony. But for me, it is, because in a defamation case, you have to have intent. And if her intent was for her own gain of career and reputation, that's a pretty big intent, isn't it? And I'm leaning a little towards this testimony actually putting some ticks in that box for the plaintiff on intent for defamation that she knew, and she will gain from it. And this looks like gain. She's got other people donating her name so she can keep the $7 million. That looks like clear gain to me. Legally, I think that this has actually been necessary testimony, not only to prove that she won't tell the truth, but also that she was gaining from the situation, and that leads to aid in proving defamation, in my humble opinion. I'm not a lawyer, but that's what it looks like to me.
So she actually did get paid $7 million from Johnny Depp, and I am absolutely sure that whatever month they got divorced in, that within the next 6 to 8 months, that she would have got all of her money paid in. It was month by month installment. It was like an initial amount of 100,000. Then it was the next month, it was $1 million, $1 million, $1 million, $1 million, and then it was 2.9 million at the end, all in one lump sum, a big amount. So, and I'm sure it was over a period of just 6 to 7 months, something like that, that she was getting it all on those dates before or whatever, and she was given that money. So when she said in that email for the 2017 payment to the ACLU, she said, I can't afford to give it you this time because of problems with the divorce settlement with Johnny Depp, etc., because he was paid in installments. They obviously took her on her word because it wasn't installments, but her installments had already been paid. She'd already received the money. So she was lying to them. I can't wait for this to all come out. I'm sure that I definitely know that I saw that 100%. saw the schedule of payments for Johnny
I
Depp.
think so. I do believe that she has been he didn't stop the payments. I do believe they honored. There would have been, we would have heard all about that if he had. I do appreciate these comments here about the effort. You want to hear the efforts that the comments of the efforts that Amber has made? I saw some effort to avoid paying. She's making an effort to look bored. She's making an effort to look bored. Yeah. Oh, but no. Remember, she's having financial difficulties. Remember? Okay. So what did she actually get in the divorce settlement? And that is what he just answered, Alice, the $7 million. She did. Yeah. And a piece of paper that says that she didn't lie about anything to use against him later.
I'm going to get in touch with the real Laura B. Ask her. I'm going to tweet her.
Verilion says, I saw effort to get others pay her bills. Yes. that effort too. In my opinion, Johnny's lawyers have a lot to use here. They do. Yes, Mandy, hashtag gold digger is kind of evident, isn't it? Kyle's Goldfish wants to know why there are so many video depositions instead of those important. Apparently, Virginia powers of subpoena can force people into giving depositions, but can't force people to arrive. This is true. A lot of them were in foreign countries. A lot of them were in England and elsewhere, and they could not force them to show up in Virginia to do it when there is another means. And as long as they were giving a video deposition with the right people there to swear in the testimony and all, they could get them to do that. So, of course, they're going to jump. They want the testimony. They need the deposition. So they are going to try to cooperate to get it. But can you imagine this trial would be 10 years from now if we had to get them all there to take the stand? How could we possibly get all of these people there at that time? We'd be fighting it. There was enough fighting going back and forth just on the subpoenas, just on Franco and Musk alone, just trying to get them served in an actual place and get them to agree to come in any way. Mina is saying the last payment of the divorce settlement happened at the end of 2017.
I
from
knew
what
it.
she remembers. Yeah. Her excuses are lies. She had no reason not to pay them because 2 years later, and wait, is she not on this great big box office smash? Was she not doing Aquaman? Did she not get paid? How is an actress of that caliber, Aquaman, not got any money in the bank?
I knew it. And the thing with this is that the Children's Hospital is the one that lost out because they didn't get a penny off of her.
Mm-hmm. And let's not forget that Elon, he sent $500,000 in her name to the ACLU while we read tweets saying she never loved him and was just passing time with him the whole time during their relationship privately to other people, DMs. And he has to hear that now. He has to see that. That's out there now. That's gotta hurt. Sorry, Elon.
Well,
Really.
half a million is not much to him. He probably wipes his ass with more expensive newspaper than that, toilet paper.
I'm more worried about his butthurt feelings than his money, to tell you the truth. He could lose the money, but feelings are feelings, People don't spend time together without feeling something. Yeah.
Well, this is the total evisceration of Amber Heard, right? This is the total expose of all exposés. I tried to tell my community that this was more than just a case. This went deeper. I don't think they knew how deep it went, but I did. I knew this was coming out, but to see it actually played out in real time, to know that everything that we've been gathering over the years and researching is all coming to fruition now and being proven.
It is. And you know what? I have to admit, I am actually starting to feel bad for her because this is only for this reason, not for her as a person. Okay. No, but for the issue of how things can turn on you so much, so fast, and the mudslide of media and people that are going to come for her, that I have issue with. Like, this is going to be a dog piling like no other. Not that
come on. She's had
Oh, come on.
She's had 6 years. 6 years of being the bee's knees. 6 years of people licking her
All
feet
right,
everywhere she
right.
goes. I don't think
Okay.
so.
I think I'm telling you, I don't know. That's the world I want to live in, where two wrongs don't make a right. I hated when it happened to Johnny. So I can't sit here and say, oh,
Yeah,
let's
but
go gang up on her.
Johnny didn't
Yeah.
deserve what he got. But
Well,
she's going to reap what she sowed. Johnny didn't reap
mhm.
what he sowed. He was given.
Kyle's goldfish, who is my friend, is about to block me on Twitter for what I just said. I get you. I don't. But here's my point. It's about the issue. It's not about her. I am not saying that I like her. I don't. You know, I'm biased. I can't stand the woman. I'm actually embarrassed she's a woman. Like, I'd rather her be like an animal or something, because I'm embarrassed as a woman to claim her as a woman. Like, you know, I'm telling you, she infuriates me to no end. What I have issue with is how this dogpiling happens. We saw Johnny's career get ruined. Blah. Like, yeah, she deserves it. But I guess it's a social media comment I'm making. It's about how social media can be weaponized to do great damage. More damage that's ever been done to anybody in a reputation, really. So that's my point. Only that.
You see how Amber's going to have to sit right in front of Johnny. Johnny's going to be looking right. I mean, he's dead center. He's not moved, but he sat there this entire time knowing that he's going to be staring at her in that box.
Right. Brilliant, you're right. She could go to an island with all that money she saved. True.
She probably will. She might not come back for the second half of this.
Believe me, I do think she deserves punishment. I just don't want it to go overboard the way social media can. That's all.
Do you think she's going to be an Aquaman too?
I hope the hell not. I hope not. I hope not. Yes, she did, James. I agree.
Yep, reap what she has created. Couldn't agree more. And you know,
you want to continue?
That's a great conversation, eye for an eye. We should have that one someday. Like this,
her ambition.
Let's move ahead, please. One, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a series of communications among people in our communications department around engaging Amber on our programmatic work, specifically relating to her being an ACLU ambassador.
Let's now turn back to the email starting on ACLU 47. Bottom of the page from Gary Johnson to Jody Gottlieb and others.
Yeah.
Purportedly dated November 6, 2018. Who's Jerry Johnson?
Jerry Johnson was a more junior person in our communications department. His title was Communications Department Strategist. And strategists are often communications department associates that have expertise in and do work in a select number of our issue areas.
Okay, he writes, I'd like your and Amber's thoughts on doing an op-ed in which she discusses the ways in which survivors of gender-based violence have been made less safe under the Trump administration and how people can take action. Why was the ACLU recommending that Amber write on that subject?
With Amber agreeing to be an ambassador and to work on women's rights issues and in particular issues of gender-based violence, Jerry was coming up with specific things that were of significant policy importance to the ACLU that could be the subject matter of an op-ed written by Amber.
Directing your attention a few lines down, he uses the acronym GBV. What does that mean?
Gender-based violence.
Then further down, he says, if she feels comfortable she can interweave her personal story, saying how painful it is as a GBV survivor to witness these setbacks. What is the ACLU referring to when it talks about her personal story?
There were a number of things that Amber had expressed from her personal story about her having been a survivor of gender-based violence. And so one of the things that we do with ambassadors is we want them to tell authentic stories about our issues in the public, and to the extent that they have any personal direct experiences, for that to be part of their story for the public.
So the ACLU was not forcing her to relate her own experience with GBV. It was leaving it up to Ms. Heard's discretion, correct?
Correct.
And Exhibit 31 was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
And it was maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
Let's move to Exhibit 33, please. Mr. Doherty, asking you to please look at Exhibit 33 and ask whether you've ever seen this before.
I have.
See the email from Robin Schulman to Jessica Weitz dated November 14th at 10:58 a.m.?
Yes.
Who is Jessica Schulman?
Robin Schulman is a person in the communications department who is no longer with us, but who had expertise in issues involving gender issues.
Well, you anticipated my next question. Is Robin Schulman still at the ACLU?
No.
And is she an attorney?
I don't know whether she's an attorney. A number of our communications department staff members are, but I don't know. She wasn't working as an attorney.
Ms. Schulman is asking Ms. Weitz, what's the status of this situation? What situation was she referring to?
The situation is whether we are going to be doing an op-ed with Amber.
Okay, and moving up on the page, there's an email from Jerry Johnson who says, quote, Jess had drinks with Amber last night, and it sounds like she was able to confirm with her that we'll be doing the first draft.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
It is often a decision has to be made when we're working with ambassadors or with other people who are speaking to the public, who does the first draft of the document. So it sounds here that Jerry is saying that that from Jess's conversation with Amber, we are moving forward with some kind of an op-ed, and that ACLU communications department staff members would be writing the first draft of it.
And Jess refers to Jessica Weitz?
Yes.
Okay, let's please turn to Exhibit 35, please. Have you ever seen this document before, Mr. Doherty?
And yes, I have seen this document. Thanks, Michael.
And what is it?
This is a series of communications about it's the result of a series of communications about the op-ed that Amber, under Amber's name, took place with a media outlet. And so this is Jessica Weitz sending a draft of that to Amber.
Great. And let's go to the first email first, the email that starts in the second half of ACLU 185. It purports to be from Robin Schulman to Jessica Weitz on November 29. Do you see that?
I do.
And is she attaching the first draft of the op-ed to that email?
So I assumed that it was not an attachment, but it was just pasted into an email, but I can't tell from this. I don't see anybody saying attached. So it could be either, but what I see this as is Robin sending a note to Jess Weiss for Jess Weiss to then forward to Amber.
Understood. Robin says, I tried to gather your fire and rage and really interesting analysis and shape that into an op-ed form. What does that refer to?
That refers to the effort for our ACLU ambassadors to speak publicly in a way that is impactful, that is shows the importance of the issues and how important they are personally to individuals. And in this case, therefore, Amber's passion for working on gender-based violence issues and speaking about it, and that she has an analysis that is one that Robin finds interesting.
And so when she's referring to fire and rage, that's Ms. Heard's fire and rage, correct?
Yeah, that's my read of this, even though I recognize that it is confusing because it's an email from Robin to Jess.
And the rage would be directed against Johnny Depp, who purportedly abused her, correct?
I didn't take it to mean that. I took it to mean fire and rage about gender-based violence issues.
Was it your understanding that it was Robin Schulman who prepared the first draft of the op-ed?
Yes.
Okay. And Robin says to Jessica, your lawyers should review this for the way I skirted around talking about your marriage. Whose lawyers is she referring to there?
I believe these are Amber's regular advisors or who were involved in the review negotiation of the NDA between Amber and Johnny Depp.
And then if you look at, direct your attention to the top email from Jessica Weitz to Amber Heard. She says to Amber, apologies for the delay, but we have needed to pass this through quite a few lawyers. What lawyers did Jessica Weitz pass the op-ed through?
These were lawyers in the Women's Rights Project of the ACLU, plus the director of the Center for Liberty, the deputy legal director of the ACLU who runs the Center for Liberty, within which is the Women's Rights Project, and even the legal director of the ACLU who runs the whole legal department, our programmatic litigation work on behalf of civil liberties, David Cole.
But it never got to your level, correct?
Well, David Cole is at my level, just to be clear. He also reports to the executive director, but it never got to me or anybody on my team.
No one asked you to review the first draft of the op-ed?
No.
Did anybody ever ask you to review any drafts of the op-ed, including the final draft that was published in the Washington Post?
No.
She says, I want to make sure nothing was said in here that puts you in jeopardy with your NDA. What does that refer to?
The non-disclosure agreement that was entered into between Depp and Heard in connection with the dissolution of their marriage and the settlement agreement.
Okay, and is this a document that was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
All right, let's move please to Exhibit 37. Have you ever seen Exhibit 37 before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a draft of the op-ed that Robin is sending to Amber after a conversation that they had to discuss the issues in the op-ed, and in particular, to have a conversation about the op-ed. And then she sends her changes that were made to the op-ed that were relating to things that Robin and Amber discussed during that meeting.
And to be clear, this next draft of the op-ed reflects changes that Robin Schulman made after she met in person with Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Correct.
What did Ms. Schulman and Ms. Heard discuss during their in-person meeting?
My understanding is that they discussed some of the personal experiences that Amber Heard has had that that Robin used to incorporate into the op-ed.
And isn't it true that Ms. Heard's advisors initially revised the draft to remove any reference to Ms. Heard's marriage or divorce?
I recall a number of email communications back and forth among ACLU personnel and Ms. Heard's attorneys where they were suggesting edits to the op-ed relating to matters covered in the NDA.
And then isn't it also true that there were some at the ACLU who expressed their belief that excising those references to her marriage and divorce from Johnny Depp made the op-ed less impactful, correct?
It is correct. That is correct.
But ultimately, based on those voices, Ms. Heard pushed to get that excised material back into the op-ed so it could be more impactful, true?
That's not my understanding. My understanding is that the language that wound up in the final op-ed piece was very different from the original language that Robin included in the op-ed after having spoken with Amber about her personal experiences.
And how was it different?
It did not refer directly to Ms. Heard's relationship with Johnny Depp.
Okay, let's move ahead, please, to Exhibit 38.
Yes, sir, stand by.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
And is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for your deposition?
Yes.
What does this relate to?
So this relates to Stacy Sullivan, who reported to Terry Tang. And her role with respect to this op-ed piece was to think about the best place to place it and to make the contacts with the media in order to get it placed.
And she suggests here that the outlets that the ACLU and Ms. Heard was considering were the New York Times, the Washington Post, Team Vogue, and USA Today. Is that correct?
So not Stacy, but Jerry, who I think you said she, Jerry is a he, and Jerry wrote some suggested places to place this after having had conversations with Amber.
And Jerry's suggestions were the New York Times, Washington Post, Team Vogue, or USA Today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Whose responsibility was to place the op-ed? Was it the ACLU's, Ms. Heard's, or some combination of the two?
The work to place the op-ed was taken on by the ACLU in that we have in our communications department people with expertise and who regularly do just that kind of work. But as we can see from this email, it was done in consultation with Amber Heard.
And Mr. Johnson writes, since the draft turned out pretty strong and Aquaman slated to do large numbers, I'm wondering what you think about it. What does he mean by saying the draft turned out pretty strong?
This appears to be the analysis of how broad-based and how what kind of reach the media outlets where we can place this will have, and that media outlets are more likely to take on publishing an op-ed like this if it is a strong one, and if it is, and to the extent that it is written by a person who's an entertainer or well-known person, that the more they are in the public eye at the time, the more likely it will be accepted by a more prominent or broader reach media outlet. And so that's the sort of descending media outlets are in descending terms in terms of descending, likelihood of, descending importance and reach, but greater likelihood from, for example, as we go down that list.
And Amber's referencing her own direct personal experience, and her marriage to Johnny Depp makes it a stronger product, correct?
I think that the Amber's contributions to the portion of the op-ed that talks about personal experiences is part of what informed the view that this was a strong op-ed, and the importance of the women's rights issues referred to in the op-ed, in that some of them were very timely women's rights issues before Congress.
And Ms. Heard had a co-starring role in Aquaman, correct?
I don't know whether she was a co-star, but I know that that was a film that she was in.
And didn't she tell the ACLU that she wanted the op-ed to come out just after Aquaman was released?
I do recall that there was a conversation about the optimal timing for the op-ed piece.
And as part of that conversation, Ms. Heard said in words or substance that she wanted the op-ed to come out soon after Aquaman, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Who did she relate that to?
I don't recall, although I believe that there's documents that we produced that can shed some light on that.
Is Exhibit 38 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared by people with knowledge and prepared in a contemporaneous manner?
Yes, it was.
And it was made in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, true?
True.
Okay, if we could move ahead, please, to Exhibit 41. This is another one of these, well, it's not that long.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
These are further communications among employees, staff members in the development department regarding the placement of Amber's ad and the finalization of the op-ed piece. Not ad, I'm sorry, op-ed and the finalization of it.
Great, and if we could move ahead, please, to ACLU 257. And specifically the email from Robin Schulman to Jessica Weitz on December 11th, continuing on to the next, or strike that. Let's go to the email on the last line, Jessica Weitz's email. She says
What's
team.
the timestamp? Because what's the timestamp on the email that you're referring to?
I'm sorry. This is December 11th email at 11:05 a.m.
Okay.
From Jessica Weeks. You see that? Okay. And she says, Amber sent back the op-ed with final edits from her legal team, which specifically neutered much of the copy regarding her marriage and the domestic violence. You see that?
I do.
Is that consistent with your recollection?
I'm not sure about the use of the term neutered here, but I do know that her lawyers removed references to her marriage and divorce.
And then she writes, the goal is to get this out this week to capitalize on the tremendous campaign for Aquaman. What does that mean?
That means, from the ACLU's perspective, that Amber is about to receive an incredible amount of press and be in the public eye. So what better a time would it be than now to put out this op-ed so that it generates significant readership about our issues?
And Amber agreed with the ACLU on that point, correct?
I believe the answer is yes. Every step of the way we were making these decisions with Amber's PR representatives involved.
Okay, let's move back to an email in the middle of 257.
Okay.
And it is from Jessica Weeks, timestamped 11:09 a.m. on December 11th, 2018.
Okay.
Robin, her lawyers omitted the below, but Amber would love to see a way to have that part in bold somehow put back in. Is there an artful way to do that? Otherwise, she is okay with the final. 2 years ago, I sought a temporary restraining order from my then husband. Ellipsis was changed to 2 years ago after successfully acquiring a temporary restraining order, but still not cleared by her lawyers. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that consistent with your understanding about what Ms. Heard's desires were?
Yeah, I trust Jessica White's relationship with Amber, so that when Jessica told Robin that that was something Amber wanted, I have no reason to think that that's not correct.
Okay, and finally, let's look at the beginning. The first email, Exhibit 41, from Stacy Sullivan to Jessica Weeks, says, yes, and I need to read the latest version. And Robin told me Amber's lawyers took out some of the stuff that made it really powerful. So let me look to see if I think it's strong enough for top tier. What did she mean by top tier?
I think from Stacy's perspective, the more powerful a document is, the more likely it will go into a top tier news outlet such as the New York Times or the Washington Post, you know, that sort of descending tiering that was in Jerry Johnson's email.
Okay. And is Exhibit 41 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business by people having knowledge and done so contemporaneously?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's move ahead to 43.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Okay. Directing your attention to the first page in Exhibit 43, from Jessica Weeks to Sean Walsh. Who is Sean Walsh?
Sean Walsh at www.rconsulting.com. I don't know who that is. This is an email that includes in it people other than ACLU employees and ACLU consultants. So I'm assuming it's somebody relating to, you know, one of Amber's representatives, but I don't know for sure.
Do you know who Eric George is?
Yeah, George, BGR firm. Yes, Eric George was one of Amber's attorneys.
And she's announcing to the group that it's going to the Washington Post, a triple exclamation points.
Correct.
Take it the ACLU was pleased that it was placed in the Washington Post.
Correct.
And I believe you testified earlier, but I just want to confirm for the record, the ACLU took on the responsibility of attempting to place the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And why the ACLU instead of Amber or her PR team?
Placing op-eds about matters such as this is the kind of thing that is the bread and butter for the ACLU. And so I don't recall if a conversation happened about whether her PR people or our PR people should be in the ones that do the work to place this, but it is fully consistent with how we do our work that we placed this one.
All right, let's go back to Exhibit 42, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Have you ever seen this document before, Mr. Doherty?
I am familiar with this document.
Is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for this deposition today?
Yes.
Was it made in the ordinary course of ACLU's business by people having knowledge and doing so contemporaneously?
Correct, yes.
Was it maintained by the ACLU in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Would you please direct your attention, sir, to page Bates number 1181. In the middle of the page purports to be an email from Stacy Sullivan, Michael Larrabee, and others at the Washington, well, I'll just say Michael Larrabee. Who is Michael Larrabee?
Michael Larrabee appears to be a person who was a contact that Stacy Sullivan had at the Washington Post. And so she reached out to him first about placing the ad. And then because she received a bounce back out of office from Mike Larrabee, she sent her original request to Michael Duffy and Mark Laswell, also at Washington Post.
And what was the purpose of her sending them this email?
This was her attempt to get the op-ed placed.
And she writes, "Hey, Michael, wondering if we might interest you in a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you may recall, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, on what the incoming Congress can do to help protect women in similar situations." Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read it correctly.
All right, let's look, please. Let's turn to Exhibit 73.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
Is this the online copy of the op-ed that the ACLU placed?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Who came up with that title?
Based on my investigation, I'm not aware of I'm not aware that the ACLU had any role in writing the name of the op-ed piece. And my understanding of how op-ed pieces work is that it is the media, in this case, the Washington Post, would have drafted the name of the title of the op-ed and not the person who wrote the op-ed.
Did the Washington Post seek the ACLU's or Ms. Heard's approval of its title?
I believe the answer to that is no. There's nothing in the evidence that shows that they reached out to us to do that, and it is inconsistent with my understanding in that these news outlets do not usually ask for the permission of the author of the op-ed for when they come up with the title.
Hello, Mr. Doherty. Would you please, or would the technician please call up Exhibit 45?
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen plaintiff's Exhibit 45, which is Bates number ACLU 623?
Hold on, I'm just making it a little bigger. Okay, yes, I have seen this document.
And is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for your deposition?
That's correct.
And what is it?
This is an article that was in US Today and specifically ties Amber's statements in her op-ed piece to Johnny Depp.
And when Jessica White says so much for not mentioning JD, what did she mean?
I speculate that she was saying that there were significant efforts made by Amber's attorneys to take out the references to Johnny Depp and her marriage, and yet nonetheless, people made that connection.
And in particular, the reporter for the USA Today took her to be referring to Johnny Depp when she spoke of being the victim of domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Was this document prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business contemporaneously by people having knowledge?
Yes, it was.
Is it maintained by the ACLU in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And would you please move ahead now to Exhibit 46?
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen Exhibit 46, which is ACLU Bates number 1287?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a statement by Robin Schulman saying that that the article that they're referring to basically, recasts everything that is said, but ties it to Johnny Depp.
So Ms. Schulman is agreeing with Mrs. White's characterization that the USA took Ms. Heard to be referring to her allegations of physical violence by Johnny Depp, correct?
Yes.
And she says it's kind of amazing that they just grabbed the entire op-ed and rewrote it using Johnny's name. Why was it amazing?
I don't know why she found it amazing.
Because that was consistent with your understanding. She was referring at least in part to Johnny Depp, correct?
Yeah, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that there were that she was referring to Johnny Depp and her marriage.
Was Exhibit 46 prepared in the ordinary course of business by people having knowledge contemporaneously?
Yes.
Was it maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 59, please, which is Bates numbers ACLU 2614 through 2616.
Okay.
Have you ever seen this document before?
Just going to the beginning. Yes.
And what is it?
This is a conversation among ACLU employees regarding what were the amounts contributed to the ACLU that were connected to our relationship with Ms. Heard.
And is this Exhibit 59 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
And it was prepared contemporaneously by people with knowledge in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
And looking at the chart on ACLU 2615, this is the same contributions chart that you testified about earlier from Salesforce, correct?
Correct.
And again, as in the prior exhibit, this chart or ledger does not reflect the $100,000 contribution from Johnny Depp in Amber Heard's name in August of 2016, correct?
Correct.
And you still can't account for why that wouldn't have been included.
We assume that there was an error made in not including that in Ms. Heard's account, where we keep the records of her in Salesforce. Although Anthony, as you see, then raised the very question, what about the $100,000?
And directing your attention to the first page in this exhibit, do you see the email from Mr. Romero to Mr. Moresco? Subject, a quick question. Mr. Romero asked, did Elon's other gifts come from Vanguard? To what does that refer?
My personal knowledge is that Anthony was just asking whether other gifts from Elon Musk had been issued from recommendations he made to Vanguard regarding his donor advised fund at Vanguard.
And Mr. Moresco then responds, one of them, yes, his $5 million gift in February 2017 was from Vanguard. Do you see that?
I see it.
And if you look at the next page, Vanguard was the same entity that made the soft credit contribution in Amber Heard's name to the tune of $500,000, correct?
Correct.
And he says, in any case, my understanding was that the $500,000 from Vanguard was recommended by EM. You see that?
Yes.
And EM stands for Elon Musk, correct?
Correct.
And also in that email above that, Mr. Moresco states that Mr. Musk's $1 million gift in May 2018 was from Fidelity. Do you see that?
Yes, he must have, either that means a separate donor advised fund he has at Fidelity, or from Fidelity, in direct investment accounts he has at Fidelity. I'm assuming the former, but I don't know.
And if you look at the next page in the Salesforce chart, the second payment credited to Ms. Heard for $350,000 as of December 11th, 2018, came from that same Fidelity, correct?
I don't know the answer to that question. I know that it came from a Fidelity donor advised fund, the $350,000, but I don't know if it is Elon Musk's donor advised fund at Fidelity.
But it could be.
It could be.
Okay, let's move, thank you, on to 61, please. Which is Bates number ACLU 1669 through 71. Directing your attention to the last email in this exhibit from Jill Sargent to Inga Sarda Sorensen and Tyler Richard. Who were Inga Sarda Sorensen and Tyler Richard?
Inga and Tyler are both senior communications department strategists in our communications department.
Okay. And Ms. Sargent from Reuters asked, I'm preparing some material while awaiting a verdict in the Johnny Depp libel trial in London and wanted to fact check Amber Heard's current previous links with the ACLU. Do you recall that Mr. Depp's that this is a reference to Mr. Depp's defamation case in the UK against the Sun?
It appears to me that that's the trial she's referring to.
Okay, directing your attention, please, to page number ACLU 1670, the email from Jessica Whites to Tyler Richards. Do you see where Ms. Whites writes, the answer is yes, she's still an ambassador. That's a reference to Ms. Heard still being an ACLU ambassador, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Whites writes, quote, she donated her full settlement to charity, 50% to the ACLU and 50% to another organization. That's a reference to Ms. Heard's representation that she donated the full amount of her divorce settlement from Johnny Depp to charity, correct?
Correct.
And that statement was not true. She had not donated the full amount of her settlement, $7 million, to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
At the time that Jess Whites wrote this in July of 2020, Ms. Heard had not donated her full settlement to the ACLU, and I'm not aware of what you did to the other organization.
At the time Ms. Whites wrote that, the ACLU was still $2.2 million short, even if you credit Ms. Heard with the $100,000 that Johnny Depp gave to the ACLU, correct?
At the time that she wrote this, we had received the 1.3, so yes, 2.2 million of the full 3.5 million we had not received.
Was Exhibit 61 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the business by people having knowledge contemporaneously?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 62, please. Have you seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is Jessica Whites reaching out to the communications department in order to come up with a correct statement that we could make in response to the Reuters article. And she comes up with recommended language on this that she then wants to confirm with our development department. So she is doing diligence to ensure that anything we say to the media is going to be correct.
All right. Let's move ahead to Exhibit 63. Do you have that in front of you?
I'm just making it larger right now. It just arrived.
You ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is back and forth between Richard Tyler in the communications department, Jessica Whites, and another communications department junior person, Ava Lopez, And it all concerns what we can say to, what we should say to Reuters in response to their question about Amber and her contributions to the ACLU.
And this was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
And it was prepared and maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, true?
True, correct.
Let's look at the second page of the exhibit, an email from Tyler Richard to Jessica Whites.
Mm-hmm.
Who is Tyler Richard?
It's Richard Tyler, and no, it's Tyler Richard. That's right, Tyler Richard, and he is a senior person in our communications department.
And Mr. Richard says, Amber Heard is an ACLU ambassador for women's rights since 2018. She also pledged her full settlement to charity. Do you see that?
I do.
And Ms. White's responds, yeah, I think that's safer. I had nightmares about this last night. I'm very upset. Do you think this is okay? Why was Ms. White so upset about the characterization of Ms. Heard's charitable donations or lack thereof?
My understanding is that as a communications department professional, Jessica was concerned about these news articles that were appearing and what impact they would have on, you know, how the ACLU and its work with Amber is seen.
She was concerned that the ACLU was not telling the truth about Amber's paying the $3.5 million, correct?
I don't see it that way. I see it as her doing everything she can in order to produce a correct statement to the press.
Wouldn't the correct statement to the press be that she's short $2.3 million?
As I testified earlier, that's not the kind of thing that we would ever say about a donor to the ACLU. Instead, we would, especially when it isn't the fact that there was any specific time period by which we were supposed to have received, you know, any specific amount of money, considering that she didn't sign the pledge agreement, and therefore, you know, there's an attempt so as an organization, we attempt to work with our donors who are having financial difficulties in order to receive, you know, the funding from them that they want to give to us. So no, I don't see this. I don't know. We would, in that sort of scenario, we would never say she's short anything.
Directing your attention to the email at page number ACLU 1700
okay.
From Ms. White's to Mr. Richard, dated July 31. She says, I'm just stressed about her and the difficulties with all this. Who is her?
Assume that is Amber Heard.
Why was Ms. White stressed about Amber Heard?
Because this is a stressful thing to have these kinds of news reports out there, and in particular about an ACLU ambassador.
What kind of news reports are you referring to?
What I believe the Reuters article, from the Reuters article.
And what did the news article say that was distressing?
I think it was the tie between the attempts to make Ms. Heard look poorly in the press regarding her donations.
But did you talk to Ms. White in preparation for this deposition?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you about the donations and how she was stressed about Ms. Heard?
Ms. White didn't say anything specific about that.
You didn't ask her about why she said she was stressed about Amber Heard and the difficulties with all this?
I believed in reviewing the documents that I had an understanding of why this was a difficult situation for many people.
So the answer is you didn't ask her about that, did you?
I did not ask her that question.
I guess we'll have to. Did you ask her about the nightmares she had about Amber Heard and why she had, what what the substance of her nightmares were about Amber Heard?
No, I did not.
Your Honor, counsel for Ms. Heard is now taking over the questioning.
All right, thank you.
Exhibit number 1, this is page down 2866. It was introduced as well by counsel for Mr. Depp, but it's easier for me to just jump into this one. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
It says here, Amber, I described your plan to donate $3.5 million to ACLU over the next 10 years, as you very much believe in what they are doing. Now, the way in which donate is used here, how would you interpret that?
I would say that at the very least, it is expressing an intention to make that donation.
And it's,
by the term plan.
okay. And would you distinguish between donate and pledge given the reference to the next 10 years?
About Elon Musk's intention?
I would read this to mean that it isn't clear whether this is intended to be a pledge, a legally binding pledge to create a receivable. This is something that I would want to, what I would hope would be a legally binding pledge, but I wouldn't necessarily say that this was.
Right. And the term donate here, how would you interpret that based on the description you gave a little earlier?
I would take donate to mean contributions from Ms. Heard.
And what, if any, interpretation would you have that this also meant pledge?
So two things in response to your question. One is plan to donate. When I said it would come from Ms. Heard, I would think that that would be either Ms. Heard directly or from a donor advised fund that she has set up and would recommend. But over the next 10 years makes me think that, donate could theoretically be a pledge, but that's something that we would want to attempt to confirm.
And just so I understand, what's the difference between donate and pledge and how you are interpreting this?
If this used the word pledge instead, I would have more assurance that this was intended to be a hard and fast promise that even could potentially be a legally binding promise.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit number 2. Do you recognize this document? Page 2632.
I do recognize this document.
And what is your understanding of what this is?
That this is the cover letter to which the check for $100,000 was attached, which related to Johnny Depp's contribution to the ACLU in the name of Amber Heard.
Now, you've used the term binding a few times here in responding to these. What is your distinction with the words pledge and donate that relates specifically to binding?
A pledge is, if something is legally binding, it is a pledge, but it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody that uses the term pledge means something that's legally binding. Donate is a much, much broader term.
And donate can mean pledge?
Yeah, I think that the word donate can be used in connection with a pledge.
Do you have any understanding of what Amber Heard believed was a pledge versus a donation?
I don't know.
Did the ACLU have any reason to believe that Amber Heard would not pay the ACLU $3.5 million?
I think that everybody at the ACLU was hoping, the ACLU was hoping and expecting that the full 3.5 million would be paid to the ACLU. The fact that the pledge form wasn't signed was, cast some potential doubt on that. And then once Ms. Heard began having financial difficulties, we obviously recognized that that might impact whether the full 3.5 million is paid or impact whether it's paid over a much longer period of time in some intermittent way.
Do you have any evidence to suggest that Amber Heard still does not intend to pay the ACLU the full $3.5 million?
I have no, based on my investigation, I'm not aware of any indication that Ms. Heard has decided to no longer pay additional amounts to the ACLU.
I'm going to ask you to bring up number 4, please. I'm going to ask you to take a look at this document, and it starts out on the bottom with Amber on October 17, 2016 to ARP. Who's that?
That's Anthony Romero's private email, Anthony Romero private.
All right. And she's telling him to go ahead and it's all right to cash Mr. Depp's check. Do you see that?
I do.
And then Mr. Romero responds to her, says, thank you for the response. We will cash the check. But that means you have, quote, overpaid for this year as you wired $350,000 and then the $100,000 from Mr. Depp. So you can keep track that where you are on the overall amounts. Do you see that?
I do.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition defendant's exhibit number 14, and it's base stamp ACLU 2588 through 89. This is, and I realize there was a version of this that Mr. Chu showed you, but this includes an email from Mr. Romero to Jonathan Moresco, and then Mr. Moresco to Mr. Romero with a copy to Mike Weir. And it says here, hi, Anthony, if you get a chance on Sunday, can you please check in with Amber on her next pledge payment? She has a balance of $2.55 million on her $350,000 10-year pledge. Below is a summary of her other payments. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And so this has the $500,000 and the $350,000 and the $100,000 on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was September 28, 2018. I'm going to show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit number 15. It's base stamp 2595, and I'm going to make it larger. And if I can show you, we have an email from Mr. Romero saying, is there anything I can do to help facilitate pledge payment of $350,000? And it's dated November 27, 2018. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. And then Amber comes back on 11/29 and says, hang on, I'll be right with you. You see that?
Correct. Yeah, I see it.
Okay. And then the $350,000 payment came in on December 11, 2018, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that made a total of what, 1.3 million we've decided, right? What was the total amount of the donations after the 12/11/2018 that were made towards Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledge to ACLU?
1.3 million.
All right. Now, if Ms. Heard had just given $350,000 each year, what would the amount have been as of December 2018?
1,550,000. It would be 350,000, 350,000, 350,000. So that's 1,050,000.
Okay. And so she was effectively 250,000 ahead of that as of December 2018, correct?
Objection.
After Mr. Depp filed suit against Amber Heard on March 1, 2019, what, if any, payments did Ms. Heard make to the ACLU towards her $2.5 million pledge?
No additional payments.
Now, this was also shown to you by Mr. Chu on one of his documents. It's ACLU document 3037, the 12/11/2018 $350,000 donation from Amber Heard Anonymous. Do you see that?
I do.
Now, the ACLU continues to recognize Amber Heard as an ambassador for the ACLU. Is that correct?
We do. She continues to be listed on our website.
May donor deduct a donation before they actually make the payment to the ACLU?
No. Yeah, a deduction cannot be taken prior to when the deduction is made. A deduction is taken with respect to a tax year, so the deduction would have to be made within a tax year in order for it to be deducted that year.
Okay. Now, you also you testified earlier about different sources of donations, and you said that someone can make a donation in honor to fulfill someone else's pledge. Do you recall that testimony?
A person can make a donor in honor of someone else. And when I said in honor of a person, I was more referring to, in memory of a person or in honor of, a new executive director of an organization. People make donations in honor of them. But a person certainly can make a gift and say that I would like to make this gift to the organization because I know that this other person has committed something to the organization and I'd like to pay that amount. A person can do that.
Now, was it your understanding with the letter from Mr. White that Mr. Depp was making a $100,000 payment on behalf of Amber Heard towards her $3.5 million pledge?
Yes, that gift from was in connection with the amounts that Amber had said that she wanted to contribute to the organization.
All right, and it's been your testimony, I think, that there was an error in not including that in your sales force. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is it also your understanding that Elon Musk made the $500,000 payment towards Amber Heard's $3.5 million pledge?
Yes, we don't know that with absolute certainty, but that is our organization's understanding.
Okay. And you credited it towards Ms. Heard's pledge, correct?
Yes.
Does it matter to the ACLU where it comes from if it's tagged and said it's as part of this person's pledge?
We are always happy to receive funds from donors, and if a donor is unable to make a contribution of an amount that they said they intended to make, if they're able to have someone else make a contribution to the organization, that's completely fine by us.
It's still more money to ACLU, correct?
Correct.
And it's towards a pledge that you're hoping you can count on, correct?
Toward a pledge in the weak form of it, which is that somebody's making an intention. It would not be able to be satisfied in connection with a legally binding pledge.
Well, you did credit the $500,000 towards Amber Heard's pledge, correct?
Yes, we did.
And although you didn't initially credit the $100,000 payment by Mr. Depp towards her pledge, you agree that that should have been credited towards Amber Heard's pledge as well, correct?
Correct.
Now, we saw a document that Mr. Chu showed you a short while ago that indicated that Elon Musk made some other significant contributions, including $1 million and $5 million that were separate and apart from the $500,000, correct? Is that correct? Okay. Now, Mr. Chu asked you if the ACLU benefited from the fact that Amber Heard pledged or donated the $3.5 million. And I think your answer was that you benefit whenever there's donations made and the publicity associated with it. What, if any, benefit would the ACLU have had if Amber Heard pledged or donated $1.3 million as opposed to $3.5 million?
If I understand your question correctly, I think that it is always a positive thing to report on donations made to the ACLU.
Mr. Dougherty, you testified to a number of documents about the op-ed and the back and forth with the attorneys and everything else. Are you aware of any evidence at any stage of the op-ed drafts through publication that Amber Heard did not rely on her counsel's advice?
From what I know, Ms. Heard involved her attorneys and made changes to the op-ed based on the advice of her attorneys.
And so my question is, are you aware of any evidence that would suggest that Amber Heard did not rely on the advice of her attorneys?
Based on my investigation, I'm not aware of a situation where she did not rely on her attorneys.
Thank you. And I'm going to make a reference to their exhibit number 31. This is, it's just called Exhibit 31, and Mr. Chu put it down. Jerry Johnson was writing an email, and he listed a number of topics. Was it your understanding that the ACLU chose a number of those topics, of course, subject to Amber's approval, but it was their idea on some of these issues and what to address in the op-ed?
My understanding is that those were ACLU issues that Jerry Johnson came up with that might have been issues that could be covered in the op-ed.
All right. I assume for your next witness is a remote witness, correct? And I assume it'll take longer than 30 minutes. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, that's right, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it'll take a little longer than 30 minutes. Yeah.
All right. I think what I'd propose then, ladies and gentlemen, what I might have you do is take an extended lunch till 2:30 because I have an obligation at 2. So then that means though that we would go through till 5:30 tonight. Is that agreeable with everybody on the jury? Is that agreeable with everybody here? All right, let's go ahead and do that. Then let's go ahead and give you a lunch break until 2:30, okay? Just do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Well,
Till 2:30. What time is it there now then? Is it?
It's 1 o'clock.
So an hour and a half. Well, I suppose there's plenty to talk about, right? Holy shit. You can see how she's trying to spin it. She was saying that she was in front on her first year's payment because Johnny Depp gave more, making it 450, and she was ahead before the op-ed was released and Johnny Depp sued her because the defense is going to be that she was saving her money to fight this case, right? Because that's what she said before. Problem is she's on record, even, you know, not just on TV but also in newspaper articles, etc., saying that she'd already paid it.
That's right. Clearly. And she was promoting that. And she used that in the UK to make herself look good, that she didn't gain anything from the divorce.
Guess what I found as well? I found this.
You got surprises? Yeah.
Well, I popped it up a couple of times, but this is Elon Musk charitable donations, and if you look at 2016, you can see Vanguard charitable, 37 million, and at the top you can see Fidelity charitable 2017.
Remember, yes, I saw this. That's what I said. Didn't Fidelity have a link to Elon? It doesn't have a link to Amber. It has a link to Elon from what I had saw. And I don't see anything that they're giving her credit for it, but there's nothing that says that she's the one that forwarded the money to the Veiled Charitable Giving Fund. I mean, if it was her and her personality, we heard the psychologist. There's no way she'd be hiding it was her.
No,
she would.
No,
it would be direct and in your face. And look what I did. She'd throw a party to celebrate. She'd be on the steps of somewhere with a bunch of microphones and people. Come on, it's not her style to veil something that's going to make her look good in the press. Okay.
Exactly. And we got a new channel member. L. Wills became a new channel member. He said he's here for the science. But I'm obviously he says I'm obviously covering this very well as well. So thank you so much. I just want to say welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. All those in green.
Welcome.
Welcome.
I'm green, but I'm blue. I'm both. I'm a green. I'm a. What's that, turquoise?
If you believe Amber Heard, Amber Heard was black and blue.
Yes, I'm more black and blue out here. Look at that, because I'm on YouTube Dark, so the chat's got a black background. So there you go.
I can't believe how they're going to try and spin it. Well, I can see how they're going to spin it, but will it wash with the? I don't think it will. Did it? I missed the point because I was on the phone for about 90 seconds, and when I came back, I just heard them finishing up about asking him about the Children's Hospital of LA. Did he ask and say, are you aware of something about how much money the CHLA has got?
Well, I think that she had proposed it, but I don't recall the answer as to whether he could confirm for the other charity. He doesn't work.
Yeah, I know. Did they make an amount known to him and say that there was money given to the CHLA?
maybe somebody could clarify that for me, but I didn't hear that. No. But then
Right.
again, I also was getting messages and trying to respond while the mic was off to clear stuff up. Yes, Sandy, I agree. If she did have those injuries, there would have been medical, hospital, some kind of videos and proof with x-rays, something. I mean, we know how fond she was of her phone and recording and taking pictures. So where is that? Very fond of documenting her life.
I'm going to read this comment out from James Smith, who says, love you, Ranty, standing up for guys like us that have suffered horrible relationships. Thank you so much. Yeah, for those that aren't aware, there is a video out on my channel recently, which I go into detail about something that happened to me and how you can end up in a relationship that is as nasty and twisted like this, and ultimately how I had to go to court and vindicate myself. So, you know, this is why I was passionate about doing this subject. And, you know, I've it's been my guilty pleasure, this, you know, for the past year or so, finding out all the dirt that was coming out in this case. So yeah, I like pushing it out there to say to everyone, hey, I know it's not my channel's normal content, but you know what? You're going to get it anyway, whether you like it or not, because it's important to me, you know?
No, and it was a very moving video. It was a very strong story, and a very, you know, it kind of sheds some light as to why you feel so strongly about certain parts of the testimony and about certain issues that come up, and rightly so. It's a big issue.
It's a big issue. It needs talking about, and yeah, that's what you got. It's what people have got to do to make changes. If we don't, you know, these things go. A lot of people get undeserved consequences of it. Let's put it that way.
Exactly.
And, yeah.
Well, that's what I want to see. Some things change, and I know that I might be leaning a little towards rose-colored glasses a little bit, but cases like this are the only way that we can get the voices out there louder, so changes get made, so that when this kind of stuff happens, more stronger sanctions and consequences in the court to weaponize against people. That needs to happen so that this can stop, because they're making it too easy to use this system for you know, for not good, you know, and it's not good for anyone. It's not good for the victims. It's not good for those that truly need the help. Oh my God, Renty. Oh my God. I can't stay serious when you keep putting that face up there. All right, anyway.
Little stink face.
Yes. Yes. There's somebody in the chat that's named Amica Cream Makeup Points and Muffins. It's like
somebody needs to make
lunch. We'll see you.
Somebody needs to make a channel name called Rubber Stink Face, because this is what she is. She's Rubber Stink Face.
Well, you already have the beautiful icon there for it, and you should make one. Make it your side channel for. I don't know for what. What would that channel represent? Like really? Like why? I don't. Oh my God! I don't. You know, when this trial is over, I hope to never see that face again. Actually.
I don't think you'll see her face around much. Listen, I don't think this is going to wash with the general public as well, because she's already on record as saying she had already given the money away. You know, she didn't want anything of it. It turns out she'd kept it. She was doing it in donations, small donations each year. That's not what she signed up for.
No, I agree. And
she didn't even pay it herself. She didn't even fucking pay it herself. So all she paid is
she got other people paying her bills.
Yeah.
Yep. And that 350 is iffy. It's iffy. I'm not so sure about it.
What else? We need to find out about the CHLA. I imagine they'll be the remote people next, right?
I'm hoping so, because that would make sense. It should be on that list.
Yeah, there's an echo. We've got an echo coming. Oh, you turned it off. No, you haven't.
No
Hello?
echo?
Hello? Yeah, I can still hear myself. It's coming from your end.
I don't have anything open.
How close are you to the microphone with your earphones?
I have a headset on with a microphone.
Okay.
And my Bluetooth is off, so it's not competing with the laptop, but I'll just push the laptop back a little bit. Maybe that's it. Is that any better?
Hello? Yeah, that's better.
Sure.
No, it's not.
Okay. It's better, but it's not. Wait, what? Which is it?
No, it's echoing again. I don't know. It's definitely coming from your end, though.
I don't see what it could be. Let me just check my settings again.
But yeah, if they bring up the CHLA next, yeah, we've got no echo now. Oh, it's back again now.
You know, listen, I don't know why it would come from here. Oh.
Hello?
I have only one mic on the headset, and
So yeah, CHLA, they'll be up next, and the echo's gone finally. Yeah, whatever you've done, you've sorted it, so that's good.
well, that's good because I did absolutely nothing, Randy. Absolutely nothing. There you go.
What else? Yeah, CHLA next. I imagine that has to be the correct route. Following on from this, they're talking about the charity. What would come after that? What would come after the next charity?
After the next charity, there's still more security guards, Johnny's bodyguards. There are a couple of friends to go there. There's his accountant to talk about some of the forensic accounting and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm
thinking
thinking what would be the best to bring on for the next week and a half. I think probably the makeup artist would be the next one.
Yeah, she's still needs to be presented, although she wasn't listed on today's small list. The nurse is on it. No, she's not on this one. It's probably for when they come back. But on the one that we had for, let me just.
Because I don't think the nurse will be too long. That'll take far too long for today. So it would definitely have to be. I think it's going to be the CHLA. And then they're going to probably need something that's going to be rather quick, something that somebody's only got one story to tell.
If they're going in order, which so far they had Wasser and then they had Doherty. They got Edward White listed next, which is the financial manager of Johnny Depp. And then they have Jack Wiggum and Malcolm Connolly.
Who's Jack Wiggum?
I got to look that one up because there's nothing listed next to his name. Let me just see. After that, they have listed a Starling Jenkins, a Travis McGivern, Jennifer Howell, the former boss of Amber's sister, and Erin Borean, which was Amber's nurse.
Right. So who's the CHLA then? Who's appearing for them? Okay, we'll find out in a minute who that is. What do you think, guys? Any thoughts in the chat? Who of you didn't know about that? Who of you were unaware that she hadn't given the money to those charities? And do you think it'll affect the outcome of this? Do you think this will play into it? Because she said when she got this divorce that she wasn't a gold digger. She was going to give all the money away because she didn't want it. Didn't want it at all. No. I'll play you the clip actually again.
Jack Wiggum is the talent agent that used to work with Carino that Johnny Depp left with. He's an agent.
Right. He's an agent.
Okay, let me look, Kyle's. I didn't see it. Let me look at the answer.
Let's just play this. One sec. Let's play this.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this. And then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money. But then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent
that face she pulls, I can't get over that face that she pulls. It's like when they mention the amount of money that she was given, she's sort of like, it's like she can't even believe it herself. It's like she's so excited about this 7 million when he mentions it. Not them giving it away, just you were given 7 million, and she's like, oh, I tell you, Oh, yeah.
organization, nonprofit
And actually were all
Okay.
kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money. Then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union. Work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard
I wanted
of.
nothing.
There actually were all kinds of accusations.
I wanted nothing.
Yeah, but here's a good point that Kyle brought up. Kyle's goal first brings up into the chat that she wanted me to look at again. Can't we then? You know how Rottenborn just loves to impeach witnesses, yes? Like, it's like impeach the witness, impeach the witness. In the UK trial, she gave testimony that she gave all that money away. It's documented perjury in the UK trial right now. Documented perjury in that UK trial that she had given that up. Why can't they use that testimony? Like, you know, Rottenberg, he's throwing those UK transcripts all over the place. I'm sure they got a copy of that. Yeah. So, like, why could they not do the same? And I'm sure, but here's why I think they won't. Because if they get Amber on the stand and they go to impeach her, it's going to be every damn thing she said. They're going to be there forever. Because they can impeach just about everything she submitted to the court so far.
Oh, they are going to do that. Of course they are. They're going to impeach her
on
the fact that she only is supposed to punch Johnny Depp one time. She's only struck him once. That's false. They're probably going to bring this clip up. They'll probably submit this clip to the court and say, you know, this was you on TV in 20 whatever year it was, 2018, 2019, whatever. This was you. And the guy that's asking the question is literally saying there was a lot of suspicion and questions about, you know, what you were going to do with the divorce, blah 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 blah. But you know, you've done something with it. Do you want to tell us what you've done? Yeah, I gave it all away.
Yeah, but she didn't say I. Robsky's correct in that her terminology was donated. She didn't say I donated. Maybe clever on her part, or maybe just lucky, fortuitous use of words. We'll see. But that's a clear donation. But either way, it does say in the past, and it's still not all done. It's still not all done.
I want to listen to this again. Just have a listen to what was asked first.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way.
All kinds of accusations were flying your way.
When you said all this, and then...
When you said all this, that she was going to give all the money away. So this is obviously talking about the charity, you know, the divorce settlement, right?
And there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money. But then you did...
So that people were saying you were a gold digger, etc. Did you see what she said with her face there? Watch this. Look at this. Look at this. This is crazy.
All about the money. People were saying this is all about the money. But then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million.
I'm not even showing it to the screen to anyone, am I? So
thank you. I don't want to see her face, man.
You got to see her face. Listen to what she says.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this. And then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money. But then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
Just forget, what did you do with that money? There was a direct question.
I split it. Yeah, I split it. She took ownership of it. Okay.
Yeah, but what he asks is, what did you do with that money?
Saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between.
There we go. That. What did you do with that money? $7 million was donated between blah and blah. Boom. Done. Done and dusted. There you go. That's as clear cut as you get.
Yep. Okay, I agree, Kyle. You know, she's impeach her on everything. And the money, damn. We want people to make sure that they understand that she didn't donate this money. She still has her $7 million. That
what
has
you
to be
forget,
clear out there. Yeah.
yeah, but people are, it's not just about the money. It's what this did for her reputation, and it's what it did for her career, and all these ambassador roles that she got, and working for different companies, and all this. How it increased her stock value by her
That's right.
saying this, right? So she lied about supporting sick children,
Right. That's
and
exactly.
she didn't give the money to the sick children. She kept the money and helped herself up the ladder of success. That's what she
But
did.
yeah, and here's the thing: is that it does make her to be a horrible person, all those words, but that doesn't help the case. What helps the case is the intent to make herself look good, the intent to promote herself for gain at the expense of Johnny's defamation. That helps the case. The intent there, not so much that she's a liar. Yeah, she's a liar. That doesn't prove anything for defamation, except for that she knew it was not true what she did. When it comes to being the liar, the part about her knowing that she did not actually hurt him. I'll be right back.
It goes to more than that, because what it actually does is it shows the jury, as well as the rest of the world, that she has absolutely no problem in lying to the world, and not just on a small scale, on a ginormous scale. And if she can quite easily say that Johnny Depp beat her, she can also say that she gave money to sick children, right? So that's a clear difference between the two. Johnny's the horrible, abusing man, and she's the loving, caring woman that helps sick children, right? However, what we have seen is that it's actually Johnny Depp that goes around to the sick children, who actually supports 7 charities, goes around to the CHLA, goes and sees children out of the blue dressed as Captain Jack Sparrow. And it's Amber Heard that isn't doing that. It's Amber Heard that stole from the children, that didn't give the money, but used that belief to actually increase her stock value to make her more money, make her more powerful. That's what she did. So it's not just about giving the money to the charity, it's what everything else that came with it. She was able to wield that as a stick to beat Johnny Depp with, right? By what she did, when it was just a complete lie, an absolute lie. Right, James Smith with the big $5 Canadian super chat, who says, worst part is she lied about donating to Children's Hospital, which is even worse than lying about the ACLU. And that is truly horrible. And I could not agree more. Honestly, I couldn't agree more. L. Will says, has that come out in court? Well, it's come out from the ACLU, and they've admitted that they haven't had all of their money yet. The Children's Hospital thing, that hasn't come out as yet. I'd be surprised if it doesn't come out. I mean, I know that there's a list that Claire has that suggests that might not be the next thing up, but I would think it should be at some point. I would hope so. But yeah, stealing from children is far worse than anything else. And what she gained from this lie isn't just your everyday lie. It's not like lying about, I was offered a part in a film at one time and I turned it down, only for the director a couple of years later to say, well, no, we never really actually offered her the part. So she could have said something like that, which would have temporarily increased her stock value. Oh, she was being considered for that film. That's a white lie. It's a lie still, but it's not hurting anyone. This is actually taking from sick children, and at the same time presenting her as something that she isn't, like some kind of savior, which is why she got all of these films and she's got all of the money that she's got now. It's just disgusting. And then she was able to use that, was using that power by saying that she gave that money away to these charities. She then used it as becoming an ambassador for the for the ACLU, to then go after Johnny Depp, right? And she went after Johnny Depp with this newfound fame, with this newfound power, based upon this lie that made her this ambassador. And because she was an ambassador, she was able to get a lot of support in the community from other media outlets, etc., etc. And because she was an ambassador, companies like Warner Brothers, they were the ones that severed ties with Johnny Depp based on this, all tying back to this original lie that she came out with, saying that she'd given the money away. She never did. She never did. She never gave it away. So it's all falling apart. Everything's coming out now. I knew this. I knew this probably about 6 months ago when it first came out, when we started finding out about this stuff. And this is why it's bigger than the court case. The court case is, people just say, oh, it's just two celebrities arguing with each other. But it's not. It's far bigger than that. This is about how somebody in, with her conditions, let's say, is able to use her looks and charm and contacts to actually spin a life for herself that destroys somebody else's life at the same time. And the knock-on effect of that is it didn't just hurt Johnny Depp, it hurt his friends, his family. We had Isaac telling us of his issues with it and how it upset him and everyone close to him. So this was all from this woman, because nobody else benefited from this. It's not like it benefited her friends. It was all to benefit her. That was it. That's the only person that benefited from this. The rest of them just hangers on. But what she did was destroy a man's life, career, and everyone else's. And it's all coming back to bite her now. All coming back to bite her. Or you don't get away from saying stuff like this, that you gave all the money away when you didn't. And you don't pretend that you're not a gold digger when you get told about the $7 million. Watch your face. Watch your face. When they mention the money, mention the money, watch her face.
Got $7 million. People were saying.
Did you see that? I didn't just dream that. You got $7 million, and she bites herself because she can't actually believe how much money she's been given.
People were saying this is all. Divorce settlement, you got $7 million. People were saying this is all.
I mean, that just if that face there, if that reaction doesn't tell you that she wasn't expecting to hear you got $7 million, and then that was just an instinctive reaction to the knowing that she's got $7 million. But next she's thinking, I'm now going to lie. This is called Duper's Delight, people. This will be Duper's Delight, what you're going to hear next.
All about the money. But then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money? Twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7
Ready for this?
million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU, this is all about the money.
Watch the Duper's Delight now. She knows she's going to ask this question. Watch the Duper's Delight.
But then you did something.
There's the Duper's Delight, guys. There's the Duper's Delight. Take a look at that face.
Thing that twisted
I'd
that
really,
whole
I'd
argument.
really
What did you
rather
do with
not.
that money?
7.
You'd really not. Where have you
I
been?
really-
Where did you go?
I had a phone call. I figured I don't want to look in. I don't want to hear her anymore. Anyway.
I don't think we'll hear much of her in 6 months' time. she'll be a footnote, and I think she'll be replaced in Aquaman 2. Now, I made a prediction day one of this trial that Amber Heard would be replaced in Aquaman 2, and I ran a poll on the live stream, and I think it ran at around about 80% said that she wouldn't be replaced. 20% said she would. I would imagine now that if I ran that same poll, it would be a little different. In fact, I might just do that. I might just run the poll right now just to find out what the consensus is here.
I don't know. That's plenty. The $7 million. Since she actually didn't send that, Johnny's actually paying for her lawyers right now with his own money.
Who is?
Well, he gave her $7 million. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I missed your super chat, James. I'll go back and look and see if I could see it. Hold on.
Oh, hang on. I'll say it. I'll say it.
Oh, okay.
Worst part is she lied about no donating to the Children's Hospital, which is even worse than lying about the ACLU, and that's truly horrible.
I agree with you, James. That is truly horrible. And now here's the thing: have they actually filmed Aquaman 2? I know they contracted her.
Yes,
they filmed
it. It's all was finished. It was ready to be released, and then they pushed it back till next year.
Okay, so they could refilm if they wanted to, but that's expensive. Like they've really got to weigh that out. Like how bad is it going to be?
Well,
right?
It all depends how many scenes they actually wanted to be in. So let's suppose in the film, I mean, there isn't that many scenes that the second best or the third best character gets in any film anyway. So let's say she had 12 shots inside the film, or let's say 15. So they've got to refilm 15 shots. Well, let's say they say, well, we can do without that one and this one, and we can do some CGI with that one. We only need to film 12, but we can just bring a new actress in to do that. I think it's easily be done. It could easily be done. Easily be done. Right, let's see what the poll's running at. Oh, we're at 82%. We're at 82% for yes, she will be replaced as Mira in Aquaman 2. And
yeah, I hope so.
That's a complete flip around from the first time that I ran that poll on day one.
Okay. There's a message. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to finish off by saying that the negative reviews, the way that this will be just ratioed into oblivion when it's coming up to the release date, if she's still in it,
Sure.
It'll stretch beyond the fan base. So it will go as far as there'll be people watching this case that have a son or daughter that wants to go and watch Aquaman 2, and the mother of that child will be so disgusted that they've still got her in it that they won't go to it. So I believe that they will have to replace her 100%. Yeah.
I think just publicity alone, it would be worth it, just to reverse some of the damage. I hope so. Well, we'll see. Because I do agree she needs to be punished. I'm just some of the things that social media does is a little much. But I mean, I understand the need that she needs to pay. Believe me, I am not on her side. I am not on her side at all. And I want her to have restitution for everything that she's done and to be pointed out for hijacking a system that was meant to protect people, not damage people. And she needs to pay for that, and she needs to be pointed out for that. I totally agree about all of that. Definitely. Intrigued has a message here about that. I think she's talking about the clip you were playing, that it aired in October of 2018. So that would be right.
So that was after she hadn't donated at all in 2018. But she only donated in 2017, right? I believe.
Right. I think it was 2016 and 2017 the donations happened. Nothing after. They contacted her in 2018, right? And then they started looking for it. And then they got something happened in 2019. She said something about the not having any money to do it, I believe.
There we go. So here's the document for the divorce. It's scheduled here. So $1 million. So this is how much she was due to get, right? $1 million before February the 1st, 2017. $1 million before May the 1st, 2017. $1 million on or before August the 1st, 2017. 500,000 before November the 1st, 2017. So the date that, can we go back and have a look at that? Finding out what date he said that she sent that email to him. Anyone remember in the chat? Because they said that Amber Heard wrote an email and said that because of the problems with the marriage schedule about how she was going to get paid, she couldn't make that year's payment. Now, was that for 2017 or 2018?
No, I don't think there was a donation in 2016 counting towards that $7 million. You're correct. The divorce was in 2016. I believe the filing of the divorce was in May of 2016. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me show you what I've got up here. So this is the document. This is how much she was getting paid. So we know that in February the 1st, 2017, she was given $1 million. May the 1st, another $1 million. August the 1st, another $1 million. I'm sure that she wrote the email to the end of 2017 to say that she couldn't make that year's payment. I think it would have been due in October of that. because she said
Mhm.
of the way that these scheduled in payments from Johnny Depp, you know, had been scheduled in a divorce. But by my accounts, she had $3 million by then, right?
Mhm.
She had that's
Right.
how much she had in the bank. Now, she gave 350,000 prior to that.
Mhm.
It would have been in 2016. How did she find that money? Anyway, she had that then in 2016, which meant she had $3 million before the next payment was due. But then said that she was having financial problems. Why was she having financial problems if she'd just been paid $3 million? I don't get it.
Mhm.
I need to go back and find that clip. I'm sure
Yeah.
people will be aware of what was going on, but I called that out
Mhm.
at the time because I
Yep.
said I know I've seen a
You did.
document out there that's
Right. Yeah, she's got all the money there, you know, and she got all her legal fees paid too. Yes, always. We had that up this morning. We were watching that number go up and up and up for the people signing the petition to have her removed, and that the people in the industry are calling for her removal from Aquaman 2 also. Well, if the industry gets removed,
industry
if the
are.
industry gets involved, if people in the industry get involved, that's a stronger voice even, because they have to work with them, you know. And intrigued. If I said that, it's because I was looking at that document that has all of the big donations of Elon on it, and there's dates from 2016, 2017, although they're not related, the 2016 dates, to the ACLU donation. They're just listed there. You know, it's just confusing. I do think Robsky, the last Spider-Man, was cool, but I did not watch Aquaman at all because of this. And I love Jason Momoa, or I used to. I'm kind of forgiving him now that he's following Johnny.
Is that your doggy?
Yes.
The postman again? Postman
yeah,
again?
hold on. I'll get her. Hold on.
Yeah. So I'm just skipping through. I'll show you what I'm doing, guys. Because I'm not actually ignoring you. I'll show you what I'm showing, because I want to get this right. So I'm actually skipping back through my video to try and find the part where there's an email shown that says that Amber's skint basically, and she can't afford to make that donation for that month. And I just want to see what year that was. Might be here. That's the pledge form. What's this? That's the period for 10 years. Because I know it's in here somewhere. I saw it. Right, that's the thank you for the gift. Right, so she paid that then. Right, so it must be further on from that. Because I know she was given 3 million. I know she had that 3 million by that time, but she's pleading poverty.
Okay.
What's
She'll
this?
She'll be quiet about the mailman, but the dog insists you don't play any more Amber Heard clips. She don't want to hear.
Does she not?
Just
Why is that? Why is that?
The dog hates Amber Heard too. No. I do apologize. She's rude about the mailman. I just can't even. And she's you hear her and she is 7 rooms away. I kid you not. I am the total opposite end of the house of that dog. That's how loud she is about the mailman. She's aggressive.
Right. Well, where's your email, Herdy? Where's your email that you say you skint? It's in here somewhere. I know it is. I know you've got an email in here somewhere.
Intrigue says 55 minutes. She's trying to help you out there. I would go with it. She says 55 minutes. Yep.
What, 55 minutes from the start?
No, 50.
No. 55 minutes, what, back? 55 minutes back.
Right. Yeah. Try right. Yeah. And see what happens.
All right. Okay. Let's see.
Yeah. Go the other way. Yeah. Go.
Yeah, I'm going.
I know you're almost there. Yep. I saw a flash of white. Go back. Wait. Is that where? Let's see.
No, that's not it. There's an email that pops up. How far do we have to go back? Come on.
Oh, on the Sky News feed, not on our feed, on the Sky News feeds. No, of the Sky News feed, she said. She just flashed me. Whoop, there you go.
That's not it.
That's the other one, right?
The Sky News feed isn't up.
Yeah, she said 55 minutes into the Sky News feed. That's when you find it.
Right, 55 minutes into the Sky News feed, which means that once we start here...
That would be us. Yeah, we have to go all the way back. Okay.
We were live. We were live then at 34. That'll be 55 minutes after that. 25. So that'll be 30 or 30.
I'm with you guys. I liked all of the Marvel movies except for when they like killed everybody off in Endgame. It made me cry. And in Black Panther, it made me cry. Just not so much Aquaman.
What's this? Oh, here we go. What's that? That's Johnny Depp's check, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's Johnny Depp's check. Where is it? It says he can't afford to pay.
Mm-hmm. Is this it?
Oh yes, here it is. This is it. Yes. There we go.
Yeah, that must be.
Right. Okay. So this is where are we? 7th of the 6th, 2017. January, February, March, April. So this is. Oh no, hang on. That was sent to Stephen. Thanks again. He responded by that on the 7th. So this is the 7th of. I don't know if it's 7th of the 6th, 2019, or 6th of the 7th. What would that be in America? What's 7 of the 6? 7/6 is 7 January, February, March, April, May, June, July.
July. Oh, yeah.
July the 6th. July 6th. Right. So July 6th, she's saying that she can't make this amount this month, this year, right?
Mm.
But when we look at the schedule, there's a schedule on here as well that says when she's due to make these payments.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's that. Gone. Sorry for this, guys. Normally I'm a bit more organized than this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's that? That's the payment that's been paid. This must be, no, that's not the schedule. Just doing a bit of live research here, people. Where's the damn schedule? Was it in, what month was it in, the schedule? Do you remember? Which was due to pay it?
Oh, no.
Each year.
Mm-mm. I do know that in 2018, like in June of 2017, they got the 500,000 from Elon, right?
Yeah.
And then
I can't be asked scrolling through this right now. It's too jumpy. Everything keeps flipping around.
There was the 350,000 was in 2018. It says.
Yeah, what month though? Because there was a schedule.
It says
What's this?
December of 2018.
Oh, right, by August. Here we go. So this is the schedule. I knew I'd find it eventually. So by August of 2017, right? August. It doesn't say a date in August. Just says by August of 2017. January, March, April, May, June, July, August. Right. Let's get rid of that and let's reshare a different screen. bring up that. So, so she had 3 million. Look here. So this is the schedule of payments in 2017. So on or before the 1st of August 2017, Amber Heard will have received already $1 million, $2 million, $3 million. So in the year of 2017, February she got $1 million, May she got $1 million, August she got $1 million. That's 3 million. And yet she wrote that letter. She wrote that letter to say that because of these schedules, she wouldn't be able to make her $350,000 payment because she couldn't afford it because she was having financial problems. How the hell are you having financial problems when you've been given $3 million in the past 5 months?
Yep, she definitely had it then.
Ding, 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 ding. So she did have it. So I'm gonna make a little thing of that.
Mm-hmm.
A little, you know what it's like, but the Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Caught her out in another lie. I imagine that's going to be brought up in the cross-examination. Why did you write that letter saying that you were skint when you had $3 million in the past, however long?
Exactly. That's not what was. She just misrepresents. You know, she just misrepresents the whole thing. I don't know. Shall we be? Are we? You staying on, or are we breaking for lunch, or what are we gonna do?
I don't mind staying on. Oh, what's happening there?
Hmm?
Oh, Matt, you can go if you like.
I think I'm gonna need somewhat of a break.
Okay. Yeah, you go and have a little break. I'll see you back here.
Yeah. How about
ready for-
like 20 or 30? Is that cool with you? Yeah. I'll
Is
be
what?
back before we go live. Is that cool with you? 20 or 30 minutes. I will be back.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah.
Okay.
No,
All right.
no big deal. Yeah.
I'm sorry, James. I need a break. I'll be back. But thank you for missing me already before I leave.
She
I'll be back.
can't. She can't handle it. You can't handle it.
What? No. Yeah. Okay. So that's how you're gonna be. Don't worry about it. I'll come back in 2030 and show you how I can handle it. I'll see you soon. Okay.
So, what do you think about that, guys? Have we just caught her out in another lie? I believe so. I think we've caught her red-handed. Red-handed. I'll take a screenshot of these. I bet Tug will get into this as well at some point. Tell me, how do you spend $3 million in 5 months? Anyone tell me how that's even possible? Confused. Especially if you were doing Aquaman as well. Where's that bloody letter? I knew I should have taken a screenshot of it before. What do you think? Could one make the argument that the full 7 million AH received is actually earmarked? Thus, donations by Musk should not count towards the pledge. Listen, it's not. It's more than that, because in the UK trial, she wielded that $7 million as pay. Having been paid, she wielded that as proof that she wasn't a gold digger, and that it showed her character. It showed this, that, and the other. So in the UK trial, she made a huge deal of that, and the judge believed her. The judge was like, yeah, that's, that shows her character. Of course I'm going to believe her when she tells me that Johnny Depp beat her because she gave all this money away to charity, right? And that's in his final summing up. That's when he's summing up about the trial. He mentions this specifically, right? So you know, whether or not, whether or not it's earmarked makes no difference. It's what she's said in the past about it. The fact that she's already said she's given it all away, that to me is, it's unforgivable. And this will play out, and this is not going to go well for her in the court. I don't care how well, her Elaine tries to spin this for her, because it's just not going to work. It's not going to work. Right, sorry. What else? Who answered my question about the millions? She probably got 3 million, but spent it on wine or gold-laced cocaine. Ugh. That's something that I would or have never tried. I just don't see the point in it. To be fair, it's not something that I could ever accept. Yeah, so she did have it there. Where was that from? That's way back there. Right. Okay. I'm just trying to find that email again, guys. One sec. Do you think it's shady what she said? Oh, there we go. Where's that? There we go. Screen of that. Got it. Yeah. Do you think that's shady what she did? How's my poll running? 88% say they're going to get rid of her. 88%. That's massive. Why is that? Why would they get rid of her, guys? I think it's for brand protection. I think that's what it'll be. See, this was the UK trial. This was how corrupt the judge was. If you have a look on screen now, you'll see Johnny Depp had no connections to anyone other than just basically the son, connection to as in I'm suing. But then when you look down what Judge Andrew Nichol was, you can see all the connections there of how he was connected to the trial and to the Sun Group and Rupert Murdoch and all that. He even knew and went to dinner with Amber Heard and family. But I mean, if you want to know how unfair that actual trial was. This is crazy. This is crazy that she wrote this email, and I'm amazed that they've got it actually. Because this proves absolute deceit, right? So I'll share this screen so you can see what I'm doing. I'll be worthwhile. Share the screen. There you go. You can have a look what I'm doing here. I'm just making a comparison. What am I doing? Image canvas size. A bit bigger. I'll make it 2000. This is her email. That she wrote saying that she was skint and she couldn't afford to pay it. That's a lie, isn't it? What else have we got over here? Final. Oh, crop to that. I could do with getting a hold of these original files, actually. So probably can't see this very well because they're not too good. But let's show you what I've actually found out today. So she wrote on January, February, March, April, May, June, July. So she wrote in July to the ACLU. Let me get this written up here. She wrote in July to the ACLU. Here we go. July. Why is that not? A bit bigger. Sorry, you can see it. So in January, March, April, May, June, July, 6th of July, she wrote to the ACLU saying that she was skint. I'll read you exactly what she said. The concern is that the press could potentially spin the fact that this is an installment and not the entire lump sum. As you well know, it isn't possible due to the structure of the settlement agreement. Again, against me in some way, right? Also, we are tracking down confirmation statement from Children's as well, blah, blah. So there we go. So she's basically saying here, and it was said that she couldn't make the payment that she was due to schedule to pay in August of 2017, which is down here. In August of 2017, she was writing to them to say, "Hey, you know what? That pledge that I'd made to give you $350,000, I cannot afford to pay it yet because of the structure of the settlement agreement in her divorce. Except the structure of a settlement of her agreement in divorce says that she would have been received $3 million before this payment was due to be paid. In fact, she would have received $3 million in the 5 months prior, and she would have already received $2 million when she wrote this. Because she would have wrote this in July, and she'd have got $1 million on May the 1st, $1 million on February the 1st, and she's saying, and she knows she's getting another $1 million on August the 1st, but she's saying that she can't make that $350,000 donation in August of that year because of the structure of the settlement agreement. Well, that's bullshit, isn't it? How's that? She's already getting half her money and she can't afford to pay it. Absolute crap. Johnny Depp's team are going to pull this apart. They're definitely going to have a field day with that. But look at this as well. So what did we find out? We found out that Vanguard and Fidelity. So Vanguard paid on her behalf $500,000 in 2016. And Vanguard here, which I'm showing on the screen right now, in 2016 donated in total $37 million that year, right? But Vanguard Charitable is owned by, or set up by, Elon Musk. And also, because this is Elon Musk's charitable giving. And if you look at the very top, you can see Fidelity Charitable Gift Fund, who have donated $12 million. But they, from that charitable gift fund, donated another $350,000 to Amber Heard's pledge. So $850,000 in total from Elon Musk, and just $350,000 from Amber Heard, $100,000 from Johnny Depp, which, you know, didn't get put into the system somehow. Wonder where that went. Was it given back to her? Here's that banner I put up before. Elon paid $850K. Amber paid $350K. Depp paid $100K, and she was supposed to have given $3.5 million. And she didn't give anything from the Children's Hospital of LA. So in total, out of a $7 million settlement, she only gave away $350,000 plus the first installment from Depp, which was $100,000. So she only actually gave $450,000 out of a settlement when she said that she'd given $7 million away. Yeah, disgusting. Disgusting. It's not that it's out of focus. It's that we had to take screenshots. I had to take screenshots of basically screenshots. it was what was on the court screen. So this was from this court screen. I've not actually got these documents from the court. I wouldn't know where to find these particular ones, but these was just so yeah. That's why I did look a little out of focus, because it was just screenshots of screenshots. It don't go into her. It went into Johnny's name. It shouldn't have gone into Johnny's name though, because he said he wanted it to go in her name, and he also told a story of when she found out that she went bananas. And this would make sense too, because if she'd had $3 million and she's writing an email to say that she can't afford the next installment of $350,000, she's already telling them. She's already planning it, that she knows, because at this time she hadn't even been sued by Depp. She hadn't even needed to put any money away for solicitor's fees. So unless she's got a massive bill somewhere which says that this $3 million that she got, actually it went on this, that, and the other, and she genuinely was skint and couldn't afford to pay them. But I can't see that, because it's showing here that she had the money to pay, but she just chose not to pay. And that's a big difference from saying that she was gonna, that she had given the money away already, right? Huge difference. Right, we got 35 minutes left, guys. 35 minutes. Do you want to go and get a brew somewhere? Go and stretch your legs, have a little walk around, and come back in 30 minutes? You want to do that? I think we should. Ready for the next round? Bananas. You want me to say bananas again? Bananas? He's going bananas. It's time for a mega pint. I wish. I don't have any mega pint beers in. I don't have any beers in. How sad is that? No beers for me tonight. Let's see. So, there we go. So we're almost finished the halfway point, guys. It's just the afternoon session to go, and then we'll have done 3 full weeks of the trial. Definitely halfway. And then we've got 3 more weeks after that, and we can sit back and watch as hopefully an amazing story gets revealed and justice is done. Justice for Johnny Depp. Stone Monkey says, I've got red wine. Could be time for a mega pint. I don't have red wine, unfortunately. Yeah. No red wine for me. Justice for Johnny Depp, indeed. When was the first time I'd started talking about that on Twitter? I think I joined Twitter in January, because I started this channel, when was it? Last April? Something like that? Last April, last May? Might have been May. And I didn't get around to making a Twitter until January of this year. And I do believe, I think it was a very early tweet when I first started showing support for Johnny Depp. And it may have been like February, I think. February the 4th or something. I knew this time was coming. Sometimes you just feel that you've just got to talk about something. You've just got to get it out there. You've just got to get it off your chest and do it. Some people say they'll do some things and other people don't. I just decide that I'm going to do something and I do it. And exactly what I've done. I could have been outside in the beautiful sunshine, We've had great weather here. It's barely rained. We've had sunshine. I could have had a suntan. I could have been going to the gym. Nah, covering this trial means more. Some things that are more important than getting a suntan. Yeah. For real. So who's here from the Johnny Depp side of things, and who's here from the debunking side of the channel? Because, you know, my original content before covering this case is all debunking conspiracies and, you know, looking into them. So I'm just wondering who's new here for Johnny Depp, and who's here from the original side, the original content. That would be interesting. Flurf bashing for the win. Hello, Robski. And more importantly, those new subscribers that I've gained, I think I've gained about 400 or so. I wonder how many will hang around when I'm doing debunking videos for, let's say, is Bigfoot real? Or is there evidence of a hollow earth? Or is the earth flat? You know, if I'm doing videos about those, how many of you guys are going to stick around to watch them? Is that something that would be interesting for you? Or are you just here for the Johnny Depp trial and that's it? Because I do see on Twitter that there's a lot of people that have joined Twitter and, you know, they say on the profile, I'm just here for the Johnny Depp, and then I'm gone. You know, there's loads there that say that, you know. Brachia Monkley says, Bigfoot is real. He lives in Texas and his name is Aaron Ra. That's funny. Nimrod. What is it? No, I've missed it. Basic Trig. I know you from the Great Cats songs and your awesome accidental debunking of Nathan Jokley. Light Bear and Natural Spiritual says, JD, I'll stay. That's what I like to see. Somebody that's going to hang around and stop back in to see the new stuff. Yeah, I think that it is about 400 new subscribers, because before I took this on, I was on 8,700 subscribers, and I know that a lot of new subscribers will be here for the Johnny Depp stuff. So just be interesting if they stick around. You know, you want your new subscribers to enjoy your content and you know, sort of like stay engaged. So hopefully what I do after this will keep them interested. That's all about, right? Doll I said, glad I found you. Oh, so sweet, thank you. I'm gonna pop that up there. That means a lot. It really does. And you've got an image of the globe on screen as well, which is pretty cool. JD says, I'll stay. No. Light Bearer Naturally Spiritual says, I'll stay. Ethan Cope, I've only been here for the case, but I'll stay in touch and stick around. That's what I like to see. I think you'll enjoy I think you'll actually enjoy my content, you know, because it's not always as sort of like silent and as this. You know, normally when I'm doing a video, you know, you can't shut me up. You'll hear me talking for 15-20 minutes about a particular subject, and I'll explain why it's wrong. So if somebody comes up and says, yeah, the earth's flat, I'm like, okay, what's your proof? Right, let's look into that. Let's see if that's real. You know, set the world to rights kind of thing. But I do it in a funny way. Oh, and my almost unbelievable paranormal podcast channel. Yes, I have that as well. So that if there's anybody out there that's interested in the paranormal, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love that channel. We've not put any content on there for about 8 months now, which is a bit, you know, it's a bit upsetting, because I do want to build that up, because I think me and Katz are great on that. Katz is a scientist and he's a school teacher scientist, and I am me. So basically we get people to come on and tell us their story, whatever it would be. So let's suppose they say, oh, I was in a house one day and I saw Bigfoot walk through the room. He picked me up, put me down on the couch, and then he walked away. And, so you'll dig into that a little bit and you'll ask lots of questions. You'll find out, what were you doing before? Were you taking any drugs? And then, if we exclude all kinds of things, it'll be up to Katz to try and explain a scientific reason for what actually occurred. And I'll go out of my way to try and find similar events that may have explained how it could be a paranormal or supernatural event. And then, yeah, so that's how it works. And it's had a lot of good reviews, has to be said. And yeah, so if you like that, go and check out that. It's called Almost Unbelievable, and it's on YouTube. I think we've got 1,400 subscribers or something like that. And there's loads of videos on there. I think there's about 30 people that came on, told us the different stories. Things like changing from one dimension into another. Some of them were just crazy. One woman came on and she said that her and a friend were sat on this in the back garden of this house that they were living in, and they were drinking some wine. The atmosphere felt a little bit odd. Something just didn't feel right. It felt a little bit out of place for some reason. And they got a little bit unnervy and they went inside and they thought they'd go and take the dog for a walk. So they went out for this walk, took the dog up the road, and everything seemed to change. Fences that were broken suddenly were repaired, that they'd seen broken for months and years. A toy that was left out in the garden that was all rotted and sort of like horrible was replaced with a brand new one. Cars that were doing fantastical speeds that should never have existed, that were just a woman that appeared in front of them and then just disappeared completely. When she came home, she went into a house and the car keys that were on the side to her car, she just got this second-hand car, and she had a conversation with the guy that was selling the car, and him and her laughed about the state of these car keys because they were all scratched and damaged, and she was waiting on a replacement key. She was waiting on them actually getting a replacement one. It was that bad. But when she walked in the door, her old battered car key was all brand new. The next day, everything stayed the same. Everything that had changed that night stayed changed the following day. And she remembers it. A friend remembers it. She knocked on the house with the toy in the garden that was all dilapidated and rotten and everything that had been replaced with a new one. And they said, oh, that's strange. Yeah, we noticed that, but we thought it was a friend pranking us because it was a running joke about how this toy was all dilapidated and stuff. And they just thought it was a friend playing a prank on them. But of course, she said, well, no, because there was a fence right next door to me that was all broken with slats, and there was a dog in there that used to jump out at her dog when she was walking it. And because she was sat outside in the back garden, she'd have noticed if somebody had repaired that fence, and they didn't because she was right there to see it. So obviously something happened that night. And I actually believe that story. So I actually believe that's real. And Katz couldn't explain it, and some of those stories are crazy, these ideas that you can just switch dimensions and go into parallel worlds and things like that. There's a whole bunch of people that have come forward with stories like that. And also there's some paranormal events that are Slenderman. There's a Slenderman video on there. There's demon videos also. It's just crazy, these stories that people come up with. I'll find you my channel link. How's that? I'll find you my channel link and my other channel, Almost Unbelievable. And yeah, I got 1,410 subscribers over there. As I say, we've not put a video out on there for 9 months yet, but we will be starting it off again. But if you're interested in that and you want something to listen to, so like if you drive into work or something like that, and you just want a nice story to listen to, they range from anywhere from 15 minutes to 25 minutes normally. So you can put it in your car, play it on, listen to it on your drive to work. It's really good. And there's the link. So if you so wish, if it's something that you're interested in, I really think you'll enjoy it because the format's great, I think. The format is good. So there you go. The link's in the chat if you want to, if that interests you, because you never know whether or not the content I produce on this after Johnny Depp trial will be up your street, but hopefully it will. All right, we've got a few people back. It looks like, what have we got? 20 minutes to go. The poll that I've run so far that says, will Amber Heard be replaced by Mira? Let me say that again. Will Amber Heard be replaced as Mira in Aquaman 2? The poll is currently running at 86% of people saying yes. And if you want to find out where the poll is, you can find it in the chat. So go and give your opinions over there. Well, that's I think that's a pretty good indication, to be fair. Robsky says, I actually have a telepathy story that happened to me. I don't tell it often, but I might tell you when Almost Unbelievable comes back. I hope so. There's so many people in this community that, yes, okay, a lot of them don't believe in this stuff, but they have an experience that they just cannot explain. And it may be that it's paranormal, but it may be that with explaining it properly and reasoning through it again, that you are able to, figure it out one way or the other. Maybe Katz can come up with a scientific explanation for it. Some of the things he finds to explain these things are quite novel, actually. Some of the research that's out there that talks about electronic waves and stuff like that, how that can affect your, your brain when you think you're seeing a ghost or something like that. It could be something to do with some loose wiring or something like that, or fans in the house. So, yeah, it is interesting. Slim Pixie says, we'll check it. Used to love the 40 in times. I'll tell you what then. There you go. Go and check it out. Have a watch of a video. And then the next time that I'll do this live stream on the Johnny Depp trial, come and let me know what you think. So this is the last day that we're doing this until a week on Monday. So it's not next Monday because the court isn't on. So there's nobody doing it because all next week there's no court. So it's going to be 10 or 11 days before we're back covering the trial. So if you get the opportunity to watch some of those videos, let us know what you think of it. I really would appreciate the feedback, what we could improve on, or whether or not the format is something that's just good. Claire I think she's gone for a poo. Don't tell her I said that. I think she went for a poo. So she'll be back soon. In fact, when she comes back, guys, can you do us a favor? Can you all tag her when she comes back and say, how was your poo, Claire? Just ask her that. Just say, how was the poo? Watch her go red in the face. So Brachia Monkey says, why is there no court next week? Well, there's no court next week because the court's taking a week off. Basically, I think they want to get through some other cases so that they haven't got a huge backlog. Because sounds like we're back. Hi, Claire.
Hey,
how are you doing?
I'm fine. Did you miss me?
I did. Yeah, we all missed you. There's a few people in chat that want to say how much they missed you, actually.
Oh, really? Why?
Yeah.
Well, thank you, everyone. I think that's nice.
It is.
I just need a small break. I have dogs here. They both need to. They had to go out and do an Amber Heard. I don't want no herd turds in the house. So it wasn't mine, Mad World. It was the dogs. But thank you very much for worrying about my extracurricular poo activities. Damn. Is that what it's like on YouTube now, Randy? Now, please tell me that's not what you all were discussing for the 30 minutes I was gone. Like, crikey. Jeez. Oh, my. Yes, no, a bear does shit in the woods and never in the bed, barking. You know better than that. Come on. Do I look, oh, come on. Do I represent myself as the kind of bear that would shit in the bed? Come on, please. Please.
Arcanics 1971 once. How was you grumpy?
I think I should have took a longer break. My gosh. Oh, man.
There seems to be a lot of people asking how the poo was. I mean, I think
I know. What is with you? Right? Are you people obsessed with my? I mean, I know you're obsessed, but does it have to be with that? There's so many things about me you could be obsessed about it. You need to pick that. Like, so gross. Mocking, you owe me like a dozen cupcakes for that one. A dozen at least. I had an Amber Alert. That's pretty funny. That one's had. True, it was your idea. Oh my gosh, you owe me cupcakes too.
All I can say is I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back.
Are you? I feel lighter since y'all pooed me out in the chat. I should have lost about 10 pounds considering what you. Oh boy, no. I had a cup. I know I made coffee. I let the dogs out. I had a snack.
Well, I was shilling my other channel. I was shilling the Almost Unbelievable podcast.
Yeah, that is a good podcast.
Looks like I've probably got a few more people come on over actually and subscribe over there. I'd like to see feedback from that, as I say. So, when we come back, I was explaining that next week the court isn't doing the Amber Heard trial. So basically, they're trying to catch up with their own other cases. So they need to free the court up so that they can actually get through a few other cases, and then they'll be back again. So they're taking a week off from next week. So this is why I feel that the Johnny Depp team have to make the most of this afternoon session. They have to leave the jury with something that is like shocking and ultimately just very damning for Amber Heard. They can't leave it on something that's just you're falling asleep on. He wants to stick in the mind whoever they bring on. So that's why I feel that they have to bring on maybe somebody with medical experience, perhaps.
Well, number 9 is Aaron. I mean, her nurse. He's number 9 on the list for today if they get there, but we're only on number 3, so chances are pretty slim unless they mix it up. But they've been known to do that. I've never seen a list come out, and I can't even declare the accuracy because it was on Instagram and Twitter, and But,
well, it was accurate up to now. The first 2 were right.
Yes, you can tag me, Autistic Shield, because you just did. I can see it as a tag. Yeah.
What
are you trying to tell me, love?
What?
Oh, it says for some reason I can't tag. It's not showing up, but please ask her how her turd was. Oh, really? Really? That's what you want to ask me? If I had turded, it was fine. I can assure you both my dogs had very decent turds. There you go. Yeah.
What, Claire's turds, not Amber's turds?
I'll have to get back to you on my turd because it wasn't me, it was the dogs. Anyway.
I tell you what, if you did anything like what Amber Heard did in the bed, I would
I'm not
seriously worry. I would
not.
worry. No, I would, if that came out of you, I would worry about you.
I would worry about me too. And everybody knows bears shit in the woods, they don't shit in the bed.
It didn't even look. I know they said it was human, but it didn't look human.
It didn't look like the little dog either, because like one of my other friends looked at it and we kind of shocked her with it because she wasn't really like up on this trial, and she wanted some information. So I showed her the poo and she was like, oh my God, she got almost as sick as you did. But she did say that smeared, like there's a little bit of smearing going on, which would have to be a butt and not a dog. Dogs don't do that. She said, "That's human. That's not a dog."
It could have been a man's one, to be fair. It could have been Io's, you know, he could have done it. You know, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, if you've seen him, he looks rotten. He does look rotten. But we'll still believe it's Amber's.
I think it was Amber's. I think she's spiteful. I don't know.
Yeah, but it was an obnoxious poo. It wasn't a normal, everyday, healthy poo, was it? It was horrible.
Well, just
yeah,
the whole act of it. I mean, I can't believe that was the final straw for Johnny Depp. That's when he walked out and never came back. That's what did it. Like, that's it. That was like that incident right there.
Sometimes, you know, people are just, you know, something pushes them to the edge that, you know, it's unexpected. They can be punched and punched and punched and screamed at and punched, but you do something like that, and that's like a red line that you just won't go beyond.
No, it's so disrespectful and everything. And you're right, Robski. They never do it in the USS Callister. Because remember when they went into that thing, this is a Black Mirror episode, they had no parts. I don't think they pooed at all, to tell you, remember? Because they were like Ken dolls, remember? They were like, they had nothing, you know? No poo in the USS Callister, that's for sure.
Black Mirror, I've seen all of Black Mirror. I binge watched it for
me too.
Maybe 2 weeks. I did binge, or maybe even a week actually. There was 5 series, wasn't there?
Yeah, there's 5. And we're doing every single episode again. I've watched each episode at least 3-4 times. I love Charlie Brooker so much. I think he's brilliant. He's an incredibly talented man. And I actually have a series on my channel about it. We do it every Sunday at 9:00. I'm actually trying to get a hold of one of your friends wants to do one, actually. Likes Black Mirror. I'm meeting people.
I gave you his email.
Yes, you did. And I do. And I apologize if you're listening. I will email you tonight. I do apologize. I was just so knackered yesterday. I couldn't type. I have to,
let
me
put
show
you out
together.
You're
going to show me?
I am. If you want to listen to a recap video, because they're quite popular actually. But you know, regarding Black Mirror, now Black Mirror is really, really good. So I'm not going to say if you've not seen it, I'd highly recommend you go and see it. But you could also watch it at the same time with Claire. I'm going to put her link in the chat right now, guys. So
right, there's a playlist on the channel for Black Mirror. All the episodes are there. Yeah.
So you would be doing me a huge favor if you went and subscribed to the lovely Claire here, and get her a few more subscribers and have a listen to her Black Mirror and other content.
My current co-host is in the chat right now. That's always Createful. Her name is Kim, and she has me beat as to the number of times that each episode has been watched on certain numbers of them. She's also a big Charlie Brooker fan. Like, we fight over him in our fantasies. But thank you for the shout out. But it is a unique series. I like the social impact of it, you know, the sci-fi part.
My favorite one was it was called Nosedive.
Oh, yes. That was one of the first ones I did. Did you love the cinematography? Did everything look just like a little bit pale pink to you, like cotton candy? Like everything, they tried to make it look so surreal.
In the future,
you know?
in the future,
yeah. Everything was all pink and fluffy, and that was the one where you got rated by like how nice you were to people and how many people liked you, and you got your apartment and your job and everything.
That's the one that sticks in the mind, and then just from one bad, one bumping it, because it all started when she walked out of the house and she bumped into someone as she walked out of the house, and then he downvoted her and then put her in a bad mood for the rest of the day. Not a bad mood, but it just seemed like she was having one bad thing after another happen, and everyone was downvoting her.
Well, and they were downvoting her for sure. That's Ron Howard's daughter Bryce played the lead character. I forget her name though. But can you imagine? Just picture this, like with your. I can actually picture this. Let's put Amber Heard in that episode, and go, man. They would have her digging ditches. They would have her digging ditches by now, somewhere on the side of the road. Based on the popularity,
It is. Black Mirror is good, and to be fair, I mean, I funnily enough, on a very old YouTube channel of mine that's still around that nobody knows about, which is great. I actually did. I started doing recap videos back then, and
Mhm.
reaction videos. Specifically, I mean, for instance, I took one of the Red Wedding with my father way back
Mhm.
before it became even popular. I mean, this video is like 10 years old, right? So
Yeah.
now, you know, you have these big channels that are out there, and they're all rewatching Game of Thrones and things like that, and they're taking off. I had this idea years ago, right, to do that,
Mhm.
and yeah, it was good. I had prank
Mhm.
videos on there and everything. Yeah, kind of funny.
Mhm. No, I just like it's classic. I mean, right now I don't know if it's in Netflix. It is Netflix, the United States version. They have all the episodes there. I think they do in the UK too, because I was watching it with someone from the UK for a while there, like every episode. So like I'm thinking, well,
Right, just Brit, you've missed out. If you've never
yeah,
watched Black Mirror, you have missed out because
it
it's
is.
bloody good.
It is. It is very, very good. It is very good.
And you know, I mean, that story that we just talked about, then that's just one story. It does have a theme running through it. There is like a string of, you know, one thing
It
leads on to
is.
another at times, you know. So,
Yeah.
but for
I
the main part, it's individual one shot
oh.
storylines, you know.
Thank you, Charlie, because at least you missed it. They pooped me out, man. It was terrible. I'm glad you're here to make me feel better. I need that little bit of stroke. Thanks. Thank you, Charlie. Cause damn, they pooped me to death. It was rough. Yeah. Oi. Oi, oi. But you know what I think the common theme is? It's like his main message almost every time is the impact of social media and technology on society in general. There's always this bigger story he's trying to tell. And what I love the most about Charlie Brooker is not only his creativity, the directors he brings, the cinematography, all top notch. The writing is excellent, but he makes my brain hurt. Like I like stuff that makes me think. I like stuff that challenges me and makes me, I look at something this way and I like to be pushed. I like to be pushed into a different thought about something and really challenged. And Brooker does that for me. And that's why I like that guy. I would love to have dinner with that man sometime. Like,
Hey, I'm gonna do a shout out actually to my Patreon because I haven't done it at
Mhm.
all when I've been doing this
Oh,
entire trial. So I might as well
I
now
didn't
and
know you
say
had a Patreon. I guess I should look in the description more often.
that's how little I never mention it. So I'm gonna put a link in anyway in case anybody wants to go and support myself and the channel over there. I really would appreciate it. So I'm gonna pop that in there now. So if you want to become a Patreon of mine, yeah, go and head on over. Patreon me. I'll be forever in your
Yeah,
debt. What can I
yeah.
say? Thank you so much if you do.
I'll need to learn about those kind of things. I don't know about that. Charlie, I don't think that's what I said, but we could talk later. What are you? That is not what I said. I don't think. I think thinking rough, Never mind. Never. Thank you,
Just
James.
thinking rough. Just
Yeah,
thinking.
just thinking rough. Challenged,
I get you.
I know. Oh God. You see, this is the problem. This is why like Mayhem is such a rough show and so risky and probably will never be monetized. Things just fall out of my mouth in just the worst way. Like they could just be taken the wrong way, like every single time.
I'd be careful what falls out of your mouth.
This is true. This is true.
Sandy says Patreon. Well, yeah, Patreon's like it's a way that you just support the content creator and the channel independently of YouTube, because YouTube take about 45% or so from it works out about 45% all in all. Yeah. So, but with the Patreon, you get about 98% of it. So, if you were going to support on things like Patreon or PayPal, yeah, that's good. And then, super chats obviously don't mind either. But yeah, Patreon's good because it just means that you get, you know what you're going to be getting each month. You can rely on it. You can pay for some software and stuff like this, so you can keep up to date with things. So that's why people prefer to use Patreon, because it helps out.
Oh, thank you for the bears, James. Robski, I think we answered that. Bears, I will as a bear, as my nickname being a bear, a woman named Bear, I will say that bears do poop in the woods.
They do.
Rather,
They do.
they definitely do over the bed. I'll tell you that every time. I'm going to choose the woods over the bed every time.
Do you
Thank
do
you,
anything?
Mandy. I'll go look. Yeah.
So
I'm
Sandy
sorry.
says, do you do anything special for your Patreon? Well, yes, and I will be doing a lot more as well because now that I'm doing this full time and now that I'm getting to grips with, you know, mixing everything around and things like that, I'll probably do pre-release videos up there and full edit. You know, there'll be a lot of different content up there anyway from YouTube, so you'll get to watch that as well.
You know, I have a suggestion. I have a really nice perk for your Patreons that I think they would really like it.
Yeah, I know what you're going to say. And no, I'm not going to do a
Do
pole
you?
dance.
Are you
No,
a
I'm
bear
not going to
mind
do a
reader?
pole dance.
I
No.
wasn't talking about the pole dance. You see? You cannot read a bear's mind. I was going to say you already have something made you could drop in there for them that they would adore. It was
What would
really
that be?
good.
Oh, no, not the... No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. I wasn't talking about a new one, the pole dancing.
No,
Why have to
no.
expand on pole dancing when the twerking video is perfect?
Do you have any idea? Do you have any idea who?
I do. I actually do. But
there
you
are
know,
content. Yeah, but some of the content creators that support me there as well, they would have a field day. Believe you me, if they knew I'd if I'd done that.
Well, you put it out there, dude. What can I tell you? I don't know. Yeah.
Right, I've got the screen up ready, guys. I'm just waiting for it to actually go live.
Not all bears are hairy, James. I assure you, I'm not. It's anything. Don't worry. Not back yet. We got what? It should be. It's like 2:30. Yeah.
I know they sometimes run late. You know what it's like, don't you? You know.
Oh, the shower vid. That's another one. Martin, great idea. That shower vid would work. You know, because you could promo it as like, you know, take a shower with
no.
Brent.
What do you think it is? What do you think it is? Come on.
Made these. Hey, you made them. What do you get on me? Like this is content that you put out that I have consumed. I'm just promoting it for you.
How did you even find the shadow? I mean, what is going on here?
Played it for me right here, like here on the stream. Oh yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Help me out, chat. Martin, how do I know about the shower?
I didn't play the shower video here, did I? Did I?
Help me out, chat. I swear. How would I see it? It's not like, you know, we're we're like what 4,700 miles away. How the heck would I see the shower video if you didn't play it here for me? Like, come on, you know.
Well, looks like we're going to get... Oh, we're going till 5:30 as well today. So we've got 3 hours with is it a 15-minute break? So 2 hours and 45 minutes of content. So the next one's going to be a video deposition, which is live. Yes. So this isn't like what we've had before. So
did they say it's going to be James Wiggum? Did they say?
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's
see.
Next
witness?
Here we go. Let's see. Who is it?
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Edward White.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
Who's he?
I have to run to Discord to find out.
Oh, they're bringing him in. He's an old git.
He's alive. He's live. He might be one of the
Got security guards.
Maybe. Hold on. I don't know. It would be pretty old, right? I don't know. Is he that old?
Right, let's go on mute. Let's let everyone listen. Right, here we go.
Good afternoon, sir.
He's the financial manager.
Good afternoon, Mr. White.
Good afternoon, Counselor.
Will you state your full name for the record?
Yes, Edward White.
Where do you reside?
Los Angeles, California.
How are you employed?
Many years ago, I founded Edward White & Company, Certified Public Accountants, and I am the managing and senior partner of the firm.
What is a certified public accounting firm?
A certified public accounting firm is authorized by a particular state, in my case, California, to audit financial information and to certify the statements related thereto.
What's the nature of the work that's done at Edward White and Company?
It's diversified. It includes providing tax and related compliance services, that is to do the tax returns for the clients. That's both fiduciary, corporate, individual, as well as partnership work. We also are involved in providing financial statements for financial institutions and for governmental agencies. We, in addition to that, have a business management department and provide a wide variety of services in that capacity.
Are you the Edward White of Edward White and Company?
Yes, I am.
Who do you employ?
We employ a very talented group of professionals that have really amazing credentials. They have graduate degrees from NYU and USC in business administration, as well as taxation. Many of my colleagues have been with the firm for over 25 years, in one case for 35 years. I'm very proud to be associated with this group of people.
Who are your principal clients?
We represent approximately 100 high net worth individuals and the companies that they own and operate. In addition to that, we do work for governmental agencies such as the Department of Justice, the state of Alaska, the state of California, and the city of Long Beach.
What's your educational background?
I started my college career utilizing the GI Bill. I served 4 years in the Air Force and was fortunate enough to have that opportunity. My undergraduate degree was in business administration, and I have a master's degree in business administration from the University of Southern California. After completing my graduate degree at USC, I took several tax classes, corporate, fiduciary, estate and gift, and subject matters such as that.
Do you have any other experience with education?
Yes, I was a former professor of accounting and taxation at California State University, located in Los Angeles, California.
What kind of work do you personally do?
The work I do is primarily transaction-oriented, acquisitions of companies, dispositions, that is buying or selling a company, arranging financing with large financial institutions, consulting with clients where they feel it's appropriate for me to be involved, assisting my colleagues. As I mentioned to you, we have approximately 100 high net worth individual clients, and there's always something that I can contribute to.
Do you hold any certifications?
Yes, I'm certified in financial forensics by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. I'm also a member of the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the California Society of Certified Public Accountants. And of course, I'm a certified public accountant.
What are financial forensics?
That's an attempt to ascertain not only the facts, but what transpired as it relates to financial activity. So you do a study based upon financial records. You then look at contracts, you look at other financial information in an attempt to, once again, not only ascertain what the results were, but what caused the results.
Have you ever previously testified in court?
Yes, I've been accepted as an expert witness in both the California court and the federal courts, and I have testified in matters involving the Department of Justice and the FBI.
Okay. Do you serve on any boards, or have you served on any boards?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor. This witness is not being proffered as an expert in this case.
All right.
Wasn't
This is
designated.
just a fact witness and not an expert witness.
Fact witness, and it goes to credibility.
I'll sustain the objection. I think we can move on.
Okay. Do you know Mr. Depp?
Yes, I do.
How'd you come to know Mr. Depp?
I met him because he was introduced to me by a senior executive at the Bank of California, Richard Smith.
Do you work with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I do.
In what capacity?
We are his business management firm.
How long have you served in that capacity?
By approximately 6 years.
What does that role involve?
Processing, managing his financial affairs. As you know, Mr. Depp is an amazing talent, internationally acclaimed for his work, but he relegated his financial activities to me and my colleagues. So we provide a wide variety of services for him.
Do you do this kind of work for other people?
Yes, we do. Numerous other clients.
When did you first become involved with Mr. Depp?
Approximately 6 years ago, after the introduction from Mr. Smith.
What was the nature of the work that you were to perform for him?
Initially, it was to perform a forensic study, evaluate his financial affairs, and to formulate recommendations on how he could manage his affairs in a more advantageous manner.
After you conducted that analysis, what did you do?
I met with Mr. Depp, the purpose of which was to share with him the results of our findings and to make recommendations on how he could resolve the issues he was confronting.
When was that meeting?
That meeting was on April 21st, 2016.
Who called the meeting?
I did. I called the meeting because I felt it was appropriate to meet with Mr. Depp and to discuss his affairs and to provide him with opportunities and plans and strategies to resolve the issues he was confronting.
Where was the meeting held?
It was held at his offices in Los Angeles, California.
Do you know approximately what time it began?
It began at approximately 7:30, and my recollection is there were 7 people in attendance, including Mr. Depp and myself.
Was alcohol served at the meeting?
Not to my recollection. I don't recall any alcohol being consumed.
Did Mr. Depp stay for the entirety of the meeting?
Oh, yes. He was very interested in the contents. He asked very thoughtful questions. He was fully engaged and fully sensitive to the matters that we were discussing.
Did there come a time when Mr. Depp didn't participate in the meeting?
No, he was very actively involved. He did excuse himself on 2 or 3 occasions. It was my understanding that he was going to contact Ms. Heard and attempt to respond to her concerns and also address the fact that this was an extremely important meeting and that it involved his financial viability and that he felt it imperative to stay and address the issues I was discussing with him.
When did the meeting conclude?
At approximately 9:30. So it went for approximately 2 hours.
At the conclusion of the meeting, what did you observe as to Mr. Depp?
That he was fully engaged once again. He thanked me profusely for not only addressing the problems, but he was excited about the fact there was a strategy and plan to resolve the problems.
Did he appear impaired to you in any way?
No, to the contrary, I found him to be.
I'm sorry, there was an objection. All right, what was the objection? I'm sorry. Leading?
Just, I asked him for his observation as to impairment.
Well, if you want to ask different, I'll sustain that objection, but you can ask another question.
Did you make any observations as to Mr. Depp's potential impairment?
It was readily apparent to me that he was actively involved in the conversation. He asked very thoughtful and prudent questions. He was genuinely interested. And once again, when he left, he thanked me profusely for not only addressing the issues, but formulating a strategy and plan to resolve them in a successful manner.
Did you play any role on Mr. Depp's behalf with respect to the dissolution of his marriage to Ms. Heard?
Yes, I was actively involved in the negotiations of the separation and the marriage dissolve.
What role did you play in those negotiations?
Well, in my capacity as his business manager, I understood his financial capacity and the tax implications associated with it. So I was actively involved in addressing those issues as they were forthcoming from counsel.
You mentioned tax implications. What are you talking about there?
Excuse me?
I think you just mentioned tax implications. What are you talking about there?
Well, what I was talking about is that when Ms. Heard began the negotiations, she was asking for approximately $4 million. That
Objection, Your
balance
Honor.
then was
Foundation,
increased.
Hearsay, lack of foundation, hearsay.
These are requests made by Ms. Heard and her counsel in a conversation, in communications.
Here, you want to approach for a minute?
Certainly.
Yeah, they don't want the blackmail coming out, do they? They don't want the blackmail coming out. Oh, dearie me. Yeah, that's why they need to get this out. They need to get that out so that they can establish the blackmail letter. Yeah, he's ready for these objections, isn't he? Come on, Judge. Come on, Judge.
All I do is sigh whenever a rotten born goes up there.
Of your involvement on behalf of Mr. Depp in the negotiation, what was your understanding of what Ms. Heard was looking for?
She initially was looking for a consideration of $4 million, but her demand continually increased. It went from $4 million to $5 million. Then it went from $5 million to $5.5 million. Then it went to $7 million. And then it was $7 million, and she demanded that Mr. Depp also pay $500,000 to her attorneys. Then, after that consideration, she also said that all the community liabilities that were accumulated
Objection,
during the
Your
course of the
Honor.
marriage, which approximated
Sorry, there's an
13.5 million.
objection, sir. Whenever there's an objection, I'm sorry. If you can't hear it, I'll let you know. Okay?
Thank you. Your
Yeah,
Honor.
no problem,
This just
sir.
goes into his allegations of what she said, which Your Honor just instructed, sustain the objection on that. He has no foundation to suggest that. No knowledge of that.
Your Honor, I understand that. I asked his understanding.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
May I continue?
She'll tell you yes.
Yes. Go ahead. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He learns very well.
So the next demand was that all of the community liabilities that were unresolved, approximately $13.5 million, that Mr. Depp had to pay those liabilities in its entirety. So at that point, she was demanding $14,250,000 of consideration. And then it got worse. The next demand was that all of this consideration be paid to her free of taxation. And counselor, for him to pay $14,250,000 to Ms. Heard, that would require him to earn approximately
Objection, Your Honor.
$30
This
million.
is so far beyond the scope, so far beyond his foundation of what was discussed.
All right, I'll sustain that last answer. All right. Next question.
Did you make a proposal as to how payments would be made to Ms. Heard?
Yes, I did. And they were initially contemplated to be paid directly to the charities. The Children's Hospital Los Angeles, for the benefit of the children who required severe medical service, and to the ACLU. During the course of the negotiations, one of the demands, because the contract changed, was that the payments be made directly to Ms. Heard.
Did you have any personal involvement with either the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
Mr. Depp directed me to issue two $100,000 checks directly to the Children's Hospital Los Angeles. I knew that he was involved and supported their efforts and appreciated his service. In addition to that, he directed me to contribute $100,000 to ACLU. In accordance with his instructions, my colleagues drafted the checks, I executed them, and they were delivered to the two charities.
Did you continue making payments to either of those charities on Ms. Heard's behalf?
No, in fact, I was chastised for making the payments by Ms. Heard's counsel and told that the payments in the future had to go
Objection, Your
directly
Honor.
to her.
This is clear hearsay. He's not answering the question. I would ask for you to instruct him to answer the question and not expound upon his.
I'll sustain as to hearsay. Next question.
What role did you play with respect to the payments ultimately made to Ms. Heard?
We supplied the payments to Ms. Heard in accordance with the agreement, either on or before the date in which they were required to be paid. The first payments made to Ms. Heard was $2 million in 2017. Then in April of 2017, another payment of $1 million made payable directly to Ms. Heard was made. Then in August of 2017, another $1 million was paid directly to Ms. Heard. Then in November, $500,000 was paid directly to Ms. Heard. My colleagues drafted those checks. I executed them. They were delivered on a timely basis. Therefore, in 2017, she was paid $4.5 million directly paid to her. Then on February 1 of 2018, she was paid the final installment of $2.3 million for total payments that went directly to Ms. Heard of $6.8 million.
Do you know when this lawsuit was filed?
Yes, it was filed in March 1, 2019.
Were the payments that were made on Mr. Depp's behalf directly to Ms. Heard the only economic benefit she received?
Objection leading.
I haven't heard the, go, I'll overrule the objection for us now. Go ahead.
Were the payments made on to Ms. Heard the only economic benefits that she received from the settlement agreement?
No, as I shared with you earlier, Mr. Depp was required to pay $500,000 to Ms. Heard's counsel, which he did in a timely and respectful manner. He was also required to pay all the community liabilities, which accumulated during their 15-month marriage, was approximately $13,500,000. So he paid all the community liabilities. She paid none of them. That's why you have to aggregate the money that was paid directly to her, the money that was paid to her, to the charities on her behalf, the money that was paid to her attorneys, and the relief of all these liabilities that he had to satisfy. That's why I said to you, Counselor, that the total consideration paid to her was $14,250,000, and she demanded that that payment be made free of taxation, that Mr. Depp would have to satisfy all the tax liabilities.
How long were they married for?
They were married for 15 months.
Okay. Were the payments that went to Ms. Heard the only payments that you've made on Mr. Depp's behalf?
No, we satisfied all of his obligations, so it was very customary for us to pay everything that Mr. Depp was obligated to pay.
Are you familiar with an entity known as 2020 Wine Merchants?
Yes, I am.
Why are you familiar with it?
It's a prominent purveyor of wine in Los
Objection,
Angeles,
Your Honor.
California.
Foundation, hearsay.
I don't see the hearsay, but I don't know.
Foundation at this point.
Can we
Anticipating.
Sure, sure.
Oh, this is going to get juicy. Look at Johnny Depp's laughing his head off now. They know something about this company. They know something about this company.
What the heck? This settlement is like outrageous. Wow.
This settlement is outrageous. You know, she wanted so much from this.
She did, but she can go out there publicly and say, I wanted nothing. She asked for nothing. It sure sounds like she asked for a lot from me.
Good grief. I hope that they're allowed to ask this question. I want to see where this is going. I want to see where this is going.
All right, here we go.
All right. I think where we left off is I asked you, how were you familiar with 2020 Wine Merchants? And if that's not what I asked you, that's what I'm asking you now.
2020 is a highly recognized purveyor of wine in Los Angeles, along with other companies.
What involvement, if any, did you have with 2020?
I satisfied the liabilities that Mr. Depp incurred, which at the dissolve of their marriage was approximately $160,000.
Do you continue to pay Mr.
Holy fuck.
Yes, I do. We pay all of his obligations, but his wine bill has shrunk to virtually zero because he does not consume that much in the way of wine. He's made a few gifts around Christmas time, but his wine bill has gone to virtually zero.
Are you familiar with a Spanish wine known as Vega Sicilia?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that?
I know that it is a very expensive wine, and that I know that Ms. Heard enjoyed drinking the wine.
How much does it cost?
The cost of the wine is approximately $500 a bottle.
Were you ultimately charged with paying for the wine that was served on at the birthday party on April 21, 2016?
Yes, I was. We rendered the
Objection,
payment for that
foundation.
balance.
I'll overrule the objection. It's fine.
How many bottles of Vega Sicilia were served?
At Ms. Heard's request, she ordered 5 bottles of the wine and 8 bottles of other wine. So a total of 13 bottles of wine.
Thank you, Mr. White. I have no other questions
All
of
right,
this
cross-
witness at this time.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Boom.
Good afternoon, Mr. White.
Good afternoon, Counselor.
Your firm has been paid millions of dollars by Mr. Depp and his companies since you were first retained in 2016, correct?
Correct?
And in fact, you're being paid for the time that you're sitting on that witness stand today, aren't you?
No.
Well, you charged the time that you spent in connection with legal proceedings in this case, correct?
That's correct, but I charge for my time.
Yeah.
And it's the
right.
same time.
You answer
that
my
I would
question, sir. In
charge-
fact, you charge $710 an hour for your time, don't you?
Counselor, if you let me complete my answer, I'll
No,
be happy to respond.
Sir, please try to stick to the question that I'm asking you. You've had your chance to go well beyond the question being asked, but if you could just please stick to the question I'm asking, you would go a lot faster.
Oh, could you, I don't think your microphone was on there. Well, it's not really, badgering's not
Yeah,
an
thank you, Your Honor.
objection, but
Thanks.
that's all right. So just if you could answer the question that's asked, okay? Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
All
Your
right.
Honor. Let me start over, sir. You charge Mr. Depp $710 an hour for the work that you do for him, don't you?
That is my standard rate for all clients, and yes, I do charge that rate to Mr. Depp.
And you gave a deposition in this case. You remember that on or around February 2nd, 2022?
Yes,
And that day, you charged Mr. Depp $710 an hour for the time that you spent giving testimony that day, didn't you?
yes, I did.
And you charge Mr. Depp $710 an hour for anything that you do in connection with his account, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You have about 6 people working on Mr. Depp's account, correct?
Yes,
And whether through you or one of your colleagues, your main contact with Mr. Depp and his companies is his sister, Christy Dombrowski, correct?
no,
Who is your main contact?
Mr. Depp.
One of your colleagues maintains active communication with Christy Dombrowski, correct?
Could you ask the question again, Counselor?
One of your colleagues maintains active communication with Christy Dombrowski, correct?
No,
May I approach, Your Honor?
All right, yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. White, I've handed you the transcript from your deposition that you gave in this case on February 2nd, 2022. You remember that? We did it over Zoom.
yes, I do.
Okay. And you swore to tell the truth in that deposition as best you can, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Can you turn to page 116 of your deposition transcript?
certainly. Did you say 16, Counselor?
116, 116. You
Okay,
there?
I have it.
And now you just answered no to my question about your colleagues maintaining communication with Christy Dombrowski, but at your deposition just 2 months ago on line 11 of page 116, the question is, what about Christy Dombrowski? The answer that you gave is, I haven't spoken to Christy in some time. One of my colleagues probably maintains an active basis of communications between her and our firm. Did I read that right?
Yes, but you
That,
need to
that was
you
my
need to
question,
find the
just if
term.
I read that right, sir. Now, part of the services that you provide, that your firm provides to Mr. Depp is to pay the bills to his doctors, correct?
Yes,
And you make payments relating to maintenance or damages to his properties, correct?
yes,
Now, you were contacted in early 2016, right? You testified to that to do work on behalf of Mr. Depp?
we were engaged in March
Engaged.
of 2016, if that's your question.
Right, right. Around February 10th, is that when you were first contacted?
I do not recall the date.
And you said you were introduced by executives, a guy named Richard Smith at the Bank of California?
Yes,
Mr. Depp owed significant amount of money to the Bank of California at that time, correct?
no.
He owed money to the Bank of California, correct?
I do not recall that he had an active indebtedness with the Bank of California. He had other commercial loans, but not with the Bank of California.
And after you were brought on, you developed an understanding that Mr. Depp's financial status was very challenging, correct?
It was challenging, but we had an ability to resolve the problems if they were properly addressed.
He had liquidity problems, right?
He had substantial assets in excess of his liabilities, but he had short-term obligations that needed to be satisfied.
Let me just ask that again. At the time that you were brought on, he had liquidity problems, correct?
Can you define liquidity for me?
I'm asking you. At the time he was brought on, he had liquidity problems, correct?
I would define the term liquidity as where the short-term assets are less than the short-term, are less than the short-term liabilities. And if that's how you're defining liquidity, I would agree.
In layman's terms that I can understand, because I don't speak all the kind of business school terms that you speak. He didn't have enough money at the time, correct? He was spending more than he was bringing in, correct?
Yes,
And you gave him advice about how he could hopefully get out of that problem, correct?
yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, Mr. White, because you've testified to some degree of knowledge about wine that you allege that Ms. Heard requested. So you seem to have some knowledge of Mr. Depp's spending. Ms. Heard didn't buy any of the dozens of properties that Mr. Depp owned, correct?
Correct. He owned the assets prior to their marriage.
She didn't pay $5 million to blast Hunter Thompson's ashes out of a cannon, did she?
Not to my knowledge.
She didn't buy a yacht that she couldn't afford and then have to sell it to J.K. Rowling, did she?
Not to my knowledge.
Now let's talk about that meeting on April 21st, 2016. You said the meeting started at about 7:30 p.m.
Yes,
and lasted till maybe 9:30. Is that right?
yes.
And you have no idea, no personal knowledge where Mr. Depp went after he left that meeting, do you?
That is correct. I did not go with him. I went home.
And at that meeting, Mr. Depp was given some catastrophic news about his business, correct?
He was given news that he needed to address a number of financial issues, but I had a strategy and plan to fully resolve them.
That news that he was given that night was catastrophic, wasn't it?
No,
May I approach, Your Honor?
All right, yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. White, let's do this again with another under oath series of statements. You gave testimony in the UK trial, did you not?
yes,
And that testimony was under oath, correct?
yes,
All right. And in front of you, I have your testimony from the UK trial, and you gave that testimony on behalf of Mr. Depp, correct?
I gave it honestly.
Okay. You gave it on behalf of Mr. Depp, correct? You were one of his witnesses called.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you please turn to page 865? And it's just the second page of the document, upper left. Before that, the questions are talking about this meeting on April 21st, 2016. And you were asked the question, now Mr. Depp was given some catastrophic news about his business. Answer, that is correct. Did I read that right?
You did, but remember,
That was
no,
just
no,
my
I get a
question.
chance
You
to
answered my
respond.
question, sir. You answered
I
my
did not
question.
define that term.
Sir, Mr. You'll have a chance, the attorney will get back up and redirect you, okay? So if you could just answer his question, that's fine.
And the reason I'm asking, sir, is because you just gave the exact opposite testimony here. So that's why we pointed that out. Now, you at this meeting, you had a discussion about his financial affairs and a necessity to formulate a revised business strategy and plan, correct?
Yes,
And you talked about the following financial information. You talked about bank obligations and tax liabilities, right?
yes,
Which means money you owe to either the government or banks, correct?
yes,
You talked about assets that he needed to sell, correct?
yes,
Properties and things like that he needed to sell to generate money.
correct.
You talked about ways to reduce spending, correct?
Yes,
And you talked about how to get new engagements, correct?
yes.
How to get new gigs, right?
Not how to get them, but
The
I
need to
encouraged
get
him
them.
to get them. I'm not an
Understood.
agent.
I
do
appreciate
not
that.
procure his engagements.
And understood. You talked about the need to get new gigs to generate additional money to help address these financial woes that he was experiencing, correct?
Yes,
You also told him at that meeting that his taxes, he hadn't paid taxes in years, correct?
no, that's not correct. That he had not paid any taxes in years is not correct.
That he was significantly delinquent in federal tax obligations dating back years, correct?
I don't know how you're defining years. There were delinquent liabilities. I addressed them and formulated a plan.
That's two bad impeachments by Rottenborn. Got them wrong both times.
I like when he's wrong. He looks silly trying to do it. Then for what purpose, right?
And you talked about the significant delinquent tax liabilities that would run into the millions of dollars for taxes unpaid, correct?
That is correct.
And so after receiving this catastrophic news, as we discussed, you have no idea where Mr. Depp went when he walked out of the doors of his office, correct?
I do not know
Okay.
where he went.
Can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 936, please? And Mr. White, I'm not gonna, this is a long document that we can scroll through, but what I'll represent to you and Michelle can sort of scroll down is that these appear to be Mr. Depp's tax returns for Mr. Depp and his companies from 2009 to 2019. Do you see that?
Yes,
And these are returns as part of your role as his CPA firm now, his business manager firm now. Your firm prepares these tax returns, correct?
yes,
And you maintain these tax returns in the ordinary course of your business, correct?
that is correct.
Your Honor, I know there's going to be plenty of redaction to do, but I just would like to move these into evidence. I don't plan to publish them or anything at this point.
Objection, Your Honor.
You want to approach?
Yeah, this is that's twice he's tried to. Well, it's twice that he's impeached him because he's asked the wrong question. He asked,
Right.
he had some catastrophic financial problems. That's what he said, catastrophic financial problems. And then what happened was he then impeached him, and it turned out that he'd asked him,
All right.
was
so
the catastrophic
936 will
news?
come into evidence, but I'll wait for redactions and they will not be published. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He said, was the catastrophic news And he said yes. Totally different. Catastrophic news is not catastrophic financial issues.
Now, Mr. White, you understood that Mr. Depp showed up hours late for work on Pirates 5, correct?
That is not correct.
Are you familiar with Tracy Jacobs?
Yes.
That's Mr. Depp's former agent, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that she was serving as his agent, part of her job responsibilities, to the best of your understanding, was to communicate with you about Mr. Depp's financial affairs, correct?
To the extent she had knowledge,
Right.
yes, she would communicate.
And you and she did communicate about Mr. Depp, correct?
During the period of her engagement, yes, we did communicate.
Okay. Can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 874, please, Michelle? Mr. White, do you see here this text exchange between you and Tracy Jacobs?
Yes.
And your texts are in white and Miss Jacobs are in blue, correct?
Yes.
Michelle, could you please scroll to the document that is bait stamped Depp 19246? It's about the fifth or sixth one down, please.
Can anyone remember what the exact question was that he asked him? Because he's impeached him.
Mr. White, do you see here the third text down from
Was it about
Tracy
Johnny
Jacobs
being
to
late?
you, saying, thanks, I got a call from Disney last week saying he showed up 5 hours
Objection, Your
late
Honor,
for
hearsay.
ADR. It's not hearsay, it's party opponent. She's his agent. I'm happy to approach if you'd like to discuss.
Yeah, that's right. She said, he said, were you aware that he was hours late for his film, Pirates of the Caribbean 5? That's right.
Right. And he came back and said, no, that's not true.
I don't know what his tax returns have got to do with anything to do with, unless it's just character assassination again, because aren't we talking about Amber Heard's settlement here?
Yeah.
That.
Well, character assassination, definitely. Just like every witness is paid to be there. Like you couldn't possibly come there to tell the truth or anything. You got to be paid to be there. If you're friends with him, if you've worked with him, if you've had anything to do with him.
Unless it's to do with, showing a decline in his tax returns year on year to say that, by the time that the op-ed came out that he wasn't earning as much as he used to be and blah, 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 blah. That could be the only reason for bringing it in, I think.
It is, and that is exactly probably what it is, because they've already confirmed with the agent that they do believe, as a professional agent and as someone in the industry, that losing that contract cost his career a lot. And he lost that contract after the op-ed. So they proved that part. Now they got to prove financial with the financial administrator. So they're going to do whatever they can to keep the testimony out.
Yeah, I think the the ACLU was devastating for his claim that it wasn't anything to do with Johnny Depp. So
that's right.
They know that that's going to win through regardless.
Yep. You can tell by his tone he's feeling pressed. They really have to make points. They know it didn't go well this morning.
Yeah. But it's not gone well for them at all in the entire trial. But then again, that is because it's Johnny Depp's, he's first in with first exposure of all this. But what we've clearly learned so far is that Amber Heard isn't the nice, sweet, innocent person she's made herself out to be all these years as an ambassador for women's rights. An ambassador for women's rights. I wonder how long that'll last. I have a feeling that she'll be dropped from a lot of her roles very soon. She's laughing because the attention's on her. She is the center of attention. She's getting what she wanted. I wonder how many notes she's written during this entire trial. And do you know what she's trying to do now? She's trying to act like Johnny. She's trying to act like Johnny, laughing with the council because the council. Look at. Yeah, look, they're both laughing with each other and acting relaxed, like there's nothing to worry about. But that's a big change from how they were for the first, well, even till yesterday. That's changed today. That they've probably been told that it's not a good look. Johnny's winning the public over with his demeanor.
Mr. White, we just saw the text that I started reading. Do you remember that text?
Yes.
Okay, we're just gonna show you and move for admission of that page of the document with that text. So I just wanted, since you won't see anything else, I just wanted you to orient yourself that is the text that we were just reading. Okay.
Fine.
You're right. That page or that text?
They're going to redact it, just that one text.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of this document as, I guess we could call it defendant's 874A.
Okay, 874A with the redactions. All right, thank you.
Mr. White, you just testified a few minutes ago that you didn't have any understanding of Mr. Depp showing up late for work on Pirates 5, but in fact, you received this text from Tracy Jacobs that says, "Thanks. I got a call from Disney last week saying he showed up 5 hours late for ADR work in London for Pirates 5. I really need to speak to him before he starts work on his next project in LA." Did I read that right? Permission to publish this, Your Honor?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Do you want me to respond?
I just wanted to ask you if I read that right, that you received this text message saying in part, "I got a call from Disney last week saying he showed up 5 hours late for ADR work in London for Pirates 5. I really need to speak to him before he starts work on this next project in LA. Did I read that right?
I believe you read it right.
Thank you. Now, at some point you became familiar. You can go ahead and take that down. Thank you. At some point you became familiar, as you've testified, with what Amber planned to do with money that she got from Mr. Depp in the divorce, correct?
It was the understanding from the beginning the money would be contributed to charities.
To two charities, to the
Contracts were
Children's
drafted in that
Hospital,
manner.
Children's Hospital of LA and the ACLU, correct?
That is correct.
And as we discussed, you wrote checks to those two organizations that were part of Mr. Depp's divorce payment, but they were just sent directly to those organizations, correct?
Yes.
Can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1639? Actually, let's do Defendant's Exhibit. Yeah, we'll do 1639. Thanks. Mr. White, this is a letter from you to the ACLU Foundation dated August 24th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And as part of your work for your 100 or so high-profile, high-net-worth clients, you've helped clients set up pledged contributions to charities before, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes those payments are made over a period of time, correct?
Yes.
Charitable donations aren't always paid at once, correct?
That is correct.
And when you make payments on behalf of your clients to charities, is it customary for you to send a cover letter like this?
In some instances, yes. In some instances, no.
Okay.
But in all instances, that there is a signed agreement and an understanding of when the payments will be made.
Sir, that wasn't my question. My question was just, is it customary for you to send a letter like this? And I think you've answered that. And so when you send letters like this on behalf of your clients, do you prepare such letters in the ordinary course of your business?
In some instances, yes.
And in the instances in which you prepare those letters, do you then maintain those letters in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1639.
Any objection? All right, 1639 in evidence, and you can publish it to the jury. Thank you.
And Michelle, if you could please just scroll through, Mr. White, I just want you to see there's the letter here. We'll come back to the letter. And then there's the check that you're making out to the ACLU. Then there's, I guess, the envelope or something, right?
Correct.
Okay. You can go back to the letter, please. So in this cover letter, you tell the ACLU that you're enclosing a check for $100,000 and that the donation is being made in accordance with Ms. Heard's pledged gift of $3.5 million to the ACLU Foundation, correct?
Yes.
And you also write that the check represents, just go ahead, that the check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments, correct?
It was my understanding that
I'm
she
just
was
asking
going
if
to
that's what you
contribute
wrote. I'm just asking if that's
$3,500,000
what
to
you wrote,
children.
sir.
You've asked me a question. I'm trying to respond.
No,
to
I was actually just asking if that's what you wrote.
Would you ask the question again, please?
Yeah, you write, this check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift.
It was my understanding she was going to contribute the money, and that's
Okay, sir,
consistent with my
I just
response.
asked if that's what you wrote. I think you've answered that. Can we please pull up Exhibit 1596?
Your Honor, before we go to the next exhibit, can I raise an issue? With the,
Okay, sure.
The bar? Thanks.
1, 5.
This guy's getting his questions in, even though he wants to draw him down one way and the other, you know?
Yeah, he's playing the same game. I'll just say it. You'll hear it. They'll strike it, but it's the same game they're playing, right? He's going to say it anyway. Get it out there.
Mr. White, is this a letter similar to what we just looked at for the ACLU, a letter that you wrote that accompanied the check that you sent to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles Foundation?
Yes,
And this letter and the whatever payment, or sorry, this letter is one that you would have prepared in the ordinary course of business, correct?
yes,
And you would have maintained this letter in the ordinary course of business, correct?
yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 1596.
All right, 1596 in evidence. You can publish it to the jury.
And Mr. White, this letter also says at the bottom that it represents, the check that accompanies this letter represents the first of multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift, correct?
When I composed the letter, that was my understanding that she was going to give $3.5 million to
Sir,
charity.
you're really not answering my question. My question was simply, I understand that you want to speak your own narrative here, but my question was simply that this letter says that this check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift, correct?
We can both read the letter and the answer is yes.
Thank you, sir. Now, you hosted a dinner with Mr. Depp and Adam Waldman in 2016, correct?
I do recall that.
And that was the first time that Mr. Depp had been introduced to Mr. Waldman, correct?
I do not know that, to be factual.
Now, you are not an expert on California divorce law, right?
Correct.
And you're not an expert on the division of marital property in California, correct?
I'm not an expert, but I've been actively involved in numerous cases involving the disillusionment of marriage and the related proceeds are distributed to each respective party.
Now, you can't give any sort of legal opinion or testimony as to whether or not Ms. Heard would have been entitled to more in the divorce settlement with Mr. Depp than she received, correct?
I'm not an attorney at law.
Okay.
I don't render legal opinions.
So you've never met Amber Heard, correct?
That is correct.
The first time you've ever seen her in person is here in this courtroom this afternoon, correct?
That's my recollection.
And you have no personal knowledge of whether Mr. Depp engaged in domestic abuse against my client, correct?
I've never witnessed him involved in any abuse, and obviously I've never met her. I could not respond to that inquiry.
So the answer to my question is that it's correct, that you have no personal knowledge of whether Mr. Depp engaged in domestic abuse against Amber Heard.
That is correct. I have no knowledge.
Nothing further.
Period.
All right, redirect. Mr. Dennison?
Can we pull up defendants 1596? Sir, could you read the last line of your letter?
This check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift.
What was the schedule for those payments?
They were scheduled. I don't know the schedule because I don't have a copy of any pledge that she made, if that's your question.
Okay, thank you very much. One more question. Has Mr. Depp paid all his taxes?
Yes, he has. He's fully current with all of his federal, foreign, and state tax obligations.
Thank you.
All right, no further questions, Mr. Dennison?
No further questions.
All right, is this witness subject to recall? No? All right, Mr. White, you're free to go. Thank you, sir. Just be very careful stepping down there, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day. All right, your next witness is remote witness, correct? All right, let me just give him, don't, wait a moment.
Your Honor, may we just ask what witness they plan to follow?
I see a Mr. Connolly in the lobby, so I'm assuming that must be That must be the one. Okay, good. Good. I'm glad we got that one. All right.
Well, he was pretty good, wasn't he?
He really was. I
Very
enjoyed that.
solid.
Did you enjoy that? I enjoyed that.
Yeah, he
Yes,
was solid, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
What did
Me
Rotten
too.
Bum get? What did Rotten Bum get out of him? Absolutely nothing.
A headache. Malcolm Connolly is Johnny's bodyguard, just so you know. The name they mentioned, if that's who's coming next.
Mr. Connolly, can you hear me?
Technical issues again from the court. No surprise there.
Hello.
Oh, there we go.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Hi. Yeah.
Can you turn your camera on, sir?
Okay, there we go. There we go.
All right, sir. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
All right.
All right, and good afternoon, Mr. Connolly.
Good afternoon.
And would you please state your full name for the record?
Malcolm Connolly.
And Mr. Connolly, where are you testifying from at the moment?
From home, Essex, UK.
And where do you live?
I live in Essex, UK.
Mr. Connolly, what is your occupation?
At present, close protection operative. I've had a couple of professions. I'm a bricklayer to trade. I was in the corrections facility, Pentonville, HMS prison. But right now, yeah, I'm a protection operative.
Okay, and can you tell us a little bit, just generally, what that means?
It means looking after the personal well-being, physical well-being of any client you're detailed to.
And how long have you been in the personal security business?
25 years.
Over the course of those 25 years, have you had any other kinds of jobs?
Yeah, as I said, I was a corrections officer for Her Majesty's Prison.
Are you familiar with the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
I am, yes.
And how do you know Mr. Depp?
I know Mr. Depp maybe about 23 years ago, 24 years ago. I worked for a company called Music and Arts. The guy who owned that company was Jerry Judge. Jerry started working with Johnny way back in the early days, and I was detailed with looking after Johnny's ex, Vanessa Paradis, and Jack and Lily Rose, Johnny's kids. And my job was just to make sure they were safe when Johnny was at work. So that job, after about a year and a half, 2 years, Johnny asked me to go with him directly, and we'll find someone else to do the kids and that. And that's how I came across Johnny. That's how I personally met Johnny Depp.
Can you ballpark for us about what year that was?
Oh, 2006.
Okay. And can you generally just tell us a little bit about what you do for Mr. Depp as his security guard?
I will escort Johnny to everyday public places. Make sure he's okay. Make sure he's not in any danger. First of all, do the recce. You go along first. There's usually a two-man team. It's a two-man detail. You go along, do your recce, make sure all the ins and outs are sorted. no compromises, any risks involved, risk assessment. We do the job. I look after him. Basically, I look after Johnny whenever we're in public domain. Whenever we're going to be in a public domain, I will look after Johnny.
Okay, and how about the defendant in this case, Amber Heard? Are you familiar with Miss Heard?
I am familiar with Miss Heard. Yeah, I first met Miss Heard in probably 2000, and I don't recall the actual date. Probably about 2010, maybe around there. She came into the UK to do a promotional job for a movie called Drive Angry. My boss, Jerry Judge, asked me to take the detail. Went and met Amber, started the job. Amber was with her ex, Tasha, and I looked after Amber for a week. Pleasant week, it was fine, great.
Does anything stand?
Sorry, yeah. After that week, I never seen Amber again until we did the Rum Diaries, the premiere after show of the Rum Diaries.
Okay, so let's move to the Rum Diary then. When did you see Miss Heard? Well, how did you see Miss Heard in connection with the Rum Diary?
We done the Rum Diary premiere. We went to the after show party. I'm busy working, doing my job, myself and Jerry Judge. Seen Amber across the floor. Amber seen me. Just basically come across the floor, said hello, how are you doing? You know, the usual chit chat. We chit chatted for a minute or two. Johnny asked me how I actually knew Amber. Explained. That's the last I spoke to Amber that night. I was too busy with Johnny. I was doing my job, you know.
Did you know at the time, and well, let's back up for a second. Where was that premiere?
Do you know what? I don't recall. I think it was in LA.
Okay.
I don't actually recall.
Okay. Did you know at the time of that premiere in probably LA, but possibly somewhere else? Did you know at the time that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were seeing each other romantically?
No, I didn't. I actually didn't. I mean, I surmised that there was a spark there, you know. It wasn't until maybe a few days later, a few nights later, we were at a dinner party somewhere, a promotional thing, and Amber and Johnny were basically, you know, sparking up. They were getting together. Then I sort of assumed that, you know, there was a romance happening there, budding there, you know.
Okay. Over the course of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship with each other, about how often would you say you saw them together?
Well, in the beginning, actually not a lot, you know, not a lot. Maybe once a week, twice a week at a push. But then it started, it started maturing into something, into a relationship. So more often as the time went on, you know.
And as time went on, did you have an opportunity to observe how Mr. Depp and Miss Heard interacted with each other?
At the beginning, you know, lovey-dovey, everything was great. The honeymoon period was on, and it was, it was good. I mean, it was great. Great to see Johnny happy again. Amber was, you know, lovely, charming, as she usually is, you know, good as gold. And then things started to change. Amber started to change. Amber started getting a bit, I would say, a bit more feisty, demanding, you know. I could see that Amber wanted to wear the pants in this relationship. That was pretty obvious.
And what in particular made you think that you observed personally?
Just the way, you know, if something wasn't quite right, or Amber could get a bit frosty at the drop of a hat. So as time went on, you know, I could see them change. I could see Amber change. I could see Johnny getting quieter. You get into the car and nobody was speaking. And, you know, it just, things started changing. Amber started getting a bit more grumpy, shall we say.
How did she get along with you?
Absolutely fine. Amber was fine with me. Amber was never anything but professional, polite with me. You know, she was, no, Amber was fine with me.
Did you ever see or hear any arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
When you say see, I heard. I mean, I could hear at times in certain accommodations we'd be staying at. I could hear Amber, yeah, screaming. You know, I could hear shouting and bawling, and yeah, I could hear it going on. Yeah, but I mean, I wasn't there every single night. When we're working in the UK, there's nights maybe I'd get home because Jerry would be there. But yeah, I did hear. Yeah, definitely for a fact. I could hear sometimes the shouting and bawling. You know, it's mostly I could hear Amber screaming. You know.
About how, I recognize this was years ago, but can you estimate for us how regularly that happened?
I can't say regularly. I can't say it was like every day, but you know, it got more regular. It got more often than not.
Did you ever witness any physical violence between the two of them?
No, never. I've never seen any physical violence. It's not a thing. It's not a thing people would do in front of security. It's not a thing that would happen in front of myself or Jerry Judge or Sean Bett or some. It just wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. No, I never seen any physical security. I never seen any hands-on. No.
Okay, what do you mean you never saw any hands-on?
Well, I never seen any slapping or grabbing or punching or hitting. I never seen any of that physically. Well, I tell you what, there was an instance, maybe two incidents that come to my mind. One incident was on a private plane. I can't recall if it was a domestic flight or an international flight. I'm sitting, Johnny and Amber, or Johnny, whoever he's flying with, will sit up at the foretable. There's a foretable up aft, and myself and my colleagues will sit down the forward end of the plane. So I usually look up the fuselage that way, with my back to the nose. Amber had her back to me, Johnny sitting across the table, and there's a bit of bickering going on. I can't hear because, you know, they talk about jetcraft. I can't actually hear, and it's more animated than verbal. And I see a lighter, a plastic lighter, bounce off his chest. Boom, bounce off his chest. So right away I think, well, this is going to escalate. It's either going to go one way or the other. I don't think it came to much. I remember Johnny just sort of, you know, smirking and looking away as if to say, you know, well, what is that? It kind of attitude, you know. And Johnny tips his hat, puts his head against the window, and whoa, I'm out, you know. Another time, I was at the loft apartment. I was in the security room in the loft apartments with a security guard called. Do you know what? I can't recall if it was Sean Bett or a guy called Donovan. Anyway, I got the text. I was down there to pick him up to go to the West Hollywood accommodation, and I got the text.
Objection to the extent he's going to talk about what the text is. That's hearsay.
You can just tell us what you observed without without recounting the contents of the text.
Okay. I'm instructed to go and get Johnny, and because we're leaving.
Objection. He just said what he was instructed to do.
All right, I'll sustain the objection if you can.
What did you do after you received the text?
I go to the loft apartment. The door's ajar slightly, just a what we call a crack in the door. Push the door open, and I go in. Shouting, there's a bit of shouting going on. I can't hear. I'm in the wrong area of the apartment. But as I turn to the left into the more of the lounge area, there's a soda can. Like I don't know. I don't know if it's a Coca-Cola or a Sprite or I don't know what it was. But it's launched from the mezzanine, and Johnny's had this huge TV, the biggest TV I've ever seen. In fact, but this, and it's on this mechanical arm, which is an actual piece of artwork that Johnny had got commissioned. And anyway, this big mechanical arm holds this TV. So this kind of pop, you're going to call it pop, smashes on that, but by force, let me add, because it made a bang, boom. And all I can hear is it spraying all over the place. Johnny has already got his jacket on and a bag over his shoulder. That's why he's called me in, because we're leaving. I just pick up the other bags, 2 bags, pick up the 2 bags, put my hand through Johnny's arm and say, right, boss, we're leaving. We walk out the door. We walk out the door and we go. Halfway to the West Hollywood, Johnny's already calmed down. You know, he's like, man, can you?
Objection to the
but-
extent he's talking, what Mr. Depp is saying.
All right, I'll sustain that objection. Continue.
If you have, I think we can move on.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Next question.
Just to clarify, Mr. Connolly, when the soda can was launched from the mezzanine, where was Mr. Depp in relation to where the soda can landed?
Probably 10 feet, maybe 10 feet back from that. 10 feet back from that.
Okay, and just to make sure we're on the same page, when you refer to the loft apartments, what are you referring to?
The downtown LA Eastern Building.
Okay. What was your, did you form any understanding as to where, as to who had thrown the soda can?
Objection, speculation.
Okay, hold on, sir. Was
Speculation, foundation.
I'm just asking him if you formed an understanding, and he can state the basis for
said he
that
didn't see it.
if he did.
if you want to lay a foundation.
Did you, to your knowledge, was Ms. Heard present in the apartment at the time?
Objection leading.
Yes.
I'll allow
I could
it.
hear her. I never seen her physically, but I could hear her voice. Yes.
And where did could you tell where her voice was coming from?
Upstairs, just upstairs.
Okay.
She wasn't on the lower apartment with us, so I can only imagine she was upstairs.
Other than the cigarette lighter and the soda can, anything else similar to that you observed?
No, I can't say no.
Did you ever observe any physical injuries on Ms. Heard?
Never, no.
How about on Mr. Depp?
Yeah, yes. It started off with maybe a scratch once in a while, a swelling, but it got more. It got more. Yeah, I'm not talking. He was marked every week or every 2 weeks, but yeah, he sustained marks there. Definitely, he was getting marked.
And can you describe for us what you can remember?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we
Any present
can we
service.
burn for
Okay,
a minute?
all right. Hold on, Mr. Connolly, for a minute.
We object to this because this is terrible for our narrative that Amber was the nice one. We're terrified that this is going to come out that he was all black-eyed and scratched and black-eyed on another day.
Excuse me, I did see injuries, but they weren't on Amber. Excuse me. Did you ask about injuries? Oh, injury. Yes, I did see injuries. Oh, great. Where were they? They weren't on Amber. No, objection. It's not what I thought he was going to say.
So, Mr. Connolly, you can continue responding. I think the question was just, can you generally describe for us what you remember about the marks you saw on Mr. Depp?
Yes, as I was saying, in the prison service, you're taught to pick up, log in your mind, mental logging in your mind, marks, bruises, bully patterns, stuff. What I noticed straight away was most of these marks and most of these things through my training is happening in the left-hand side of his face. And it would be scratches on his neck, maybe a fat lip in the corner, maybe a bruising on the eye socket. Dull impacts, you know, except for obviously the scratches, maybe on his left ear. Sometimes it'd be two marks, two lines, two trams, one. Yeah, you know, yeah. It was getting more regular. As I say, not every week, but it was definitely happening. Yeah.
Can we see Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, please? And Mr. Connolly, are you able to see the picture on, I assume you can see it on your screen.
Yeah, just can I send it, please? Yeah, hi, yeah.
And do you...
yeah, I know that picture. I took that picture.
You took the
pictures on the... Yeah, I took the picture.
Can you just quickly tell us what this picture is?
This picture is Miss Heard and Johnny's honeymoon on the Orient Express on the East Line from Bangkok to Singapore. You travel through Malaysia, stopping at Kuala Lumpur and a few other places on the way down. And that is in the dining coach, I think. Yeah, dining coach, that's what that is. The guy on the left there with a silver band around he's the waiter. He's the waiter with the detail to look after us. The guy in the bow tie, he's guest relations manager.
Mr. Connolly, just hold on 1 second. Before we continue describing the document, I'd move for the admission of Plaintiff's Trial Exhibit 162 and that it be published to the jury.
Any objection?
I'd like to approach it.
Okay.
Oh, this is great. You know what this is? They don't want it. Oh, we need to approach. We don't want these. We don't want this evidence showing.
How dare you show better evidence than us? The nerve of the plaintiffs showing up the defense like that with actual pictures with real metadata and a confirmed photographer right there.
I know. They don't want this.
I know. I can't. I'm having a good day.
And Mr. Connolly, I apologize for cutting you off, but could you just continue to describe for us what we're looking at in this picture?
Yeah, as I said, the guy in the bow tie, he's guest relations manager. He was detailed to, fix us up anything we needed, to excursions and transports and stuff. Then it's Miss Heard. The guy, that's the chef who looked after this. He cooked for us. He's a great chef, by the way. Yeah, he looked after us. And that's Johnny. And I also noticed, if you look at that picture, like I said, on the left-hand side, under his eye, there's a swelling. And you see a swelling just on the left-hand side of his nose and under his left eye.
And what do you interpret that swelling to be?
What do I interpret it as? That's either he's walked into a door or a door's walked into him.
Okay. Can you tell us anything? And we can take this down, I think. Thank you. Mr. Connolly, can you tell us, well, first of all, do you recall what year Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went on their honeymoon in the picture we were just looking at?
That would, I don't know, is it 2013? 2013?
Okay, and were you, well, you testified that you took the picture, so you were there, I assume?
Absolutely, yes.
What can you tell us about that trip generally, and particularly focused on how Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were interacting with each other?
Started off good. Johnny's cabin was maybe 15 meters down the corridor from mine. There was no cabins in between. There was like storerooms, like, blankets and cutlery and stuff. So the cabin was quite not a big massive distance, but it wasn't like the trip started fine. absolutely fine. I think it was 5 days maybe. 2 days, 3 days into the trip, I can see Johnny going down. I can see him coming down, you know. He's just not enjoying this. He's not enjoying this. But you know, I can't. It's not my business to step in and that. I just do my job. But I can see he's not enjoying this. He's just not. He's not happy. He's not happy.
Did you ever observe any arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in this time frame?
Just not arguments, but some frostiness. Miss Heard sort of demanded that you know we have our own dining cart, if you like. So me doing my job, I inquire to the guest relations guy there that you've seen in the photograph, and he quite rightly tells me that you know there's other
Objection,
VIPs
hearsay,
in the
objection,
train.
hearsay.
All right. Objection to hearsay. All right.
I think we can move on.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
sustain the objection. Next question.
All right, so Mr. Connolly, well, taking a step back for a minute and changing topics slightly, have you ever seen Mr. Depp use any drugs? I don't think
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Yes, I've seen him smoke marijuana. I had my suspicions. I have my suspicions that when he goes off to the bathroom, he probably does a bit of cocaine. I've never seen him do it. As Mr. Depp would never do a line or anything of cocaine in front of me, or Jerry Judge, or Sean Bett, or anybody. Johnny Depp would never compromise my license, my position, and embarrass me like that. It wouldn't happen. So to answer to your question, I've seen him smoke weed, yes.
You noticed any particular, what changes, if any, have you noticed in his behavior when he's under the influence of marijuana?
To be honest, a bit more relaxed, no sort of uptight. But I mean, he's not out of his head. He's perfectly functioning. I mean, you can talk about anything, any conversation you want to talk about. He's neither up nor down with that. You know, he really isn't. He's got a very high tolerance for any substance, Johnny. You know, I would say so. You know. I think Jack Sparrow's more drunk than Johnny Depp, to be honest.
So, okay, so that's marijuana. What about alcohol? Same question.
He used to like a wine, and the last I would say the last couple of years that's dropped drastically as well. It's in my last year with Johnny, it's quite actually rare now. It's not rare, but he's not a big boozer now. He's not a boozer now, you know. He's not, and he was never out of his head in wine. He was never, you know. I think I've seen drunk in the 20 odd years I've been with Johnny. I think I've seen him drunk twice. And but when I say drunk, I mean drunk. Other than that, there's not a lot of difference in Johnny's demeanor or behavior. Whether you're drinking alcohol or smoking weed, you know.
Okay, and finally, same question for the time periods when you formed the suspicion that he was under the influence of cocaine.
Sorry, what was that? Sorry, could you ask me that again?
What changes in his behavior, if any, did you observe on those occasions when you suspected but didn't know for sure that he was under the influence of cocaine?
Well, again, due to the training I had in you know, the HMP prison service, it just seemed a bit more, I don't know, happier, up, not so down, you know. But I wouldn't say he's not leaping around kicking his heels or anything. You know, he pick his guitar up and then he gets right into his guitar, and there's no major changes really. You know, he's fine. You know.
Okay. Now you mentioned you traveled with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard on their honeymoon on the Orient Express. Where else have you traveled with them?
Well, all over the world, Japan, China, Germany. I've been all over the States. Went to an interesting place, Hicksville. That's an interesting story. Yeah, all over the world. Australia. Went to Australia. As far away as that.
And let's take that one at a time. Hicksville, you said?
Yeah, Hicksville. Yeah, it's funky. I remember it. I remember Hicksville because it was a funky. It's a real funky place, you know. With Amber and Johnny, they've decided they're going to go to Hicksville for a day and a night, I think it was. So we all off the trot. Amber and her friends all head off, and Amber travelled with Johnny, but her friends all head off. I followed. Johnny wanted to drive his own. They got a beautiful big customised Plymouth. I think it's a 58 or 50. I don't, not an expert, but they had to customise. So he wanted to drive this car. Myself and his assistant at the time, Nathan Holmes, we use another of Johnny's cars and we follow behind. We get to Joshua Tree, Hicksville. Stunning as you can imagine, but it's done in a very funky theme. All the caravans are different themes. You know, like mine was an old railway caboose with the old fairground fortune teller head that turns around and stuff. All that kind of stuff. Johnny's and Amber's caravan were maybe about 15 meters from mine, maybe 20 meters. And that was done in like the 1950s styles, you know, like kitschy 1950s kind of thing. And the rest of the caravans were all, you know, like zombies coming out the ground, and it was craziness. Anyway, we go there. There's a lot of booze. All the booze comes up. Party starts. We're all sort of sitting around in the sun, messing around. Party starts. So there's loads of booze and weed, and I think there's mushrooms. Some psychedelic mushrooms, that's going around. But the night gets a bit ruined as I'm watching exactly what's all happening. Everybody's happy, you know, Johnny, Amber, everybody's happy. As I'm watching what's happening, I can see Johnny and Amber getting a bit animated. And they were probably about maybe 25 feet from me. So I approach. And I've been working with Johnny that long. I don't have to really say anything. I only have to look at his face. And Johnny can talk to me through his face. He doesn't need to say a word. So I know what's happening. So, and I say in a low voice, guys, let's keep this private. Let's start walking towards the caravan. Let's, take this away from here. As I'm walking ahead, going ahead, I can hear sort of, bickering behind me. Johnny's trying to talk in his, low tone, keep things a bit quiet. But Amber's getting a bit more loud, a bit more narky, So anyway, I get them to the caravan, I put them inside, and I go to my caravan. That's it. Don't hear anything, don't see anything until the next morning. We sit around the pool. Couple of hours, and we head back to LA.
What prompted you to?
Mr. Mones, before do you have a lot of direct still left in this matter?
Not terribly much more, maybe 10 to 15 minutes.
Take our afternoon break then. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take your 15-minute afternoon break, and then we'll come back and continue with the testimony, okay? Don't do any.
What?
Whoa.
This is getting pretty. I mean, it's all adding up now. All these photographs of swelling. I noticed they brought up the swelling. See that swelling that you can see on an injury? Because that's what you expect to see on an injury is swelling, right? That's very careful that they brought that in. Really good. This guy's memory is great.
He's a really good witness. I'm enjoying his testimony. Bringing some. I have We've seen that picture before, and he looked the one he showed on the honeymoon.
Do you know why these are a witness like him is very good? It's because he recalls all the little details, and he takes you through it. He tells you what caravan was like, what was on there, where he was, how far, what kind of car they were driving. So all these little details show that his mind was sharp in recollection for what was going on. So this is great testimony, because if it was just, oh, we were on the Orient Express and I can't really remember much, but I remember seeing one time Johnny had a bruise under his nose and I took a photo, that wouldn't stand out as much as, oh, we were in this camp, we were in this room, they were in that room, this is the people, that's his name, that's the chef, that's someone else, that's somebody else.
Right. Yep.
Very clear, very knows what was going on. So that to me is, what's going to be, resounding in the minds of the jury right now. How many watching? 192 lovely people still watching this stream. Please give a thumbs up if you would be so kind. And if you haven't already, subscribe. That would be great too. Does help the channel out. Giving a little like and a little thumbs up. Interacting in the chat too, that helps. So, I'm not even on cam. Look at that. Put myself on cam for a while. Off cam for a while. There we go. So, how is everybody doing? 193 watching now. Wonderful.
That's a lot. Congratulations. That's great.
It's great for this time. Yeah, I mean, I know there's channels out there with thousands watching. Yeah.
Yep.
I'd rather be on a little corner of the internet like this, though, with 191 lovely people. And then we've got the Mexican Bob as well, so that doesn't really count.
Being able to chat with them back and forth and everything, it's nice, It really is.
So, yeah, this guy's testimony is good. He's got a great presence. I was a bit concerned about him to start with. And then he mentioned that, well, yeah, because I didn't know how he was going to perform. And then he said, well, actually, there was two instances of, because they asked him, did he see any physical violence? And he said, no, nothing hands-on. And then he went, well, actually, there was these two instances. And I thought, oh, my God, right, okay, what's he going to say? And he brings up this story of throwing a lighter at him and it bouncing off his chest. Now that, along with the can, I know what this is building up to. This is building up to the idea that she's a thrower, right?
She tosses stuff around. Yep.
She's a thrower. And what's this? Ranty, I got a riddle for you now that you can concentrate. Question, why did we find out Johnny's insults about his ex? Why did we find out his insults about his ex? I don't know. I don't know, to be fair. I mean, it was probably to do with the fact of his personality and his dark humor. I mean, if you get used to that and you see it quite a lot and he's talking to other people the same, then you can excuse it when you see it in a text message that she's going to put forward and say, oh, he said this. And it's like, yeah, but we've already seen this before.
Did you see the
She's
answer?
a tosser.
No. To the quiz is because he was overheard.
He was overheard. Oh, God.
Oh, come on. It's punny, but it's good. It is good. I'm sorry. I like punny sometimes. That was good. That was good, man. Devil. I liked it.
If you're from the UK, you'll get that.
What, that she's a tosser? Of course.
She's a tosser.
She's a tosser. Was there any doubt? Was there any doubt? I mean, from the start of the trial? Come on.
There's going to be lots of memes flowing around with her flinging a lighter at him.
I think that she's a tosser should definitely get out there.
Hashtag she's a tosser.
That's a multi-purpose. That's a multi-purpose one if I've ever seen. Yeah, that's a great one. Oh, damn. I don't know what's going to happen the rest of the afternoon, huh? We're not going to get all 9 in. We only got
This is a great one. This is a great one to finish in because I'll tell you for why. Because this is going to stay in the jury's mind for the next week and a half. And this is what you want. You want somebody like this, entertaining, remembers everything very well, accusing Amber of throwing stuff at him, causing the rows, getting agitated, changing personality through the relationship. This
Mhm.
is
Right.
all what you need, right?
Now, in all fairness, let's say, do you think the defense made any points at all today in their crosses?
No, total
Not a
failure today. Didn't
not a
get
dent, like a
anything.
total fail, right? How about
Didn't.
anyone in the chat? Any points you want to bring up? We want to be slightly fair, like a little bit. I would like to know, but I didn't see anything actually. I'm smiling rather largely right now.
Well, I mean, it's only going to get worse. I mean, if they think that they're going to have a free run when it's their turn to present their witnesses, they're not, because you've got the only witnesses she'll have are the people who are going to bring from the LA, the apartment, the penthouse, basically. Sort of like testimony from people that know them, and they've already been discredited by the police, right? The police have already basically crushed their arguments. So,
Yes. Draco Fire says they tried to say that Johnny was irresponsible and a shitty person by bringing up his finances. Unfortunately, it failed miserably. That's right. I mean, fortunately, it failed because it wasn't true. He got to close out with everything paid, including what we learned in the divorce settlement, that he had to pay everything for Amber too.
oh my
Who
goodness,
doesn't?
yeah.
Yes, when it comes down to it, who's the one not paying their share of things?
I don't understand what was those additional charges for? $13 million of extra. What were they? I don't understand, because I don't know American tax, so I have no idea what the hell that was all about. But what was he supposed to be paying for those months? Don't get it.
I don't know. Intrigue says she thought Mr. White was the worst witness so far because it was boring. Or
I liked Mr. White, actually. I thought he did
I
all
thought,
right.
he was a bit feisty. He may have gone too far with the arguing because the judge had to intervene. And those of us that respect the process, we don't like when the judge has to intervene and tell the witness knock it off. Like that never looks good.
Although to be fair, he did get impeached twice, and he got impeached twice when it was wrong to impeach him, because he didn't. He said the same thing, And
Yeah, he
then
did.
the second thing, he didn't lie about that. He used that
So it
word,
really
but not
wasn't
in that
impeached,
context.
right?
Yeah, so
So
he wasn't
it's a
impeached.
failed. It was fail impeached. So he got to show up Rottenbaum that way.
Right, the outstanding civil liabilities that Amber had incurred, like wine costs, etc. So is that like wines, holidays, food, all that kind of stuff? Right. Okay.
The
one thing
ahead.
I will say on this is that he asked him about drinking, and he said, yeah, he drunk wine. This is what this witness said about drinking wine. Now, I don't know whether that's just a Scottish way, you like a wine, because it could be a language barrier, because when he says a wine, he could be talking about something else. Do you know what I mean? Because we shall see whether or not that gets addressed. I'm sure they'll pick up on that they said that he drank wine. Twice he mentioned it.
Right. So here's a question from the Turtle Moves. How did Elaine do for JD's side today?
She
didn't
do very well. Didn't do very well, did she?
No, she did very well for JD's side. She did. She did look quite exasperated. Did you see how she was just like rolling her head back, and she was just like over there on Amber's table? The two of them just looked like they were so bored and they just wanted to leave. They didn't look happy at all.
Well,
just going around Twitter.
They've got a lot of work to do if they suspect that they're gonna come back for this.
Kyle's Goldfish says, how does she plan to deny this? In her deposition, we have her admitting to hitting him once. Now we have evidence of Australia, throwing cans of Coke, phones, pots, pans, lighters, etc. Yeah.
Are they going to call everyone a liar?
Well, they try. They sure try, but like Elaine has it all out that everybody's just out to get Amber. Like it's a whole big mass conspiracy. James Smith, I do think Rottenbaum Osborne was showing emotion today. He was annoyed, he was aggravated, and he was antagonistic. He was like, "Don't you dare try to use my own tactics against me." Like, what? And it was working because it was getting under his skin. Yeah, see, look, like that. Yeah, she's not so happy, huh?
She's got have you
A
seen that
gobbler.
neck? Have you seen
It's
that
a
neck?
gobbler. Gobbler.
Is that what they call it, a gobbler?
That's what somebody said. Somebody sent me the picture in DMs and said, "Have you checked out this gobbler?" And I'm like, "Oh my. Like, people, come on." I know. We're just being, it's end of day viciousness. What can I tell you? I'm just, my humor.
We have 11 days to get over this, though. So-
What are we going to do with ourselves? Like, I can't imagine what Twitter's going to be like. There's going to be memes. There's going to be stuff all over. I'm going to miss it. My feed right now is nothing but Amber Heard memes in Johnny Depp praise. It's like a juxtaposition of humor and then serious points from the trial. It's like a nice balance. Well, what do you plan on doing for the week, Menti?
Sleeping.
I will be
No.
sleeping in the morning. Oh no, I will do that. Mm-hmm.
I might try and get some decorating. I know that I don't really want to, but I think I'll have to try and get some decorating work in for next week if I can.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just do some regular content in the evenings, but I'll be sleeping every morning instead of being here. I'll be catching up with some sleep. Got a few update videos that have to come out too from cases I've been following that have updates on them, like Marilyn Manson or Barry Morphew.
I might follow that, at some point,
Madeline
the Marilyn
McCain.
Manson, and just do an
Yeah.
update video once every 2 weeks or something. If there's information out there, and then maybe I don't even think it'll go to trial, though. Do you?
Well, there's several cases against him civilly. There is one with the assistant, and there's the one with the Esme Bianco, the actress, and that one was quite interesting because it involved immigration and coming over from England for false purposes and stuff. So it was a little intriguing. But now there's the new one that he filed. Remember, he's filed now against Reverend Rachel Woods and her spouse for interfering with the investigation and pretending to be FBI agents and slandering the case. So it's interesting.
Gonna give a shout out to My Beaver's Box Unit, who kindly supplied me with that image. Thank you so much on Twitter. Yeah, she gave me that.
Isn't she wonderful? Yeah.
She is.
She is.
I don't get chance often though to check my Twitter during this because I'm already streaming it. I'm trying to keep up with the chat. I'm trying to keep up with all kinds of stuff. So, and I've got to be careful because I'm on camera all the time. You don't want to see me get involved in a staring contest on Twitter like that.
On Twitter, yeah, that's true. eyes front, Renty, eyes front. Yeah, is that what they say? It's like
yes, eyes front, indeed.
Mandy said her side has tried to impeach, but they asked different questions. They have been called out multiple times. They have tried with Dr. Curry, and she said, "But that's not what you just asked me." That's right, I remember that. She said, "That's not what you asked me," and then she said, "That's not what I said." Like she corrected them, and several witnesses have corrected them.
Yeah. So just so that everyone knows, because James Smith says an 11-day break, really. Yeah. The court next week is not carrying on the case with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard next week. They are saying, we're having a week away from you guys. We want to get some more cases in here, and we want to see to them first. You can come back the week after that. So basically, all next week, it's Johnny Depp and Amber Heard free, which means we won't be streaming anything from there. So, as long as you know. And sorry, what's the chances that Elon will testify? Zilch.
None.
He's already ruled himself out. As has
I read it. Yeah, I read a
James
statement
Franco.
from his. Yeah, I read a statement from both of their representatives. They both came out and said, "Nope, they're not going to. They have decided." So they actually put it in writing. They did a mini press release. Yeah.
Yeah. So James Franco, he's ruled himself out of defending from Amber Heard. Elon Musk has too. Now, she was relying on both of them to come and simp for her and say to the court how they saw bruises on her when nobody else did. And then
Yeah, but-
they've ruled themselves out because ultimately, what, she was pressurizing them to try and lie for her? Seems that way.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kyle's Goldfish. I know the time frame is difficult, but there's always replay. But yeah, I usually stream at night. I'm not a daytime streamer, except for Ranty. I make an exception for Ranty. I'm here. I get myself up. I get my butt here every morning. But oh,
Turtle Moose says, staring at the screen, just like
I was
always.
like, oh, no, I hope not.
Like that.
I don't. No.
I
Let's
could
not.
do that. I could do that for about a minute, I think, and then I'd have to blink. Yeah, I couldn't do any more than that. But
You know,
Arwen, he's great.
Yeah.
He's great
Yeah,
at doing that.
It's staring. It's staring, is he? Oh, here's the thing about Elon and James. Oh, if they did testify about to say about she was upset or bruises, it opens them up to testify. Like, how do you know? During the marriage, you were there. During the marriage, you were there. What were you doing there? How much time did you spend with Amber Heard? Why do we have pictures of you in the elevator every time Johnny's away? What's going on?
Well, after yesterday, because
Maybe they thought twice about it and said, well, that's not a good look. Like, that's really not going to go well for anybody.
Well, Vape Man yesterday, he was saying that, oh, well, you know, when Johnny Depp wasn't there, you know, she was sneaking Elon Musk up to the apartment. I don't think Elon wants to have that kind of scrutiny on him right now when he's buying Twitter. I think he's got better things to do.
They did. And just Rhonda, they did subpoena them both. But, you know, that's not mandatory unless they fight for it. Like, if they turn it down and then they fought for it, they could. But I guess when you think about what would Elon Musk actually tell us, except for that Amber might have been seeing him or not during the relationship, what does that actually add to defamation? What does that actually prove to the actual legal part of the case? Yeah, it might feel good for Johnny, and we would all like to see it, I'm sure, the drama. But I can understand why they didn't push. If he wanted to volunteer and come, yeah, but I can understand why they didn't force him over here or to do a video deposition.
Brakir Monkley says, it's a rumour, but Heard only has 10 minutes of screen time in Aquaman 2. Well, if that's the case, how easy would it be for them to record somebody else in that role?
That means it's cost effective to get her out. Just get her out. Yeah. Oh. That's encouraging to hear.
It
I
is.
hope that's true. I hope that's absolutely.
So this is going to be the last session of this week. So get your last bit of fix now. Any super chats you want to give? Now's the time. Any channel memberships? Now's the time. And we will be back after, once this is finished, we'll be back in 11 days, right? Claire?
I'm
Well,
here. If you want me back in 11 days, I'll be back. You heard him. He invited me. I'll be here. No backing out now, Randy.
Can you just count to 5 for me, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Next question.
All right, Mr. Connolly, we were talking about Hicksville there, and you made a comment that you had suggested to Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard that they keep it private or something along those lines.
I did, yes.
My question is just what prompted you to make that suggestion?
Well, it was getting kind of animated. You know, it was getting animated, and you know, no one wants to see their either dirty laundry in public.
Were they both animated?
More so Amber. Johnny, yes, but more so Amber.
Do you remember anything in particular that Ms. Heard was saying at the time?
I don't recall, no. As I say, it wasn't really coherent. It was more the animation, you know, the head movements and the stern looks and stuff that prompted me to do what I have to do, you know.
Okay. Shifting gears a little bit. You listed out various places that you traveled with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, and I think you listed Japan, Germany, Hicksville, and Australia. Do I have that right?
Correct, yes.
When were you in Australia?
I'll be 2015, Pirates 5.
And what were you doing in Australia?
My job. In that occasion, I flew out first. I usually fly out first to do the advance. The advance includes the check-in and accommodation. Not so much accommodation because Nathan Holmes, Ben King, and the chef called Russell, they would already been at the home, been at the home and got that sorted out. My main concern was locations, transport, local security, drivers, making sure all that's in line before Johnny gets there. Jerry Judge would have travelled with Johnny into Australia. On arrival, I would have picked them up at the airport, as we do, take them to the house or whatever accommodation we're staying in, and I would have peeled off. I'd have left it at that, went back to my apartment. Johnny would have been in maybe, it could be up to a week for, makeup, costume before any shooting starts, in which time it gives me a time to run around some locations, the studio, check out the studio, the locations, as well as be around for, if Johnny wants to go for dinner at night anywhere, I would check out these places as well.
Mr. Connolly, I'm sorry, I just had a little trouble hearing you there. Might be the connection, but could you speak maybe just a little bit slower? I'm sorry.
Okay, as I say, my job in Australia is just to secure all the advance. So I would check out, make sure the local drivers are there, all the cars are in order, the accommodations in order, the locations for shooting are all safe, liaison with production, what's expected of them. I would pick him up at the airport when he arrives, take him to the accommodation, peel off, go and check out a few restaurants in case he wants to go out. And if nothing's happening, stand down for that evening.
Does anything stand out to you about your time in Australia in 2015?
Yeah, Johnny lost a finger. One afternoon I was instructed to go to Johnny's accommodation.
Objection, and can we just?
Okay, all right. Hold on just a minute, Mr. Connolly.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, some guy, for the $10 super chat who says, you get my first ever super chat. Wish I could support more. Keep up the good work, mate. Thank you so much for the super chat, but never, ever, 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 ever give more than you can afford. Seriously, don't leave yourself short at any time for a super chat. But thank you. That really does mean the world. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Connolly, please continue, but as you go, please avoid discussing the substance of any communications that you had with Mr. Depp or his security, and just focus on what you observed.
Okay. I arrive at Johnny's accommodation with my driver, Andrew. I noticed that there's an SUV, one of the security, the RST, resident security team. One of their vehicles is sitting outside the door with no driver. So I just assumed there's a security car there, but no driver. As I approach the door, I hear a muffled shouting and screaming, and quite muffled though, because the entrance to this house, there's a massive oak door. I mean, it's huge, and it's got to be about 25 mil thick. So I open it, and it's chaos. It's screaming and shouting, but all I can see with my eyes is Johnny He's wearing a jacket, a hat, and a bag with his notebooks. I always know that bag because it's a grey canvas bag. And he's sort of, you know, nursing one hand. So I'm saying, well, hey, what's going on? But and it's screaming and shouting. It's madness. Amber's irate. I mean, tenacious. It's crazy stuff. Johnny's, you know, shouting back. So I've said, Johnny, let's go. Let's go. You know, that's my job, to remove him from a situation. Let's go out. I do a couple of steps with him. Johnny, give me 5 minutes, Mal. 5 minutes. Well, he's the boss, you know. There's no bullets flying. So, okay, give him 2 minutes. I said, let's go. Eventually, I get him out. I managed to get him outside the door. We go downstairs. But Amber appears from somewhere. Now, I don't know if Amber was upstairs or in the room to the left or wherever. But she appears and she's screaming. You know, screaming, berating him. She's basically berating him. Yeah, fuck off, she's saying, Johnny. Yeah, that's what you do. Fuck off. That's what you do all the time. That's all you ever do is fuck off. You fuck off with your guys, you fucking coward. That's what you fucking do. You fucking coward. Yeah, fuck off with your guys, you big man. All that shit that goes with it. Gets him downstairs. By this time, Amber's on the threshold of the accommodation. She's screaming, you know, fuck off, you fucking coward. That kind of words, you know. And I get him into the car, and I want to sit in the same. I usually sit in the front seat, shotgun, but I want to sit in the same seat at the back, so I can have a look what's going on here and have a chat and have a talk. But when I get around the car, the driver's not locked the door, so he's out the door again, and he's making his way back up the stairs. I get back round again. By the time I get to the top, there's two concrete stairs to the front door. He's just crossing the threshold, and the screaming starting again. Excuse me. Amber is screaming again. Johnny, let's go. And this time it's a wee bit more force, and I managed to actually basically pull him out of the place. Get him into the car. Doors are locked this time. Into the car, we take off. I got him back to my apartment using. You know, a sort of secret way through the underground car park and service lifts. I get him up to my apartment, get him into my apartment, start washing his hand, basic triaging his hand, washing it, first aid. It's a mess. His finger's just a mess. It's like one of them cartoon exploding cigars. I always think in my mind that one of them cigars that blow up, you know, the cartoons boom. And it's so flapping around. And I could see bone. There's bone there. It's smashed to bits, and he's wincing as I'm trying to wash his hand. Anyway, I sit him down and I phoned Debbie the nurse, who's living in the same apartment block as me. So that's my first thing. Phone Debbie. About 20 minutes later, if that, I don't recall. Maybe 25, maybe half an hour. But she turns up with Dr. Kipper. So Dr. Kipper does his thing. Nurse Debbie dresses it all, but Kipper is saying, right, this we have to go to the hospital with this. There's no other way. We have to go to the hospital. This has to be seriously looked at. We get to the hospital, and that's when that's when his treatment started, you know.
Okay. When you were in the presence of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in the house in Australia, how far away were you from Ms. Heard?
When I first entered the house, Ms. Heard wasn't visible to me. Only Johnny. It's only when we started to leave, Ms. Heard appeared, and she's probably, well, you're talking 2 feet, 3 feet.
Did you observe any injuries on Ms. Heard?
No injuries. No injuries.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
No injuries, none.
Other than the injury to his finger, did you observe any injuries on Mr. Depp?
No, no. No. Well, I say no. You know, there was a mark in his face, and I didn't know what that was, so I never really put it down too much. But in the hospital, I took a photograph, and when I look at that photograph, I can see 2 injuries. When we're sitting in the car,
hold on, Mr. Khan.
Okay. Objection to the extent he's going to be talking about what the mark is on his, since he didn't see what happened and he's not a doctor, he can't describe what.
That's fine, Your Honor. We
can move on. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Next question.
I think you've generally described for us the kinds of things Ms. Heard was saying. How would you describe her overall demeanor when she and Mr. Depp were in each other's presence in the house in Australia?
Good days and bad days.
I'm sorry, I mean on that particular day.
On that particular day, I had never seen him in the house that particular day. The only time I seen Miss Heard and Johnny in that house is when I arrived there to extract them.
And how did Miss Heard seem to you when you saw her on that day when you arrived to extract him?
Crazy. Fierce, fierce.
Okay. What was the last thing Miss Heard said as you were taking Mr. Depp out of the house to go to your apartment and then the hospital?
Yeah, the last words I recall hearing as I'm getting Johnny out is, yeah, just fuck off with your guys, you're fucking covered like you always do.
All right. I have no further questions.
All right. Cross-examination. Mr. Nadelhoff.
Mr. Connolly, you still work for Mr. Depp?
I do, yeah.
Okay. And you've worked for him now for about 18 years?
No.
Well, 2 years ago, you said you worked for him for 16 years, so 2 more years would be 18.
No,
now.
I worked with him. I didn't work for him. I worked for a guy called Jerry Judge in Music and Arts. Johnny Depp never paid me. Johnny Depp started paying me 2 years ago.
Okay, so now you were working. Jerry Judge was your boss until he passed away. Is that right?
Perfect.
Okay, and now you get paid directly by Mr. Depp, correct?
Right.
And you're paid a salary by Mr. Depp?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Depp's also provided you gifts, correct?
Gifts?
Gifts. Money,
Yes.
gifts. And,
No. Yes, Johnny's gave me gifts. I've given Johnny gifts.
and she's given you gifts over $8,500, correct?
$8,500.
Yeah.
He gave me a lot more than that.
Okay. And you're loyal to Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, of course I'm loyal to Mr. Depp. I'd be loyal to you if I was working for you.
Okay. Now, going to Australia, you said you went to Australia in 2015 with Mr. Depp, correct? Or you went before Mr. Depp, but you were there to work for Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And Jerry Judge was also there?
Not when I arrived, no.
But Jerry Judge was eventually in Australia, correct?
Right.
And Nathan Holmes was also in Australia as well, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Depp came to Australia in February of 2015, correct?
Correct.
And when Mr. Depp first came to Australia, Amber was not with Mr. Depp, right?
I don't recall. If Amber arrived with Johnny or Amber arrived later.
You don't know one way or the other?
No.
And Mr. Depp stayed in a house in Australia, correct?
Correct.
And you and the security team were about 40 minutes away from the house Mr. Depp was renting, correct?
25, 30. 30, 40. Yeah, you're correct. If it's a traffic day, 40 minutes at most.
And alcohol was in the house in Australia, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Depp consumed alcohol before Amber arrived in Australia, isn't that right?
Yeah, he would have done, yes.
Okay. And, if Mr. Depp consumed illegal drugs before Amber arrived in Australia?
I'm going to object to speculation.
I wouldn't know.
Overruled, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
And do you know if Mr. Depp spent any time with Marilyn Manson in Australia before Amber arrived?
Don't recall. I don't recall Marilyn Manson being there.
So you don't. So as Mr. Depp's security, you don't know if Mr. Depp was with Marilyn Manson at any time?
I left Australia to smuggle 2 dogs back out of Australia back to.
No. I'm talking about it. I'm talking about in the beginning of March 2015. You were that. You were.
Marilyn Manson.
You don't know one way or the other.
No.
Were you seeing Mr. Depp every day? In early
Not
March
at the beginning,
2015?
No, not at the beginning. I had other duties.
Okay. So you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing at that time, correct?
No, I wasn't with him.
Okay. And you don't know when Amber arrived in Australia, correct?
No.
Okay. But you do know that Amber stayed with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about a resident security team that was at the Australia house. Is that right?
That's correct.
And were there about 4? Was there anyone from the resident security team in the house when you arrived on March 8th, 2015?
No.
Okay. And the resident security team, is it your understanding that they were there, that they were kind of guarding the house?
They would have been in the grounds, but the substantial grounds, real substantial grounds. They would have been at the grounds somewhere.
But they didn't go into the house on March 8th, correct?
I don't know. I never seen them in the house.
Okay. And so when you arrived at the house and went in, was it just Mr. Depp and Amber Heard?
Just Mr. Depp and Amber Heard.
Okay. And
There
before
may be someone else there. I never visibly seen anyone else. I wasn't there long enough to chat to anybody.
And when you arrived at the house, you could hear a ruckus, correct?
Yes. Well, yes, I could hear. No, yeah, I could hear. Definitely hear something through the door. Yeah.
But you said the door was so thick you couldn't hear the actual words that were being said. Is that right?
No, just a shouting.
And then you went in the house and saw Mr. Depp in the foyer, correct?
Yes, correct.
And Mr. Depp was trying to urinate in the foyer, wasn't he?
No.
Mr. Depp had his penis out of his
Objection.
pants, didn't he?
I think I would remember
Relevance.
seeing Mr. Depp's penis.
I'll allow. Next question.
And you were trying to get Mr. Depp out of the house, correct?
Correct. I was trying to get Mr. Depp out of the house. Yes.
And Mr. Depp was refusing to leave the house, was he not?
Not so much refused. He just wanted 2 minutes to see his piece.
You took Mr. Depp's arm to try to move him out, but he broke away. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, so he was strong enough to break away from your grip, correct?
No.
So you had his arm and he broke away, though, correct?
No.
Isn't that what you just said?
No. I let him go.
You let go. But it wasn't
He's my
easy.
boss.
It wasn't
I'm not
easy.
going to drag him by it.
So Mr. Depp's your boss. You'll do what Mr. Depp wants, correct?
No.
It's not easy to get Mr. Depp out of the house, correct?
Not easy.
Okay. Now, can we play Exhibit 380A, which is already in evidence?
Plaintiffs or defendants? I'm sorry.
It's defendants, Exhibit 380A.
It's 388.
What is this? Sorry, what is this?
And this is a recording from Australia, and it's just of Mr. Depp.
I don't think that's in evidence, Your Honor.
Hold on, it's not in evidence.
Our plaintiffs Exhibit 380A.
I don't believe there are any recordings from Australia in evidence, Your Honor.
I don't have anything in
this.
evidence.
There definitely is. It's just of Mr. Depp. We can.
I don't have 380 in evidence.
It's 380A.
380. I have, Jamie says it was ID'd but never admitted.
Oh.
Never admitted. It was,
Your Honor, the recordings from Australia have other voices on them. and
we're
I
only asking
also-
for it's only the clip of Mr. Depp.
Okay, wait,
Well,
I
I
have
also-
it. It's actually plaintiffs 380A, minute 33 to 34.
What's the foundation for using it with this witness?
He was at the house.
It's in evidence,
It's in
that's
evidence.
fine. So you're playing that clip, correct?
Correct.
Got it on plaintiffs.
What you are and who you are and how you fucked me over. And make me feel sick of myself. There's still a lot left in the day. Maybe you should dye your hair. I see the roots.
Did you hear that, Mr. Connolly?
I did, yes.
And that was the sort of condition Mr. Depp was in when you saw him at the house, correct?
Yes, yes,
Mr. Depp was upset and angry when you saw him at the house, correct?
absolutely, yes.
Okay. Now, did you take Mr. Depp to the hospital?
Along with others, yes.
Is it your testimony that Mr. Depp was coherent at the hospital?
Yes.
Let's show Defendant's Exhibit 370. I'd just like you to look at something for a moment. I'm not putting it in, I'm not publishing it. I just want to show him a document. Defendant's Exhibit 370.
This guy's hilarious. I think I'd remember if I saw his penis.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on foundation grounds. The witness is not even
Check
talking.
our private.
I'm going to ask him a question and ask him if it refreshes his recollection. That's all I was going to ask him about. I can use any
It's-
document to refresh.
Wait, if you want to approach for a second, just see what.
Oh, this guy is funny. Does that sound like Johnny Depp on the day? Yeah. Was he angry? Well, yeah. He's just had his fucking finger chopped off. I think I'd be a little bit angry too.
You might be. Just a Chad on the upset side. You know?
just had a finger lopped off. yeah. I'd be a little bit annoyed too.
Yeah, you're right, Halco. You could not write this stuff. It's better than the movies. I'm telling you, you could not write this script.
I did tell everybody. I told everybody, all of my subscribers that this was better than a movie.
Oh my. Oh.
This is hilarious. Did you hear when he said about the penis? He's creating own goals for himself because everyone laughed.
They did, and then it was like she let it in too. She let it, and he was able to just say no. Like, you know, what are you trying to do here? Like, no. Yeah, come on.
And Johnny was weeing on the floor, right? No, he had his penis out weeing on the floor. I think I'd remember if I saw his penis out.
Was Mr. Depp's finger was filled with dirt, grime, and paint when you saw it?
Yes.
And now you say you saw no bruises or cuts on Amber on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that your main concern was Mr. Depp and getting him out of the house, correct?
Correct.
You weren't concentrating on Amber, correct?
I was close enough. If there was any marks on Amber's face, I would have picked that up in 2 minutes.
As you're
trying to the Home Office.
As you're trying to pull Mr. Depp out of the house, you're scanning Amber for bruises and cuts?
Not scanning, but I'm looking at it.
As you're moving Mr. Depp out of the house, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. How do I know what she's going to lift?
Right.
I'm watching her. When I move a client from a bar situation, a house situation, I watch what's happening around me.
But you're not.
I know where the client is. The client's with me.
Right. The client was with you, and you're not scanning. You didn't scan Miss Heard's body for.
I scan everything.
You scanned everything on her
every move
body.
somebody makes. Not everything on her body.
No.
She's wearing long sleeves, from what I recall.
Okay. And at the hospital, the doctor was told that Mr. Depp cut his finger with a knife, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And you understand that the damage at the house, at Mr. Depp's rented house, amounted to about $100,000, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. That's fine. Next question.
In Hicksville, other than when you first arrived, you didn't go to the trailer that Mr. Depp and Amber were staying in. Is that right?
Only when I delivered them to it.
Right. And then after you delivered them to
when I delivered them to it, when we first got there,
right,
we went inside and had a look around. Yeah.
But after that, you never went inside the trailer after that, correct?
Correct.
So you have no idea what went on in the trailer between Mr. Depp and Amber, isn't that right?
I was told.
But you have no idea. You don't have any personal knowledge as to what
I never
happened.
seen it.
Right.
No, I never seen it. No.
And you have no idea how much damage was done to the trailer, correct? Personal knowledge.
I do have
of
an
the
idea.
You have no idea what happened to Amber in the trailer, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And you don't, and you talked about that there was tension between Amber and Mr. Depp. You don't know what started the fight, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Depp grab another woman's arm before they moved off to the truck, before the fight started?
No.
Okay. Were you with the company when you were you with the group?
No.
Okay.
I was maybe 20 feet away observing. That's my job, not to get involved. I don't sit with my clients in a personal situation. I've just observed.
Now, you testified that at times you saw marks and bruises on Mr. Depp, a fat lip, I think you said. You don't have dates for those times that you saw that, right?
I don't recall. No, you're
Okay.
talking. That's a long time ago. You know. It's
Right. And you testified in the UK in this. You testified in the UK, correct?
correct.
And you gave a witness statement too in the UK, correct?
Correct.
And you never testified to seeing any marks, bruises, or injuries on Mr. Depp, isn't that right, in the UK?
I wasn't asked in the UK.
But you never testified. You never testified to that, right?
I wasn't asked.
Okay. Now, you talked about a private plane that you saw a plastic lighter bounce off of Mr. Depp's chest, correct?
Correct.
And you said you saw Mr. Depp smirking and then he said, was that it? Is that right?
No.
Okay. You don't know what started the fight there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you talked about at the lofts, I think you called it, in Los Angeles, you saw a Coke can get thrown somewhere in the vicinity of Mr. Depp, correct?
I've seen a can.
Right.
Not a Coke can. I couldn't tell you what can it was.
Okay. And you don't know what happened before you saw the Coke can get thrown, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you talked about this picture of that you took in Southeast Asia, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never mentioned in the UK matter or in your witness statement Mr. Depp having scratches and bruises on the train, correct?
I was never prompted. I was never asked.
You gave a witness statement that gave the what you saw in a relationship between Amber and Mr. Depp, and you never talked about bruises or cuts on Mr. Depp in Southeast Asia, correct?
No, I wasn't asked that.
Okay. Now, you said only Johnny could make requests for a private dining car, isn't that right?
I said that.
Only Johnny needed a private dining car. Miss Heard didn't need a private dining car, correct?
That would be correct. Oh yeah, that would definitely be correct. Yeah,
Okay.
only Johnny Depp would need a private dining car, but Johnny doesn't want a private dining car.
Okay. Now, you were not present in Miss Heard and Mr. Depp's cabin on the train, right?
No.
And if a fight
That's
occurred,
correct. That's correct.
and if a fight occurred in the cabin, you'd have no way of knowing about it, right?
I wouldn't know.
And you don't know if Mr. Depp was strangling Miss Heard, do you?
No, I wouldn't know.
You don't know if Mr. Depp had his shirt wrapped around Amber's neck, do you?
Objection, speculation, cumulative.
Oh, no, I wouldn't know. The only reason I would know anything in that cabin.
No, okay,
is if
you
the
wouldn't know.
cabin
You
door was open or
answered,
closed.
sir, you answered that.
All right, we can move on.
Okay. And if we could put up, please, plaintiff's exhibit 120, and this is at 190, and I believe 120 has been in evidence
Well, I have
before.
120A, 120B, and 120C.
So I think this would be 120D if it,
120D.
yeah. And I would, Mr. Connolly, I'm asking you questions about the fourth one down. Do you see that?
Yeah, it's not very clear though. I can't.
I'm going
it's tiny.
to objection. The document is hearsay. I don't know what the exception would be.
Okay, hold. If you want to come forward, let's.
These questions are really quite weird because him asking, well, you wouldn't know if Johnny Depp wrapped a shirt around somebody's neck. That is also the same as saying you wouldn't know if a seagull laid an egg on a rooftop in Hawaii on that day as well, would you? You know what I mean? You wouldn't know if Johnny went on a slasher rampage and killed 7 people at the other end of the train, would you? No, I wouldn't. You know, you could make anything up. It's just crazy. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. Well, no, of course I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know that you've just made something up. I wouldn't know that.
Right.
Putting
Exactly.
it out there to try and muddy the waters. Of course, I wouldn't know that. What idiots. This is dirty. These other solicitors are really dirty.
Yeah. I left you a note. Did you see?
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, if this is what they're going to allege, that on that Orient Express, Johnny Depp, what was it? He strangled her and then wrapped a shirt round her neck and tried to throw. Does that sound like anything that we've heard up to now? Really?
Exactly. Exactly.
You know, with no marks on her, bearing in mind. I mean, Johnny's never alleged that, you know, he's been strangled, but he's got bruises to prove it. He's got marks. He's got his finger cut off, you know. She's never been photographed with anything, and she had a 3-day hostage situation, clumps of hair pulled out, broken nose, broken ribs. God, man, what a fantasist she is. What a fantasist.
Exactly. Exactly. It's just it's not good. Johnny doesn't you look too concerned. I'm sure he knows they're not going to play well.
Well, when they allege
Mr.
that, even the
Connolly,
court laughed.
You agree that Ms. Heard's nothing but respectful and professional to you, correct?
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Connolly, very briefly, when you were in Ms. Heard's presence in the house in Australia on the day that Mr. Depp lost his fingertip, how far away were you from Ms. Heard?
On the exit, on the egress, about 3 feet, 4 feet at the most.
Can you estimate for us about how long you were in Ms. Heard's presence?
Oh, you know what? Best way to do this is think about it and count it out, okay? $15 seconds, 20 seconds.
How was the light?
Well, it's Australia. The door is massive. It's a wall of glass behind them. The light is absolutely fine. You couldn't get better.
All right, I have nothing further.
All right. Is this a witness subject to recall?
I think so. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Connolly, since you're subject to recall, do not discuss your testimony with anybody and don't watch anything about this case, okay? But you're free to log off
Of course,
today.
Your Honor, yeah.
All right. You're free to log off today, though,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Your next witness. Mr. Jenkins. Yeah. Mr. Jenkins, can you hear me, sir?
Afternoon. Yes, I can, Your Honor.
All right, perfect. Thank you, sir. All right. If you raise your right hand for me, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
All right, thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Jenkins. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
And could you please state your full name for the record?
Starling Jenkins III.
And Mr. Jenkins, where do you live?
Los Angeles, California.
And what is your occupation?
Executive chauffeur security.
And how long have you worked as an executive chauffeur and in security?
Executive chauffeur for 30 years, security for 8 years.
And what occupations did you hold prior to working as an executive chauffeur and in security?
Route sales executive and United States Marines.
Mr. Jenkins, do you know the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
And when did you first meet Mr. Depp?
1993.
How did you first meet Mr. Depp?
He used delivery service to transport him to and from.
So in the 30 or so years that you've known Mr. Depp, what services have you performed for him over the course of that period?
Child care, animal care, personal assistant duties, security, and transportation.
And could you estimate approximately how many hours per week would you provide those services to Mr. Depp?
40 to 60 hours.
And can you describe generally your interactions with Mr. Depp in the time that you've worked for him?
Pleasant, always upbeat.
Do you know the defendant in this case, Amber Heard?
Yes.
And when did you first meet Miss Heard?
After the filming of the Rum Diary project.
And can you describe generally your interactions with Miss Heard?
Pleasant, cordial, very respectful.
And so in your time working with Mr. Depp, did you ever observe Mr. Depp's and Miss Heard's interactions with one another?
Yes.
And can you describe those interactions generally, please?
Very cordial, very aware that people are around them, very, very friendly.
Did you ever see them argue?
Yes.
Can you describe what you observed about those arguments?
It would be initiated by her. She would try to engage with him. He would tell me to turn the music up.
So where did these arguments take place?
In the car.
Do you recall how many times you witnessed them argue?
Twice.
Mr. Jenkins, turning your attention to April 21st, 2016, can you tell the jury what you recall about that day?
Could you repeat the question, sir?
Sure. So turning your attention to April 21st, 2016, can you tell the jury what you recall about that day?
It was the birthday party being held at the penthouse.
And when you say the penthouse, what are you referring to?
It's the Eastern Columbia building.
And what were you doing that evening?
That evening, I was assigned security on the detail.
Were you inside the residence while the birthday party was taking place?
I was in the CP, the command post that's stationed on the same floor, right outside of the elevator.
And did you interact with Miss Heard at all that evening?
Yes, I did. In regards to getting her clients keys, parking, making sure no one else was on the floor that wasn't invited to the party.
Were there any issues at the birthday party at the time that you were present at the penthouses?
No issues except for the boss did not show up.
And do you recall what time you left that day?
11:15 p.m. that evening.
And Mr. Jenkins, what happened the next day, April 22nd, 2016?
I arrived early, 10:45. Went upstairs to the penthouse. I was informed by Amber that she got in a fight with Johnny last night. She threw his personal property over the balcony into the streets, 9th and Broadway.
And when you say personal property, what are you referring to?
His phone, wallet, credit cards, passports, everything that's in his wallet.
Did Ms. Heard say anything else to you about this altercation?
Nothing except they were fighting.
So what did you do after Ms. Heard informed you that she had thrown Mr. Depp's personal property off the balcony?
Formulated a plan with Norm from the office to use the Find My Phone app, hit the streets, and try to get lucky.
Did you end up finding Mr. Depp's phone?
Yes, I did. In Skid Row, probably 6 miles from the house.
And who had the phone?
A homeless gentleman, unhoused gentleman. I approached him about the phone. He was honest. He returned it. I gave him a reward for it.
And what was the reward?
$420, chicken tacos, chips, apples, Fiji water.
After finding Mr. Depp's phone, what did you do?
I returned to the penthouse, showed the phone to Amber that I retrieved it. I left it in the CP for the evening security to return it to Mr. Depp.
So after figuring out things with the phone, what happened next?
What happened next is I walked Amber to the car. We got everybody in the car. She's on her way to Coachella. I went back to the penthouse to retrieve the dogs and the luggage.
Were you also going to Coachella with Miss Heard?
Yes, I was. I was the transportation for Amber and her friends while she was at Coachella.
So how did you get to Coachella?
Drove the SUV provided by Johnny, put the animals and all the luggage in, and headed out to the venue.
And the morning of April 22nd, did you see any injuries on Miss Heard?
No marks, no injuries.
And so driving out to Coachella, did anyone drive with you?
I was in the car alone except for the animals.
And how did Miss Heard get to Coachella?
She drove a Mustang.
Was anyone else in her car?
She was with, I believe, her sister and one other friend, her assistant, Savannah.
And do you know how many days Miss Heard and her friends were planning to stay at Coachella?
So the following Monday, I believe it's the 25th of April, we departed.
And do you recall where Miss Heard was staying at Coachella?
We're staying at the Parker boutique hotels there in Palm Springs outside of Coachella.
Were you also staying at the Parker Hotel?
I also stayed there.
And so did you attend Coachella for work or for pleasure?
For work.
And what was your job that weekend?
Provide security and transportation, animal care, Amber's rolling assistant, take care of her, whatever she needed while she was there at the Parker or in out traveling.
Do you recall what time approximately you arrived at the Parker Hotel on April 22nd?
Around 5:30-ish, maybe 5:45.
And what did Miss Heard and her friends do that evening, April 22nd?
That evening, we arrived. We were assigned the rooms. We went with the staff of the Parker Hotel around to the suites where we were staying. They let us in. We let all the luggage in, and we proceeded to plan for that evening to depart by 7:15-ish to get to the festival there.
And how did Miss Heard and her friends get from the hotel to the festival that evening?
I drove them directly to there.
And did you have any discussions with Miss Heard on the way to Coachella that evening?
We had a conversation pertaining to the surprise she left in the boss's bed prior to leaving the apartment.
And when you refer to the surprise in the boss's bed, what are you referring to?
The defecation.
And what did Miss Heard say about the defecation in Mr. Depp's bed?
A horrible practical joke gone wrong.
Mr. Jenkins, what observations did you make about Miss Heard at Coachella in April 2016?
She had no worries. She was there to whoop it up. It's her birthday. She's with her friends.
And how often were you with her that weekend?
Was with her every day. She went to the venue from the time that we interacted with the wallet incident, the night before at the party, all the way until Monday. We returned with the pets and the luggage.
And did you observe anything about Miss Heard's health that weekend?
She got sick.
Do you know
She got sick at the venue second night.
Do you know what caused Miss Heard to be sick?
She was eating the magic mushrooms and drinking red wine on an empty stomach.
And how do you know that she drank red wine and took magic mushrooms?
I saw the room service and I went to their room to collect them to take them out that evening.
So is that something? Excuse me. Is that something you witnessed?
I witnessed it.
And What did you do in response to Ms. Heard being sick at Coachella?
I collected her, got her in the vehicle. She didn't want anyone else to know that she was sick. Take her back to the Parker alone. I took her to the 7-Eleven where I retrieved hydrating fluids, Advil, and let her have those. Got her back to the Parker, got her into the suite, and then went back to pick up everyone else.
And Mr. Jenkins, when you said Ms. Heard got sick, do you recall what her symptoms were?
Yeah, she was throwing up.
Mr. Jenkins, did you see any injuries of any kind on Ms. Heard April 22nd, 2016?
No injuries.
I'll sustain. So yes.
What about the rest of that weekend, Mr. Jenkins? Any injuries that you saw?
No injuries.
Have you ever witnessed any physical abuse between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jenkins.
Good afternoon.
So just to be clear on the chronology, you met Mr. Depp in 1993, is that right?
Correct.
And you've worked for him ever since?
Off and on, yes.
Okay. And your salary's paid by Mr. Depp, correct?
Salary, no.
You receive pay for the work that you do for Mr.
Yes.
Depp, correct?
Of course, yes, of course.
And what Mr. Depp's security is your highest priority in your job, correct?
Yes, it is.
You're loyal to Mr.
His
Depp.
and his family. And his family.
You're loyal to Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to turn to the night of April 21st, 2016. You just to recap, you said you were working a security shift at Amber's birthday at the Eastern Columbia building that evening, correct?
Correct.
And you said that your shift ended around 11:15, correct?
Correct.
And you said the boss still hadn't shown up by the time that you left the Eastern Columbia building, right?
Correct.
So you have no idea where Mr. Depp was or what he was doing from 9:30 p.m. that evening until at least 11:15 when you left the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, I do know what he was doing. He was attending to his mother.
You weren't with him.
I had information.
Okay. All right. That's information that you received, but you have no personal knowledge of that.
I have no reason to doubt it. It came from Sean.
Okay.
I have no-
Okay. So Mr. Bett told you that?
The boss is out there.
Right. Mr. Bett told you that he was tending to his mother that night?
He didn't say mother. He said the boss was out there. I'm aware of what the situation was, the time frame. He's with his mother.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Okay. And did you have any understanding that he had a meeting with his new business manager earlier that evening where he was told that he was running out of money and that his taxes hadn't been paid in years? Did you have any understanding of that? from Mr. Bett
Objection.
Or anyone else?
Objection. Foundation calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And you didn't see Mr. Depp that night, right?
No, I did not.
So you came back the next morning to escort Amber to Coachella, right?
Yes.
And you say that Amber told you that she had thrown Mr. Depp's phone off the roof?
Correct.
And did you come to understand that Mr. Depp had thrown her phone off the roof that evening prior to when Amber threw Mr. Depp's phone off the roof?
She informed me of that.
Okay, she informed you of that. So when you went outside to look for Mr. Depp's phone, you weren't looking for Miss Heard's phone, were you?
She had her phone. She had her phone. She was trying to re-download and back it up.
Okay, so you were only looking for Mr. Depp's phone when you went downstairs to try to, you found it with an unhoused person, you said, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and did I hear you right that you said it was 6 miles away where you found the phone?
Correct.
It actually wasn't 6 miles away. It was actually right below the building, the ECB
No,
building,
it was
correct?
not.
Okay,
No, it was not.
can you pull up, does he have a way to see documents that just him, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please pull up the witness statement, Mr. Jenkins? Mr. Jenkins, do you remember giving testimony on Mr. Depp's behalf in the UK trial?
Yes, I did.
And you gave a witness statement first in writing, correct? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then you were examined by the attorneys in the trial, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you see on your screen the statement do you see a witness statement?
Yes, I see it.
It says witness statement of Starling Jenkins, right?
Correct.
And this is the statement that you wrote and signed as part of the UK trial on behalf of Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you can scroll, please, to page 3 of the document. And Mr. Jenkins, I'm going to read you what you wrote in paragraph 13.
Okay.
And we can go from there. On paragraph 13, you wrote in your witness statement in the UK trial, the Find My iPhone application indicated that Johnny's phone was somewhere on the streets below the balcony of the residence. Did I read that right?
If that's what it says, that's what it says. I'm telling you, the phone was in Skid Row.
Okay,
I have
so
the photo of the gentleman that found it. I have the location where the phone was found.
isn't Skid Row just a few blocks away from the Eastern Columbia building?
No, it's on 6th and Main, I guess, depending on what area you are.
Okay, so one of these two sworn statements, either what you just said in court just now that it was found 6 miles away, or this, one of these is false, correct?
It's just inadequate as far as the location. The location is not below the penthouse. It's not on Broadway. It was found on Broadway by the unhoused man, and then he lives off of Skid Row.
Okay. Now let's move on to Coachella, please. You were with Amber and her friends that weekend at Coachella, and you testified a little bit about what you saw. Is it fair to say that Amber and her friends were having a good time that weekend?
Yes, it was.
And there were thousands of other people at that music festival too, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware that Amber's sister Whitney was pregnant and sober that weekend?
Wasn't my information, wasn't my knowledge.
Were you aware that Amber's sister Whitney threw up in a parking lot that weekend?
No.
Okay. To your knowledge and understanding, Mr. Jenkins, there's nothing wrong with wanting to spend time with your friends at a music festival after being abused by your husband, right?
What abuse?
That's not an abnormal thing to want to be around your friends, correct?
She was partying it up with her friends. She was partying it up.
And you said you didn't hear anything about, she didn't say anything to you about domestic violence having taken place, correct?
Nothing in the car pertaining to that.
Would it surprise you that she might not want to talk to someone who had worked for her husband for around 23 years at that point about domestic violence? Would that surprise you?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
Ms. Heard texted you on May 12th, 2016, asking you to call her, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bother to respond to that text, correct?
Correct.
And that was the last communication that you had with her, correct?
Correct.
Now, you weren't, just to be clear, you weren't at Amber's house on Orange Avenue in March 2013 when Johnny was there, correct?
I might have driven him to the location. I'm familiar with the address.
But you didn't enter the house at any point in March 2013, correct?
Depending on if he had luggage or gifts going upstairs, I might have.
But you didn't hang out with him inside the house, right?
Hurry up and wait in the car, sir.
And you weren't at the Hicksville Trailer Palace in late May or early June 2013, right?
No.
You weren't on a plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May 2014, correct? With Johnny and
No.
Amber. You weren't you weren't with Mr. Depp and Amber in the Bahamas in August 2014, correct?
Correct.
You weren't with Mr. Depp and Amber in Tokyo in January 2015, correct?
No, I was not there. Correct.
You weren't with Mr. Depp and Amber in Australia in March 2015, correct?
Correct.
You weren't at Thanksgiving with them in Penthouse 5 of the Eastern Columbia building in November 2015, correct?
I believe I was there.
You didn't.
I might have been assigned the detail. I don't have the schedule, but I might have been assigned the detail that day.
You were-
Thanksgiving, it's a holiday.
Sure, sure. You don't have any specific recollection of that one way or the other, though, correct?
I would probably say I was on duty that day.
Okay.
It's the holiday.
Okay. You weren't celebrating Thanksgiving in Penthouse 5 with them that evening, correct?
I was in the CP.
Okay, and that's a separate room, correct?
Separate room on the same level, correct.
And you weren't in the Bahamas in late December 2015, correct? With them?
Correct.
You weren't in the ECB with just the two of them the night of December 15th, 2015, correct?
That is right before the Christmas party, I believe. Correct.
And finally, you weren't in the penthouse of the Eastern Columbia building on the night of May 21st, 2016 with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that you have no personal knowledge of what went on between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard behind closed doors, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Just very quickly, Your Honor, do we have Mr. Jenkins' witness statement? Or perhaps? And if we could go to the third page, please. Mr. Jenkins, directing your attention to paragraph 13, which Mr. Rottenborn had you look at just a second ago.
Yes.
He read the first sentence of that witness statement. The Find My iPhone application indicated that Johnny's phone was somewhere on the streets below the balcony of the residence. Walked out. Could you please read for the jury the second part of that paragraph?
I walked out onto the street, did not see the phone. I then asked several homeless people if they had the phone. One homeless man admitted to me that he had the phone, returned the phone to me in exchange for the following: $425 in cash, 3 chicken tacos, 2 bags of chips, 2 apples, 4 bottles of water.
And so do you recall where you found the iPhone that day?
Yes, I do.
Objection asked and answered.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Jenkins, moving to Coachella, Mr. Rottenborn asked you about Whitney Heard. Do you know who that is?
Yes, I do.
Do you know the difference between Whitney Heard and Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
And who was sick that
One
day?
is the boss's wife, one is the boss's sister-in-law.
Who was sick that day at Coachella?
Amber was sick.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jenkins, you're free from testimony, and therefore you're free to do whatever you need to do, or you can watch the proceedings. It's up to you, but you're done for today, though. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you to the court.
All right, have a good day.
You also.
All right. All right, I think it's close enough to 5:30 that I think we've had enough of a week. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to go ahead and be done with the testimony for this week. Although, since I won't see you till Monday, I want to give you the long jury instruction that I give you every
I left you a
every Thursday
message in the
evening, so we
chat.
all remember our responsibilities, okay? So at this time, remember that you are not to read anything about this case. You are not to watch anything about this case. You are not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you are not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social networking sites such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, blogs, or similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. For example, you cannot look information up on the internet that is related to this case or related to the persons involved in this case, nor may you consult dictionaries or other reference materials. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway. You also may not communicate about this case or the persons involved in this case with your fellow jurors, okay? Hope you have a good weekend. It's supposed to be great weather on Saturday. Go outside, get some fresh air, okay? And just enjoy your weekend, and we'll see you back Monday at 10, okay? Thank you so much.
Back Monday at 10?
Yes, it's the week after that we're off, the 9th. It says in the court, like we went to the court link. I got the link here for you in the chat.
So I don't get a week. Oh no,
No,
that's
you
terrible.
don't.
I'm back again. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I got good news for you though. Yeah.
Have you got good news for me? What's that?
Yeah, we get to hang together on Monday.
Oh, no.
I know I'm such a pedant. I'm sorry. I was trying to get you. There's an article in the DMs that we sent you. Mandy gave me a heads up. I've been trying to be discreet about it, not interrupt the trial. But yes, we're going to be here Monday. It's the following week. We'll be off.
Okay, guys. Well, you heard it here first. Yeah. We're back again next week, apparently. So, Harley's Corner, I want to do a super chat from him who says, a practical joke gone wrong. Hashtag, well, no sheet. Cheers, Harley's.
Right.
And we have another one from Harley's again, who says, apparently the fecal delivery was a shitty joke. Like, literally, unlike those parcels from Amazon, nobody would try to steal this particular package. No. Not on purpose anyway, not unless it was one of those exploding boxes. You could stick one of Amber's turds in.
Oh my God. You know, Amber's turd is everywhere on Twitter. I'm telling you, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. I don't know.
Damn, I was really looking forward to having a week off next week. I
Were
honestly,
you? Yeah?
yes, I
Did you
really
make
was.
plans?
Yeah.
Did you make plans? Did you?
Yeah,
Did you?
I
book a
did
flight
actually.
out?
Yeah, I was
Oh, no.
planning on trying to get some work in to get some money, but nah, I've got to wait another week now. So life.
Boy. Life. Well,
So, well, at least we've got Johnny Depp to look forward to, and Amber Turd might get put on early. I think if they're going to put her on, I can't see them leaving her till last to go on because she isn't that good an actress. They're going to have to put her on early and get her, sort of in and out, and people forgetting about her testimony, because that's what they're going to have to do, right? And get some other people in to try and make up the deficit.
Well, don't you find it so odd that she's copying Shannon's hairstyle like today?
Shannon says,
Shannon Curry, Dr. Shannon Curry. Yes. If you look at Amber today, she's got the same hair up. Like,
I didn't notice, to be fair.
Maybe because Johnny paid attention to Shannon, so much. He was quite pleased with her testimony. Yeah.
Did not notice one bit.
No? Oh, see? I guess it's a woman thing.
Some guy says, $5 in lieu of your week off. Here's $5. Cheers, mate. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. What was I going to say? Right. So how do you think it went today, testimony wise? Because we've got, the guy before that was pretty good, right? The Scottish one.
I thought so. I really did think Mr. Connolly really got some points in there. For the first time, we were able to see them bring up pictures of Johnny with signs of abuse and hear testimony of that abuse may have been going on.
Did you hear
from an outside source, not just like Johnny saying it, like somebody else?
Yeah. And this one that's just been on, the ex-Marine, he actually turned around and said that he witnessed Amber taking the mushrooms. He witnessed it. And that wasn't that wasn't cross-examined and asked in cross-examination, sort of like, can you explain what you mean by you witnessed it? He got it in that he witnessed it. So it's in the court testimony now that he's witnessed it. It wasn't picked up by her team, that they should have challenged that to say, did you definitely see that they didn't do it? So that was a big mistake from them, because that's now in that he's seen her taking drugs.
Yes. Yeah, that's two references, or actually, there's been several that she drank, or somebody else said that she was the one. Oh, Mr. King actually said all the wine that was ordered was for Amber because he never saw Johnny drink. All the wine that they ordered, every time he had to put it out, there was only one glass.
What about the other witnesses? We had the money man.
The money man, Mr. White, that was Mr. White, right? And that did prove that that some expenses going on. It did prove that the settlement went through for the divorce and what was agreed on in the divorce settlement. So when she's out there saying I wanted nothing, seems like that might not be a true statement, because she sure ended up with a lot. So something was going on.
The ACLU guy buried her.
And he tried so hard not to. I never saw anybody squirming so much around words, but there was no way he couldn't do it because he had to tell the truth. And the truth is, she didn't pay. And I don't care, you're going to lose the rest of your millions. You got to tell the truth.
It was more about he didn't want to confirm that she was writing the op-ed about him, but obviously they had so much evidence in lieu of showing this that in the end he had to say it. He had to say yes, it was to keeping out Johnny Depp.
It had to be an uncomfortable position because you want to tell the truth, but you're representing your company. Your company's going to look bad with your testimony, and he's got to be worried about that. So I don't blame him, but he was so uncomfortable. But he really was squirming. But the truth is out. They knew it was about Johnny Depp. They actually had to remove him from the op-ed based on the NDA that she has with her legal team. But did you hear the part where he said that Amber actually said, "Can you still find a way to get it in there because it's much better with it in there?"
Yes.
Not necessarily his name, but can you please infer a little stronger? She came back. For her to say that she didn't have anything to do with it is just absolutely incorrect. Those emails back and forth show that she was active in the process, seriously active in the process, and that everybody involved knew that Johnny's name was mentioned from the get-go.
And the dates about turning around to the ACLU and saying that she couldn't pay them. And also, we have confirmation from the money man that she'd had $4 million in that year, etc. And I brought it up before because I showed an image. Did I show it on here? I don't know if I brought it. Did I bring it in?
You showed the image of what she got paid in the settlement, and then you showed the things that Elon had paid, and then you even went back and showed her letter to them saying she can't pay and compared all that. You debunked the whole thing right there live on screen. Yes.
I did during the dinner, right?
Yes, you
did.
did.
I picked up on that pretty quickly. I thought, I'm sure I've seen a document out there that shows that she had this money before. Let me just upload this that you guys can see. Here it'll be up there in 5 seconds. This is pretty damning because she wrote an email. Here we go. So you might not be able to read it, guys. So you're going to have to just listen to how I'm saying this. But in the top in the top right hand corner, we have an email from Amber Heard explaining that she can't make this year's payment of $350,000 to the ACLU. That's in 2017. That would have been in August of 2017. But we also have the confirmation of the dates when she got paid in 2017. She got $1 million. Well, she actually got $2 million in May, and then she got another $1 million in April. So that was $3 million, and then she got more money before the end of the year, totaling over $4 million. And she had pledged to give them that. So she had the money, but then she lied to them. She said that she didn't have the money. She couldn't afford it because of the installment problems that she was having with Johnny Depp, but it wasn't installment problems because she had that money. So she lied to them.
Yes, she did. She's absolutely, I'm telling you. No, James, no 11-day break yet. Not next week, the week after. So we will be back. Renty will be back with a live stream on Monday. The time, well, Renty will have to confirm what time we'll be.
Same time. We'll be going live at 1:30 again, and no 11-day break this time. It'll be the week after, unfortunately. So yeah, back in for another grind, another week next week.
So
Be
that's
interesting
one.
though, because we'll probably get her defenses started.
Mhm.
So yeah.
That's true. That's 1:30 UK time. It's 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is 7 a.m. Central Time and 5 a.m. Pacific Time. And in Australia, it's sometime the next day or that night at 11 o'clock, 11 p.m. There you go.
I don't think I'll be a lawyer after this trial at all. Far from it.
No.
In fact, I'll be quite happy if I never actually have to cover a trial again.
Really? Really? Well,
Well,
love
I
the
don't
law.
think I'd get in as invested as this. This to me is a
Mm.
very, it's been a very, so it was a subject that arose at a time when I was kind of going through it myself. So
Right. Mhm.
to have that to fall back on and then see that
Mhm.
I got my justice. Johnny's got
Yeah.
Johnny's going to get his justice now. So
Yeah.
it means, to me at least, it's more important for me that he wins this than anything else.
The last one that I covered, which was kind of post-mortem, the cult, the sex cult with Keith Raniere and all those different sentences that had to be done for everybody that was involved. And that took quite a while. And we finally got to put that one away in a filing cabinet somewhere after years. It felt good. I followed that one for a while. Well,
I've had another super chat from Simon Laxton, £10. Thank you so much for a well-deserved
Yeah.
beer. Thank you. Yes, I do like a beer. I do like a good ale, I have to say. Yeah, I like drinking Landlords. I don't know if you've heard of that, but yeah, there's a local near to me, Landlords. I think for a tenner, I'll probably get. Well, by the time you two take their money, I'll get a good couple of pints out of that. So thank you so much. I will be having a drink with that for sure.
Yeah. Well, you do have tomorrow and Friday and Saturday off to, sleep, relax, have a few pints, holiday.
Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. That makes sense. And we might as
3
well go
days.
in
It's
hard,
not
right?
11. Yeah,
Hey?
well, it's 11. It's not, it's not 11 days, but it's a nice, 3 days to get you ready for the week. And then there'll be 11 days after that, and get you ready.
Okay. I'll accept that. I suppose it'll be interesting as well because we're gonna hear some stuff from Amber's side, so it'll be nice to see how they're gonna try and combat what Johnny's put out. Yeah.
You think we're really going to see some of Amber's testimony stuff next week, huh? Yeah. We still have a lot of people left on Johnny's witness list. That's why I'm down. I don't mean to doubt. I would love for that to happen, absolutely. But I really do want to see them finish some of these witnesses on Monday.
Yeah, I mean, I think they got 5 through today, didn't they? Was it 5 or 4?
Yes, 5 out of the 9. I think there was he 1, 2, wait. We started with Wasser, right? And then we had
Oh, there was that other guy that was I can't remember. Joyfulish guy. I can't remember what the hell he was.
Yes, yeah, it was the other agent. There was James. There was the agent. And hold on, I got the list.
You
I
can't
don't
remember.
know why I'm trying to
My head,
remember when I got the list right here. I was like an idiot. Wait, let me just pull it up because.
Well, if they can get their case done and dusted by Monday, guaranteed. I think their team, Amber's team, have to be putting her on probably Thursday. If I was their team, I'd put her on Thursday because she'll be able to tell her story on Thursday so that the jury have the entire weekend to think about. Well, no, they have 11 days or whatever to think about it and mull it over. So if I was them, I would definitely put her on maybe Wednesday afternoon, Thursday day. Get her to tell all of the times that Johnny allegedly attacked her, so it stays in the jury's mind. So, yeah, so that's what I think they'll do next week, and it's whether or not the jury believe them.
Oh yes, Rob. See, I'll see you over there after we got Operator Starsky on the shows tonight. Oh, there was 9 listed. We did 6. They finished with Laura Wasser. That was the divorce attorney. Then there was Terrence Doherty, right? Who was the ACLU representative. Then there was Edward White, the financial manager. Then there was Jack Wiggum, the other agent. from that left with Johnny. Remember from the first agency that we heard from the other
No,
gentleman.
we
Yes, they
didn't
did.
see him though. Yeah, we never saw him.
We didn't
didn't-
see him. He didn't come in. No,
No.
I thought he did. Okay, Malcolm Colony did. Johnny's bodyguard. Then Starling Jenkins, Johnny's driver.
Neverly Darling says, does Amber have to get on the stand or can she weasel out of it? I'm afraid that she will definitely be on the stand. She can't get out of it because she's on both sides. You know, she's been called by both sides to appear. So, you know, there's no getting out of this. She's in it for the well, she's going to get all the attention she wants, right? While she's on that stand, the entire world is going to be looking at her. It'll be all the dreams come true. Everything that she's ever wanted. Oh, look at this. The whole world is looking at me. Oh, but she's got to put on the performance of her life for those day and a half. Well, actually, it's going to be probably about 3 days, you know, with the cross exam. So can she keep it up? No.
Yeah, I agree. And Sandy, yes, we did all start the day with that other about no court, but it's changed because it was misread. I mean, we got the wrong information through other tweets, but when you check with the court itself, on the court schedule itself, we have court, and we just heard that confirmed by the judge that we have court next week. It's the week after, you know, because, you know, Twitter, Instagram stuff, people get, you know, it gets all whatever. And that's okay. It's been corrected now, and we know exactly what we're doing. There were 3 witnesses that didn't come up yet, besides the one for Jack Wiggum. We had Travis McGivern, another one of Johnny's bodyguards, Jennifer Howell, which is the former boss of Amber's sister Whitney. That's going to be important testimony. And then Erin Borin, Amber's nurse, especially from, you know, the Australia incident in the Bahamas and stuff like that. She's the one that worked with Dr. Kipper and the other nurse during Donnie's detox. She was pretty prevalent. She was there all the time. So there's some important stuff to happen Monday. I'm sure at least 3 of them will come up Monday, and then maybe Amber. Wouldn't that be nice?
How do you think the newspapers are gonna say today?
I did see a couple of articles that I retweeted. The Daily Mail, the Daily Beast, a few of them are promoting. One of the headlines I saw was, it took all this time, but Johnny just heard in court that he heard in testimony in court today that Amber absolutely committed perjury in the UK trial. In its big head, it was a big headline. I retweeted that. That was
another one.
Mm-hmm.
ACLU says Amber Heard hasn't paid the full pledge of divorce settlement. There's another one that says Amber Heard threatened to file a TRO against Johnny Depp if he didn't meet her demands. Oh, they're all turning on her like little weasels.
There is a lot, but there are a few out there that I saw some pretty distressing things about. The ACL actually confirmed that she did get money paid in, but they're not getting into the details and telling you who paid it. They're just saying it was paid. You know what I mean? Yeah.
The Daily Mail says Elon Musk, this is a headline, Elon Musk paid $500K of Amber Heard's $1.3 million donation to the ACLU, a court hears. Independent says, court told Amber Heard only gave ACLU half of the promised $3.5 million donation from Johnny Depp's divorce. ACLU says Amber Heard hasn't paid the full pledge of divorce settlement. They're definitely going after that. They're definitely going after that.
Kyle, don't worry. I'm not sympathizing with her. I wasn't sympathizing with her. I was hoping I didn't see everybody turn vicious, like into evil people. That's what I was saying. I'm not sympathizing with Amber. Absolutely. It was more about, stuff that happens when people get like the mob thing on Twitter and Instagram and stuff like that. It's really, really not sympathy for her. She does deserve. She has to pay. Of course, she has to pay. Believe me.
So the Independent are playing 2 sides of the coin here. They've got Johnny Depp's security guard tells of actor's honeymoon with Amber Heard as court sees bruised face photo, right? So they're admitting that there's a bruise on Johnny Depp, but at the same time they put an article out an hour ago that says debunked psychological diagnosis of Amber Heard must be discounted. A prominent psychologist warns. So they're saying that the psychologist from that Shannon, what's she called? Shannon, whatever.
Shannon Curry, Dr. Shannon Curry.
Yeah, apparently a prominent psychologist says that it must be discounted. Yeah, right.
Why?
That's like,
Because no, how can it be discounted when Amber brought it upon herself by claiming she had PTSD? She had PTSD. She had to sit for the
yeah,
examination.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
with
Just a
COVID.
minute. Just calm down, calm down. You know, you got to
Okay,
read into the, you got to read into the articles because this is the smear,
Mm,
right? So they're reporting the
mm.
good stuff, but this is part of the smear, and I'll tell you for why. Because a prominent psychologist is not somebody who's on her level, right? A prominent psychologist could be fucking anybody, right? And
Right.
you know, they'll say any, you know, they'll say absolutely anything. So
Mm. Mm-mm-mm.
yeah,
I
there we
just hate
go.
those kind of headlines. They talk me up, as you can tell, when they try to twist it like that. She actually walked into this herself. This is her own fault that this testimony is out there. And she tried to throw her whammy, you know.
Let's see. Oh
Beaver, I
God,
have
look
no
at.
idea how you think you're going to do that.
Oh, here we
That's
go. Here we
impossible.
go.
It's
No, 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 no,
impossible.
no, no, no. Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop. Right. So get this. Right. They've got debunked. This is the title. Debunked psychologically. In fact, let me share this screen. So I'll show you guys, and I'll tell you for why.
This
Here
gonna
we
get
go.
me upset. Is this a bad
This is
one?
gonna. This is gonna. This is gonna make everybody. This is gonna make everybody go, "What the?" Right. So you can all see my screen. So it says. Debunked psychological diagnosis of Amber Heard must be immediately discounted. A prominent psychologist has said. So, immediately discounted, a prominent psychologist has said. Dr. Jessica Taylor's warning comes, blah, blah. So, I've clicked on who is Dr. Jessica Taylor. Well, I've searched it. So, Jessica Taylor, FRSA, is a British psychologist, feminist author, and campaigner. Boom! Right, we've got it there and then. Feminist campaigner. That's it. Feminist author and campaigner. I didn't need to read anymore. Once I've read that, and you just need to take one look at her. I'm sorry, but is it any wonder she's simping for Amber Heard? Yeah, yeah. What's this? What's this report? Stop blaming women for male violence. Right. So this is the psychologist. This is the prominent psychologist that they've brought up that should immediately discount the testimony from probably the world's most prominent researcher in that field that was able to diagnose those things with Amber Heard.
She did have quite the resume when they tried. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to see what this chick's actual qualifications are. She's an author of a book. That's it. Is this a prominent psychologist, anybody? I don't think so.
Well,
Anyway.
Shannon had 16 years. They tried to say it was only 8, and she said, "No, I'm afraid you're wrong. It's 16."
Okay, so what's she got? She's got a BSc in psychology with honors, and she's got a PhD in forensic psychology in 2019. That's it.
Well, then she doesn't have as many years experience as Dr. Shannon Curry.
Indeed.
She would indeed. So sorry, and you're also a little biased. We could tell by your.
Do you reckon? Do you think she's biased?
Yeah.
Do you think she's
Yes,
biased?
I think she's a little biased against male violence. She's acting like the violence cannot happen to a male, which is offensive. That just because it's a man and a woman involved, the man's got to be guilty. And I'm sorry. Maybe you need to meet Amber before you start writing these little things. You know.
We'll put it this way: if the Independent were going to be looking for a psychologist out there, somebody that would be pro Amber Heard, what better woman to get in touch with than this one? You know, this is all about the media smear, guys. So
That's
anyway.
right. That's right.
I thought that was interesting once I saw that headline and then checked who it was. Oh, dear me. Right, I think we're going to round up, guys. I think we've gone on long enough for today. We've done 9 straight hours, everybody. 9 straight hours of our dulcet voices and commentary. Thank you all those that have given a super chat and given a thumbs up. That's most important. Please give a thumbs up. And if you haven't, please subscribe. It does help the channel out immensely. Be back on Monday when we're going to go do this all again for you. And yeah. I'll be ready then. I'll be ready. I'll be refreshed then. I'll have my bags will be gone and everything.
Yeah. That's good.
Right. Yes. So thank you, everybody. I'm going to say bye-bye. And we'll see
All
you all
right.
in the
See you
next one.
Monday.
Take care.
We'll see you Monday.
Bye. We will. Bye bye.